Topic name is inter-networking devices. If you're working as a network engineer, so inside enterprise network, or you can say production network, or you can say data center, ISP sites, we are getting a multiple types of networking devices, not a PC, not a laptop, printer. This one is not a networking devices. This one is we are calling end devices. Clear? So which one is my networking devices? Any idea? Anyone? How many types networking devices available? Any idea? So first device is we are getting hub. Second device we are getting a bridge. Third device we are getting a switch. Fourth device we are getting a router. And fifth device we are getting firewall. And sixth device we are getting a gateway concept. And seventh device we are getting a repeater. Eighth device we are getting which one? Access points. Anyone know access point why we are using access points? To connect wireless connectivities. Clear? Right now in CCNA, we discuss hub, bridge, switch, router, gateway, repeater, firewall as well, and access point as well. This topic you can learn deeply in firewall section. This topic you can learn in wireless control section. Clear? Right now, this one is not a part of CCNA. If you're learning a firewall, so you can get deeply knowledge about the firewall. If you are learning a Wi-Fi wireless controller, so you can easily get the access point topic. Clear? Now, next topic. So basically, I think last time we discussed OSI model. Okay, if I am asking in OSI model, which one is my layer one? Anyone know layer one name? Loyal, Neil, Gopi?
Physical.
Physical. Very good. If I am saying which one is my layer three?
Network.
Network. Very good. If I am saying which one is my layer two?
Data link.
Data link. Very good. If I am saying which one is my layer four?
Session.
Again verify layer four.
Transport.
Transport. If I am saying layer seven,
Application.
Application.
application. I am calling a layer five, then
Presentation.
Session.
layer.
Session layer.
Session.
If
Session.
I am saying layer six,
Layer
Presentation.
6 is presentation.
presentation. Very good. I think everyone know if I am saying, if I am using session layer, so which type of things we are doing? Connectivity check. Yes or no? If I am
Yes.
saying if I am working on network layer, so which type of information? IP addresses. If I am saying transport layer, so we add which one information, dear?
Protocol.
Protocols.
If I'm using physical layer, so which one information? Bits. If
Bits.
I'm using data link, so which one information available?
Media.
MAC address.
Mahalo.
Presentation layer is which one thing responsibility? Data. Application why we use? To generate
Data.
data. Very good. So networking device also related with OSI model. Clear? Now, first, before doing any other things, must be clear one point. If we are using Ethernet cable, so this Ethernet cable we are plugging into my NIC card. Anyone know which one is which one is my NIC card in my laptop? You can say LAN adapter. You can say my
Ethernet.
WAN adapters.
One.
Okay. This adapters having duplex information. Which one, dear? Duplex information. So we are getting two types of duplex. One is my half, one is my full. So we are getting a half duplex, we are getting full duplex. A very easy example. For example, this side one user, this side another user. This side we are sitting above, this side user sitting same. and both are connected with a wired connection. If you're having a wireless, so no worry, also available, because WAN also cover na, LAN or WAN both are covered. Now Bob say this interface is my half duplex. So if Bob having a half duplex, and whenever Bob send data, so it's a possible to send data. But at a time, if Sam say I also sending data for Bob, so in this case, this half duplex link say only one process can done
At the time.
at same time. Which one process done? Only one process.
One.
If you want to send, so you can send. If you want to receive, only receive, not sending then. Okay. If I am saying this side, same user say I'm running a which one duplex dear?
Full.
Full. So Sam say I'm receiving your data and I'm also sending your data.
Ending.
So that means full duplex means both
You can receive and
process
send.
can done at same time. So in this case, communication is possible with half duplex to full duplex. If Bob say I want to send data, okay. If Sam say I want to send data, so communication is possible in between Bob or Sam.
Yeah,
No.
it's possible.
No. Bob sending data, Sam also sending data. So Bob possible to send at a one time only, but Bob also trying to receive your data. So in this case,
Yeah,
we
you
are
can't do
getting
both.
which one error? Mismatch
Mismatch.
duplex error. If you are getting a mismatch duplex error, so communication is never done. Okay, so you need to change always. Now one more thing. So
One second. So you mean in this case, if Bob is having half duplex and Sam is having full duplex,
half
will
duplex
cause
will stuck. Half duplex will stuck, not doing any process because sending data and also receiving. So in this case, this half duplex interface is stuck. No data communication.
So you mean in this case both they need to be full
You need
duplex.
to remove the cable, you need to shut down or no shut down your device. Then again you can transmit your data.
Or in this case put both of them full duplex.
If both duplex, so both duplex, that means full duplex means both can do send or receive at the same time.
At the same time, okay.
Now, first device is which one? Hub. For hub, first point, it's called a physical layer device. Which one layer device? Physical. Or you can say it's called layer 1 device. Layer 1 device means it's work on physical layer. It's work on physical layer and read only layer 1 information. Anyone know layer 1 which information available? Which information available in
01.
bits? So we are having any identification field? No. Hub don't have identification field on layer 1. Yes or no? Which one is?
Right.
Which one? Sender or which one? A receiver. Clear? Now one more thing. Hub called half duplex device. Which one device, dear? Half duplex. One more thing. Hub called plug and play device. Which one? Plug and play. One more thing. Hub number of ports we are getting 2, 4 or 6. If you are having a 20 user, so single hub possible to connect? No. only 246 port available na. Hub don't have GUI CLI option to manage. So that is the reason we are calling plug and play device. Clear? Neil, copy, loyal, this thing is clear?
Yes.
Okay, one more thing. One more thing you need to remember, how to identify hub. If you are getting a picture in your notebook, in your books, this kind of single arrow. Single arrow device means it's a hub. Single arrow device means it's a hub. For example, we are using hub in my network. So this side we are connected user 1 10.4 MAC address is D. This side we are connected with a 10.3. It's a MAC is C. This side we are connected with one more user 10.1 MAC is A. This side we are connected one more user 10.2 MAC address is B. This one is port 1, port 2, port 3, port 4. This kind of ports available inside the hub, but all ports connected with this type. Can you please verify? All ports connected with this type. So in this case, what will be happen now? For example, if PC1 say, this PC1 say I want to communicate with PC3. So communication is possible? Yeah, possible.
Yes.
But how communication will process? This user will generate
Broadcast.
data. 10.1 will generate data and add layer 2 information. On layer 2, source MAC, destination MAC. And one more information add, layer 3, source IP, destination IP. So source MAC is A, source IP is 10.1, destination IP is 10.3, MAC address is, you know. Now, this data PC generate and forward hub side. Hub read which one layer, dear? Hub read which one layer? Layer 1.
one.
On layer 1, hub say, okay, I'm receiving into data 010101. So in this identification field, any idea which one is sender, which one is receiver you want to communicate? No. So hub get confusion.
No.
Hub get confusion and hub say, okay, this port connected with this side, this side, and this side. So single data forward, how many user side?
3.
3.
3 user side. So that is the reason we are getting a security issue. And hub always forward data all users. So we are getting issues. And one more issue available. For example, in this case 10.4 want to communicate with 10.2 and 10.4 also sending some data. So hub receive and this port possible to do data sending or data receiving at a time?
No.
No. So
It
hub
will
this
doubly.
port will stuck. If this port is stuck, so this port connected with this side is stuck. This side communication is stuck.
3
This
again.
one
Yeah.
is stuck. All users communication will be stopped.
Stuck.
So that is the reason hub collapse in market. Right now in your network, hub is available? No. Now second device. Second device name is a bridge. It's called layer 2 device. Layer 2 device means it's work on which one layer? Data link layer. Okay, one more thing. It's a send, receive data on the basis of which one information? Which one information? MAC. Clear? We are getting a MAC inside which one information, dear? Frames. One more thing. Bridge called which one device, dear?
Full duplex.
Full duplex. One more thing. Bridge number of ports. How many only? 2.
2.
Bridge called plug and Play device. One more thing. Bridge don't have GUI CLI option to manage. Clear? One more thing. Bridge maintain a temporary, which one table, dear? Which one table? MAC address table.
MAC address table.
Okay, if someone says, sir, how to identify in books which one is bridge? So trying is not good for me, but I will try. This kind of device we are calling a bridge. Okay. Now, if we are getting a bridge in my network, and this bridge connected with this side user 1, and this side user 2, port number 1, port number 2, PC1, 10.1A, 10.2B. Any option available on bridge to connect multiple devices? No, only 2 ports. Now, in this case, if I am saying this PC1 say I want to communicate with PC2, and bridge say, brother, I am maintaining which one table, dear? Which one table? MAC address table. This bridge say I am maintaining MAC address table, but temporary for short time duration. In MAC address table, bridge maintain first. Which one information, dear? A group number, and then MAC address, then maintain interface number, then maintain type field. Type field means a way of learning MAC. We can learn MAC address via manually, we can learn via automatically. Now, by default, bridge all interfaces. Member of which group? A group number 1. Which one group member, dear? Group 1. Now, whenever PC1 say I want to communicate with PC2, so PC1 generate which one traffic, dear? Data. And data at layer 2, source MAC A, destination MAC B, layer 3, source IP, destination IP 10.1, 10.2. Now, bridge receive on this port, bridge receive and read which one layer, dear, by default? Bridge possible to read which one layer? Anyone know?
Sorry, what's the question here?
Bridge read which layer?
Layer 2.
Layer 2. On layer 2, which one is source?
A.
So bridge say in group 1, A MAC on port number 1, and way of learning automatic. And this user trying to communicate with B user. But bridge forward this side automatic, because only group 1, 2 members available, and this user will receive because destination is 10.2. Whenever this PC2 forward reply, so generate data. Inside data, PC2 forward layer 2, source MAC, destination MAC, and forward layer 3, source IP, destination IP. Now, source MAC is B, destination MAC is A, source IP is 10.2, destination is 10.1. So whenever this port number 2 receive data, so bridge again learn group 1, B MAC, port number 2, and way of learning is dear automatic. This table maintain for short time duration, but anyone know which type of issues in bridge? So that is the reason we are not using in production network. Anyone know which type of issues? Why we are not using a bridge in real time? Any idea?
The data is or the information is not routable. It's not route. You cannot route it.
First issue, if someone asking, no management via GUI or CLI, plug and play device. Second, number of ports dear, limited. Third issue is which one? Data forward receive on the basis of which one layer, dear? Layer 2. Okay. If I am saying this port doing both process, port number 1, sending, receiving, then possible to do bridge called full duplex or half duplex?
Full duplex.
Full duplex.
So possible or not possible?
Possible.
Possible.
Possible. Very good, very good. Now,
But question for you, can you go back to the drawing? You mentioned that it will generate data and it will go to the layer 2 MAC address, destination MAC address, and there's layer 3. But how come the bridge operates on layer 2, not layer 3?
yes, bridge work on layer 2.
So why you put in the diagram?
Layer 3. Why I'm putting a layer 3?
Yeah, yes.
Because in data you are sending complete information, na brother? But bridge need only layer 2. So bridge read only layer 2 source MAC. This one.
Yeah, yes,
This
that's
one.
right.
So basically in my data, all layer information is available, but bridge capable only read to which one layer?
Layer 2.
Layer 2. So I will show layer 2 plus layer 3, but bridge read only layer 2.
Yeah, you mean assuming that there's on the top of that there's another
Yes,
switch
we
which
always add every information. Always add. That is the reason we can say I know the destination.
okay.
Now, one more thing. Now, third number of device is which one? Switch. Okay, basically first clear. Switch we are getting a two types. One is my
Manageable and unmanageable.
manageable, unmanageable. Okay, what is the difference in between manageable switch and unmanageable switch? Basically, unmanageable means which one device dear?
Plug and play.
Plug and play device. No management possibilities. Clear?
Yeah.
Third thing, only provide multiple ports to get connectivity. Okay. Now, next device is which one? Manageable, na? Management possible via GUI.
Yeah.
Via which one option dear? CLI. Second thing, provide multiple connectivity. Third thing, depends on vendor, provide GUI CLI option to manage. Clear? If your vendor is providing GUI option, so you can access. Not providing, so not possible. Now one more thing. So we read which one switch only? Manageable. Now one more thing. In manageable switch, we are getting first. Which one switch dear? Layer 2 switch. Then we are getting a which one switch? Neil?
Layer 3 function as well. Yeah.
Layer 3 switch. What is the difference?
This one data link and the other one layer 3.
This switch work on only layer 2. This switch only support switching protocols. Let's work on layer 2. Any doubt? Okay. Layer 3 switch. This switch work on by default
Yeah.
layer 2.
वो बात करेंगे.
Loyal, Neil, Gopi, can you give me 5 minutes?
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
Sure.
Now can you hear me? Loyal Neil. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So basically layer 3 switch say this switch work on by default which one layer dear? Layer
Layer
2.
2.
Okay. One more thing you can say. This switch support by default switching protocols. Which one protocols dear? Switching protocols. And one more thing I will write down with red marker. If condition. Network engineer enable layer 3 process. Then switch support routing protocols. Which one protocols dear? Routing protocols. And switch work on which one layer dear? Layer
three.
number 3. So basically, if I'm saying by default, both switches work on which one layer? Anyone know? By default. Layer 2 or layer 3? Which one?
Sorry, what's the question?
By
Layer
default, both switches work
Layer
on which
2.
one layer?
Layer 2.
Very good. So we learn on the basis of layer 2 information, I think. So from this one side, we start actually switch theory. Now, first point. It's called which one device, dear?
Layer 2.
Layer 2 device. It's work on which one layer? Data link layer. Data forward receive on the basis of which one addresses?
MAC address.
Very, very good. Now one more thing. Work on which one duplex? One more thing. Switch have GUI, CLI, option 2, manage. Switch number of ports. You can say interface as well. No issue. Both are same. How many? 16, 24, 32, 48. This ports depend on vendor plus your device model number. You can say serial number. Okay, series you can say. One more thing. Switch maintain which one table dear?
MAC address table.
MAC address table. One more thing. Switch learn MAC address from manually you can say, or you can say via which one way? Automatic. But right now always remember automatic. I will write down by default switch learn source MAC. Which one MAC dear? By default switch learn which one MAC? Source MAC. Now one more thing.
And what about the destination?
Huh?
What about the destination?
What was the?
What about the destination? By default, switch learn source MAC address.
Only source MAC learn and put into MAC table. Never learn destination MAC. Destination
Okay.
MAC for data forwarding only. Clear?
Yeah. Okay.
Now one more thing. Switch all ports by default a group 1 member. Which one group member dear?
Group 1 member.
Group 1 member. Group 1 member means that is the reason switch called single broadcast domain member. Which one member? Neil, Loyal, Gopi. Switch called
Single broadcast domain member.
single broadcast domain member. Okay, why we call single broadcast we discuss again. Okay, now one more thing you need to remember for switch. One more thing. Basically, you can say switch have data transmission mechanism. Anyone know which type of cable we are using in production network for get connectivity from user to server?
Which cable category?
Which cable we are using to get connectivity from user to server?
Ethernet cable.
Huh?
Ethernet cable. Is this what they
Very
mean?
good. I know you already remember Ethernet. But in Ethernet cable to get connectivity, we are connect which one connector?
RJ41. Okay.
Okay, that's very good. How many pins available, brother?
8.
Okay, that's also very good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But now data transmission we are using only 2 pins. TX pin and which one pin, dear?
RX pin.
RX pin. Okay, anyone know TX or RX?
No, but I know that the total of four being used only, and the other 4 not used.
Okay, now one more thing. We can say why we use TX, why we use RX. So always clear. TX pin for transmission, or you can say transmit means sending your data, or RX means for receive your data. But which pin required to get these things? 1, 2, 3, and which one, dear? 6. So basically 1 and 2 for transmit, 3 and 6 for receive. But combination is TX plus RX minus. So this one is one row. TX minus with which one pin, dear? RX pin. And remaining, how many pins remaining? Can you please verify how many?
4.
4, 5, 7, 8. If this pin is not getting a connectivity, so no issue. Your internet is working.
Yeah.
Okay. But why we use this pin? This pin used for power. If you are using connectivity for access point, if you want to provide IP phone power, so you can use. Now one more thing. This thing we discuss later again, one more time. Now one short theory again we discuss a switch type. Which one type, dear? Switch types. How many types switch available? Anyone know? How many types?
Switch type.
Yeah, layer 2 and
Layer 3.
layer 3. Oh, very good. Layer 2 means this switch called which one switch, dear? Access
Access
layer. Why access layer? If someone asking, this switch connected with which one devices? End device. One more thing. This switch support switching protocols. This switch data forward receive on the basis of which one layer? Anyone know? On the basis of which layer?
Layer 2.
Layer 2, very good. Some series also available for layer 2. It's a popular series, you can say Cisco 2950, 2960, 3550 also. Multiple available, but this one is old and very popular series. Okay, now one more thing. Which one switch is remaining, dear? Layer 3. This switch called, basically we are calling, which one switch, dear? MLS. MLS means multi-layer switch. Why we are calling a multi-layer switch? Support
layer 2 and layer 3.
switching plus routing plus security features. One more thing. Data forward receive on the basis of, by default, which one layer? Layer 2. Support switching protocol. Connected with which one devices, dear? Router, firewall, load balancer, access point, access layer switch, IP phones, and you can say IDS, IPS servers, and radius stack as well also. Clear? Now, one more thing. MLS. If network engineer enable which one process, brother?
Routing process.
Routing process. Support layer 3 features. Maintain which one table, dear? Routing. And which one table? ARP table. Data forward receive on the basis of routing, ARP, and one more table, dear. Which one?
MAC address table.
Very good. Okay, but which one is most popular series of layer 3? You can say 3560. Cisco most popular series of multi-layer switch. Which one, dear? 3560. Any issue with these things? Any issue?
No.
No.
Go through this theoretical videos. Okay. And we meet again tomorrow, same time, 9:30. Okay. And we discuss switch identification. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. So basically, last time we discussed about the networking devices. Yes or no? Today we also discuss networking devices, but today we discuss some advanced part. Clear? Okay. Right now, last time we discussed a topic name is Gopi. Topic name is which one, dear? Internetworking devices. This topic we discussed now, internetworking devices. Now, one more thing you need to remember, in internetworking devices, we discuss hub concept, we discuss bridge concept, we discuss switch concept. Clear? Okay. Hub called half duplex or full duplex device. Any idea, Gopi? Loyal, Neil?
Half.
Hub called?
Half.
Okay. Basically, hub called a half duplex device. Okay. Bridge called?
Full.
Full duplex. But right now in a network, we are using hub or we are using bridge? No. Why? Because both a device, which type, dear? Plug and play device, no management option. and number of devices you can connect are limited. So that is the reason we are using a which one devices for connectivity? Switch. Okay, switch called which one device? Full duplex, and we are having a GUI or CLI option to manage. Clear? And number of ports, how many dear? Anyone know number of ports? 16, 24, 32, and then 48. Very good. Now, last time we discussed about the switch theory. So last time we discussed every key point about switch. Now today we discuss first introduction part. Which one part, dear? Introduction part. In real time, how switch identify which one is layer 2 switch, which one is a layer 3 switch. So I'm having some pictures, a layer 2 and layer 3 switches images. Clear? So right now go to drive. Hold on 1 second. D drive and device PNG. Where is my device PNG? This one. And now wait. So we discuss multiple switches, but a most popular series we discuss first. So open this one, copy, paste. So this one is first switch, then go to next switch, and next switch is this one, copy this one, paste. Now next device, this one, copy and paste. Okay. Next device, this one. Okay. So this switch is visible. Gopi, Neil, Lloyd.
Yes.
Okay. Right now, today we discuss introduction part about the devices. How to verify which one is my layer 2 switch, which one is my layer 3 switch, and how many types port available on your switches. Clear? How many types port available on your switches? Because in real time, if you're having a switch, so how to identify which one port provide a connectivity for LAN user, which one port providing a connectivity for WAN users devices. Clear? WAN devices, you can say. Now, so basically you can verify as a network engineer, this side we are calling a front panel. As a network engineer, we are calling this one is my, which one panel, dear? A front panel. Okay, in front panel, we are getting first information, this thing. Okay, I will use another marker, this one. This one information will define a series number of your switch. Which one, dear? Series number. Okay. Right now we are getting a catalyst. Catalyst is a you can say organization merged with Cisco and provide a catalyst switches. Clear? Catalyst is not another device. It's a vendor name. Clear? Now, and after this one side and this one thing. This one is rack mounted. A rack mounting option. If you want to mount your device in rack, so you can attach this one. Now, one more thing. This one called indicators. Which one, dear? Indicators. Your system is down or up. This side we are getting a mode button. Which one button? Gopi, Loyal, Neil. A mode button. Okay, if you are using a window, so in Windows we are getting a safe mode. Anyone know why we use safe mode? Anyone know why we use safe mode? Anyone know safe mode? To recover your iOS, to break your password, to uninstall your you can say unauthorized application, you can uninstall. You can do some advanced tasks also in safe mode. Same thing in mode button. If you press a mode button in between 10 seconds to 30 seconds, so you can jump to which one mode, dear? A Roman mode. This mode you can do reset your password. If you want to any other thing, so you can do as it is safe mode. Now one more thing, from this one to this one, 8, 8, 8. That means 24 ports. This 24 ports we are calling a fast Ethernet. Fast Ethernet means how many speed? 100 Mbps. Clear? And this 100 Mbps ports you can connect with PC, you can connect with your IP phones, you can connect with your access points. But right now, these two ports we are calling a gig port. Gig port means how many speed, dear? 1 GB. And this port also known as a uplink port. Which one port? Uplink port. Uplink port means this port connected with your routers, connected with your firewalls, connected with your load balancer, connected with your server, connected with your multi-layer switches. So this uplink ports will provide high speed 1 Gbps. So how many total ports available in this series switch? This series switch name is 2950, and this one is pure layer 2 switch. How to identify this one is pure layer 2 switch? You need to read this switch a data sheet. In data sheet, you can get a complete protocol information. How many protocols support this switch? Okay. Now, one more thing. Go to next device. This one. This device also we are getting this side. Which one information, dear? Series number. This series number is 2960. Clear? Now one more thing. This side we are getting a which one option, dear? Indicators. This side we are getting a which one option? A mode button. Okay, this side and this side we are getting again which one port? Fast Ethernet. How many speed? 100 Mbps. But right now these two ports we are calling a gig port. How many speed? 1 GB. And these two ports also known as a which one port? Uplink ports. If right now in this device we are getting a rack mounting option? No, but you can attach in this slots a rack mounting slot. Now, how many ports total? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So that means 24 ports plus 2. How many ports total? 26. And right now this one also known as a which one switch? Pure layer 2. Clear? Now one more thing. This one. This one switch again we are getting this side a series number information, but this one is 3550 Cisco series, and right now this one is we are calling indicators, and this side we are calling a mode button, and from this one to this one we are calling a fast Ethernet port, 100 Mbps speed. Right now in this switch we are getting 1 GB link. Verify. Loyal Neil Gopi. In this switch we are getting 1 GB ports. Can you please verify?
No.
1 GB ports available? No. This one is?
No.
This one is old series switch. That is the reason we are not getting which one option, dear? We are not getting a which one option? 1 GB port option. Clear? Now, this one also called a pure layer 2 switch. I will show you how to identify it's a layer 2 or layer 3 if you're having any confusion. Now, one more thing. This one switch called this side a series number again. And this series number is 3560. And this one called a layer 3 switch. Why we are calling a layer 3 switch? Because this one is my multi-layer switch, support switching plus routing. And this side we are getting indicators to get your device status information. And this one is my a mode button. And now from this one to this one, we are getting a which one port, dear? Fast Ethernet. And how many speed? 100 Mbps. And right now, one more thing. This four ports, we are calling SFP ports. Anyone know a fiber cable? Fiber cable, why we use? Anyone know why we use fiber cable? To get a more range in kilometers, in meters. Normally your LAN cable available in 100 meter to, you can say 1000 meter only. Clear? It's a limitation. But fiber cable available from 100 meter to 1000 kilometer, 10,000 kilometer, 1 kilometer, you can increase. So range is available. This SFP ports we connect always SFP modules. Which one, dear? SFP modules. This SFP modules range available, and this SFP modules connect with your fiber cables. Okay, this thing is clear. Now one more thing. It's a very simple task. Now I will show you a switch indicators. Give me 1 second. Hold on. If picture is available for switch indicator, that means very good. Okay, not available. Okay, we create switch indicators picture. Basically, how many types indicator available in your switch? This one is your switch. So we are getting first indicator system. Then second indicator is RPS. Then third indicator is status. Then fourth indicator is duplex. Duplex. And one more indicator available after duplex is speed. And one more indicator available. Give me 1 second to increase slide. One more indicator available. It's a PoE switch. Now, this one is your indicators available in your switch. Now, so first indicator name is this one, a system indicator. Second is RPS indicator. Third is state indicator. Fourth is a duplex indicator. And fifth is your speed indicators. Sixth is a PoE indicators. Clear? So this one is actually switch indicators. If you want to verify this thing is true or false, you can verify on your Cisco devices. Give me 1 second. Cisco switch indicators. So verified here. System. You can take a screenshot, snipping tool. Verify. System, RPS, state, duplex, speed, and PoE. Why we use this indicators? Why we use this indicators? Okay, right now one more thing, remember, one by one every indicator we discuss one by one. First we discuss a system indicators. In system indicators, if you are getting a green light, which one light, dear? If you are getting a green color light, that means system is a powered and operational. System is power on and running on operationals. If you are getting amber color, if you are getting amber light, so if you are getting amber light, that means system is malfunction. Clear? So you need to check your switches. One more indicator is available. It's called RPS. RPS means a redundant power supply. Why we use redundant power supply? If you are having a two power supplies inside your switches, that then we are using. If you are getting RPS in a green light, in RPS indicator, if you are getting a green light means a redundant power supply is running, or you can say in operational. One more light is available in RPS if you are getting an amber color light. If you are getting amber light, then what is the meaning of amber light? A redundant power supply is installed but not operational or running. Clear? If you are getting amber color light. Now one more color light is available. If you are getting a flashing, if your amber color light is flashing amber light, or you can say blinking. Flashing means you can say blinking. The internal power and redundant power supply have process, and the internal power supply is processing the switch. So internal power supply is running. That is the reason we are getting amber color light flashing. Clear? Now, state LED. We are write down a STAT, state. Right now, why we are using state LED indicator? So state LED means if state LED is on, that means it's a port status. Your switches. What is the meaning of port status LED? If you are getting green color light, green light in your state LED, that means link is present. Link is running, or you can say present in your switch, connected. If you are getting a flash green light, you can say blinking also. Flash means if you are flashing green light, that means link activity is running. If you are getting alternating link, you can say amber color. If you are getting in your link amber color, why this marker doing amber light, that means a link failure present on your switch. If you are getting, you can say one more thing you can write down for amber light showing also possible port is not a forwarding state your data. Clear? Or receiving your data. This thing is clear? Any doubt, dear?
No.
Anyone? Any issue for this indicators? Which one is remaining? Which one is remaining? Okay. If someone say, sir, RPS is not showing any light. If RPS is off, that means no redundant power supply available on switch. This thing is clear. If RPS is not getting any light, so switch is not getting a redundant power supply. If system indicator is off, if system indicator is showing off, no light, that means switch not powered on. Clear? This thing is clear now. One more indicator is available. It's called duplex. Why we are using a duplex? So if duplex are getting on, if duplex getting a light, if off, that means running in half duplex. If on, that means running in full duplex. PoE right now we are not discussed. That is the reason we need to remaining a PoE topic we discuss again. Any doubt for this thing? This one information is clear.
Yes.
Power over Ethernet. This feature available on switch to provide power for which one device is there? Access point, IP phone, cameras, and security devices. If you're having a door security and other devices, PoE feature, if available on switch, then switch port mark with which one line, dear? Mark with which one line? Yellow line. Okay. So can you please verify this switches? If I am saying switch one having a yellow line on ports, verify. Every port having a yellow line. This one, yes or no? This yellow line is available. So that means this one is my which one port, which one switch? A PoE supported switch. Every port can provide a power. Can you please verify this switch having a yellow line with ports? Loyal, Neil,
Yes.
go. Yes, this yellow
Yes.
line is available. This ports also. That means this one also supported PoE. Go to next switch. This switch having any yellow line on ports, verify. No. So this one switch PoE not supported.
No.
Okay, this one switch having a yellow line, multi-layer switch, verify. This line is available. Yes.
Yes.
So
Yes.
that means this one is PoE supported. Right now, always need to read a data sheet of your switch before purchasing for organization. Clear? Last time we discussed this PoE ports indicators, system LED, RPS, status LED, duplex, speed, PoE, mode button we already done. Clear? Now, if I am saying Cisco switch 2950 data sheet, PDF, this one. This one is your Cisco series switch 2950. Okay. This one is series type. If you are having a 295, 12 port, 24, 48, 48. We are getting this one 2950 SX T. Yes or no? Now one more thing. Go to scroll down. Verify. Redundant for fault backup is available, and we are running RSTP protocol, UDLD protocol. You can support VLAN concept, MSTP you can support, PVST plus you can support, VTP support, MVR, IGMP can support. Okay, now scroll down. Multiple protocols, SNMP, span, TCAS radius, quality of service you can support. Now one more thing. Class of service, quality of service. Okay. TFTP you can run, NTP you can run. Clear? Now scroll down again. CDP protocol you can run. CLI management is available, not a GUI. Now go to again, scroll down. This one is performance management. This one is standard feature available. Okay. Right now, routing concept is available. Routing is showing. No. RAP, OSPF, BGP. No. MPLS, we are not getting. So that means this one is a switch not supporting. If I am saying Cisco 3560 data sheet. Now wait. This one. Click on this one side. Okay. This product is no longer for supported by Cisco. It's a collapse and end of date of sale 14 May. If I am saying Cisco 9300 switch data sheet. Right now this switch is running in real time. This one. Wait. This one is switch. Actually, we are getting a catalyst series 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So 24 ports available plus SFP ports plus USB ports are also available. Okay, now up to 1 TB stacking your bandwidth. Okay, 1 TB stacking feature. Why we use stacking? We discuss again. PoE concept we also getting. Now scroll down. This one supporting IPv6, clear? Net flow. Okay. Now scroll down. SD access also can support. And this one is port speeds you can get. This one is multiple series. So this series switches nowadays we are using. Verify. This one. SFP ports. This one is extra modules you can connect with your switch. This one is power supplies. 1, 2. So 2 power supply you can get RPS option. This one is cooling fan your processor. Okay, scroll down. So multiple series available. This one is a stacking feature. This one is a stack cables for your switch. Multiple switch bundle. Now this one is a stacking. Verify. Switch 1 connected with switch 2, switch 2 connected with switch 3, and switch 1 connected with a switch 3. Every switch having a how many power supply? 1, 2. If one getting a failure, so another is backup. So if you having a 48, 48, and 48. So total ports we are getting for in single switch in logical. So this logical switch having a multiple ports. And in this switch is stacking. One switch act as a master and another switches act as a slave. And master switch will take a decision for data forwarding. If master goes down, then slave will convert into one slave convert into master easily. So you can get a backup also, a redundancy concept. Now clear this one. Last time we discussed a front panel. Now we need to discuss about a back panel of switch. Just give me 1 second to increase slide size. Okay, where is my back panel? Okay, back panel picture I already have this one. Every switch having a same back panel in enterprise network. If you're having a high-end switches, if you're having a data center switches, so we are getting a different back panel or different front panel. Now, this one is my back panel of switch. In back panel, verify first thing. This one port is connected with my which one cable, dear? Which one cable? A power cable. Okay. This one port we are getting which one? A console. Anyone know why we use console port? To get
To configure the
CLI
switch.
access. How to get CLI access? So basically we are getting a cable. One side we are getting RJ45 and another side
Serial.
we are getting a which one port, dear?
Serial.
serial, or you can say it's a my DB9 pin connector. Clear? This one is serial. Now, this port also known as a 232 series port. If you write down 232 port, so 232 port means which one, dear? DB9. Clear? It's called RS232 port. Now, this port nowadays available in your PC, in your laptops nowadays available? No. So
No.
that is the reason we are using serial to which one converter, dear?
USB.
USB. And we are also having which one converter serial to? We are having USB, and we are also using Type C connector. Which one, dear? Type C. If you're having a MacBook, so you can connect your switch via CLI mode, because in MacBook we are getting Type C port also, Thunder port also. But if you're having a data center switch, so what will be happen? For example, Cisco 930 switch, only switch, we write down and then enter. Wait, images. Okay, this picture is clear. Hold on, I will show you latest picture. Yeah, another picture is available. Give me 1 second to verify. HD picture, if available HD picture, so we can get easily. Yeah, this picture is visible. The snipping tool, capture, because both type switches available in enterprise network, both type. Now, basically this one is high-end series switch, but first verify first thing. Which one ports? From this one to this one. This one port start from 100 MB to up to 10 GB, 20 GB ports, 40 GB ports speed available. Clear? Now one more thing. This ports we are calling which one port? SFP port to connect your fiber cables. But right now this one is which one button, dear? A mode button. These two ports we are calling a USB port. USB port available 2.0, 3.0 also available. So basically 2.0, 3.0, why we use? If you want to take a backup your device, if you want to restore your device, if you want to upgrade your iOS without any laptop, without any PC, so you can attach your devices, a pen drive. Clear? Now, this port is external. If you want to connect with your any other device, so you can get connectivity. This side we are getting indicators. So this one is your front panel of your high-end switches. But what is the meaning of back panel? Last time we discussed back panel normal switches. Now data center switches back panel. So this side we write down back panel. Yeah, this one is very good. Snipping tool. Go to a slide and paste. Now, first thing, always remember this port we are calling a console port. One more port is available. This one is management purpose. You can sitting your separate person to monitor your device. Clear? Now, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Why we use this one is your CPU fans. If you want to cooling your device, so you can use. This one is power supply 1. This one is power supply 2. At a time, both power supply can run. At a time, both power supply cannot use. Basically, both power supply you can connect power cables, but at a time only one power supply act as a active person and another power supply act as a which one person? Standby. If active goes down, then standby automatically convert into active. So in this switches, you can use RPS, redundant power supply feature. Clear? Right now, one more thing, stack ports also available. If you want to verify Cisco switch stack port. Clear picture must be remembered. Hold on. Now this one is visible. Wait. The snipping tool. Right now, this one is a stack port. Now, stack 1, stack 2, stack 1, stack 2. Why we use two ports? For example, this switch having a 48 port, this switch having a 48 port. But after bundling means you are doing a stacking. Multiple switches in single logical switches. Now, one stack cable connect with this switch and then perform stacking. After performing a stacking, we are getting a single switch. So 48 plus 48, how many ports? Anyone know? How many ports? 96 port switch we are getting. And one switch act as a master, one switch act as a slave. Only one device at a time master. Only one device. Clear? Now stack cable also very different in real time. If you want to do stacking, so stacking is different topic. In CCNP or CCI, we discussed stack topic. Clear? Stack cable. This one is your stack cable. Last time we are using a this type, but nowadays we are using a this type also cables. This one also we are using cables. This one is new, a latest stack cable. Clear? And this one is a stack method. This one. Basically in this method, how many switches we are using? We are using 1, 2, 3, and one more switch, 4. One more switch. Switch 1, switch 2, switch 3, switch 4. Clear? So basically first cable, switch 1 to switch 2. Then switch 2 to switch 3. And switch 3 to switch 4. And now next cable from switch 1 to directly switch 4. So same thing, verify. Switch 1 to switch 2. Switch 2 to switch 3. Switch 3 to switch 4. And switch 1 to directly switch 4. So one switch act as a master and rest of the switches act as a slave. So master switch will take a data decision. Master switch can do a forwarding process. Master switch can verify a protocols, and slave waiting for decision for master. Okay. Loyal, Neil, Gopi. This thing is clear?
Yeah, it's clear.
And one more thing also remember, if you are doing using a console port on your switches. One more thing always remember, before doing access your switch, so for example, if you are having a switch with a console port and this side a user sitting and this user want to connect with your console port, so must be use which one cable, dear? Console cable name is rollover cable. Which one? Rollover cable. After connect your device with this console cable must be used application to access your device. Which application? Mostly we are using a putty.
Okay.
In putty we need to define a communication port number, and we also need to define a baud rate. Baud rate short form is BPS. BPS means bit per second. Every device, I will write down this thing. Every vendor devices having different baud rate. So if you are using a Cisco, so 9600 bit can transmit within a 1 second. If you are using a Nokia switch, baud rate, you can verify how many baud rates. Sometimes 9600, sometimes how many? 1,15,200. Yes or no? So always verify baud rate. And how this one is your putty application. In this putty application, connect your serial because we are using a rollover. Define your communication port and define your baud rate. If you write down the mismatch, your baud rate, so device never gets CLI access. Okay, device never get a CLI access. This thing is clear. Loyal, Gopi, Neil. Okay.
Yeah.
Verify one thing. This session is over. One thing always verify in production network. For example, right now we are having a multiple racks. If you need to verify this thing, verify. Hold on, I will show you. This one is rack available in our organization. So this racks you can access easily if you are available in physical. Clear? And if you are available in logical, so how to do labs? So right now you need to use simulators, GNS3, packet tracer, multiples. Clear? But this rack you can verify multiple switch available, multiple routers available, and we are also having a core devices. This one is core router. This one is layer 3 switches, this one is layer 2 switches, and this one is enterprise router. So in single rack, we are using 8 to 9 devices to perform a lab. If you are joining a CCNP or CCI, so we can provide this one. Physically must be available the person or a student. Clear? Then you can easily access this lab. Any doubt? Loyal, Neil, Gopi?
No.
Okay, this thing is clear. Okay. Right now we meet again next week. You can say tomorrow, and tomorrow we discuss a data flow topic. In data flow topic, we learn how data traffic will be processed via switch and how switch will take a decision on the basis of MAC addresses. And we also learn a broadcast storm and unknown unicast flooding process. Okay.
Okay.
This thing is clear. Loyal, Neil, Gopi.
Yeah.
Okay. Go through this video and we can meet again next week, tomorrow, and discuss same topic.
Okay.
Thank you.
The last video, it was not
Yes,
published.
yes. You can receive. No worry. You can
Okay.
receive.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You can receive. No worry. Just wait. Okay. So last time, which one topic we discussed? Any idea? Last time, which one topic we discussed? Yesterday we discussed a switch introduction part. Yes or no?
Yes.
So basically, again, today we need to discuss a topic name is which one? Again, we discuss a switch topic. But right now, today we discuss in switch which one topic? A data flow. Clear? Loyal, Neil, Gopi. Topic name is data flow. Okay. So right now in production network, if we are getting a switch, so basically this one is my switch. And this switch connected with my PC number 1 and connected with my PC number 2, connected with my PC number 3 and connected with my PC number 4. And right now this switch also connected with one more device, and this device name is a server. So always remember one thing. If you are having a Cisco switch, layer 2 or layer 3, so Cisco switch first port number, or you can say interface number, always 0 by which one, dear? 0 by 1. Okay, why we are getting a 0 by 1? 0 means it's a series. In this series, and this one is my port number. So basically we are having a switch. In this switch, we are getting a 16 port, 24, 32, and then 48. So this port number can be go to 1 to 16, 1 to 24, 1 to 32, 1 to 48, but series always fixed. So basically this one is my 0 by 1, 0 by 2, 0 by 3, 0 by 4, and 0 by 5. And right now this PC1 having a 10.1 MAC address is A, 10.2 MAC address is B, 10.3 MAC address is C, 10.4 MAC address is D, and 10.10 MAC address is E. Large nail, Gopi.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Now one more thing, remember. So basically, dear, today we need to discuss communication via switch and how data traffic will be forward or received. So in this condition, PC called a layer 3 device or layer 2 device? PC. Any idea? So basically PC work on my layer number 3 and switch work on by default which one layer? Layer number 2. So whenever PC1 say I want to communicate, PC1 say I want to communicate with this server, for example. So PC1 generate data, and inside data, which type of data? So basically PC1 use command promote and reusing a ping command for 10.10 and then enter. If you are using a ping means packet interface network grouper. Which one? Packet interface network grouper. Why we use ping? To check connectivity, reachability, availability of your destination device. Now ping use ICMP protocol. ICMP means Internet Control Message Protocol. Okay, inside ICMP, we are using some messages. Which type of messages? We are using echo request. We are using echo reply. So right now, whenever we enter ping 10.10, so that means we are using a request. Whenever destination receive this request, so send back reply message. So PC1 say I am sending data. Inside data, I am using ICMP. Inside ICMP, we are sending echo request. Okay. Then PC1 add a layer 2 information, source MAC, destination MAC. Then add layer 3, source IP, destination IP. So right now, source MAC is A, PC1, source IP is 10.1, destination IP 10.10. Okay, destination MAC we know? No. So destination MAC right now we are not getting known. It's my unknown. So whenever MAC address is unknown, this PC1 follow which one process? PC1 follow ARP process. So why we follow ARP process? Because destination MAC is known or unknown?
Unknown.
Unknown. Now, one more thing for ARP process. ARP means address resolution protocol. Okay. ARP means it's called layer 2.5 protocol. Why we use 2.5? Because work on layer 2 and layer 3. That is the reason. Now, ARP. Why we use? It is used to resolve IP to which one address, dear? MAC address. That means we are having destination IP, but we are not getting a MAC address. So ARP with the help of IP resolve MAC addresses. One more thing. ARP. Only layer 3 device maintain ARP table information. Which one? ARP table information. One more thing, ARP. Inside ARP table, store IP address, MAC address, and time. How many seconds, how many minutes store this information. One more thing for ARP. By default, ARP table store 4 hours. In a second, you can say 14400 seconds. How many seconds your information will store? 4 hours. Now one more thing, ARP. Always send, receive in same network or group, you can say. One more thing, ARP. Never forward, receive in different network. Clear? One more thing, ARP. Messages available. Which type of messages? We are getting a 2 message. ARP request, ARP reply. Clear? Now, which type of information available in our packet or our frame? Right now, this one is your ARP message. You can say request or reply, anyone. First information available, sender IP. Second is sender MAC. Third is target IP. Fourth is target MAC. Clear? Now,
Yeah.
some information also available. Okay. Protocol information available. Hardware length available. Clear? Operational code available. Operational code means this operational code will define message type. Which one type, dear? Message type. And 0x001, 0x002, I think. So this code available. One means request, two means reply. This one means request, and two means, dear, reply.
Question for you, actually.
Hmm?
Can you scroll up a little bit?
Yes.
Okay, for the ARP table store for 4 hours, it will be stored in the switch, right?
No, only layer 3 device. Now we already remember these things. Layer 3 device maintain which one information?
ARP table.
Clear? So right now switch by
And
default work on layer 2.
what about layer 2?
Layer 2 only maintain MAC address table, na? Because work on MAC address basis, but PC called layer 3 IP. So that means possible to store ARP information. If you're having a switch, any IP address, so switch also store. No worry. But right now in my condition, switch working as a layer 2. So that is the reason we are not storing ARP table on my switches. If you assign any IP address on switch, so switch possible to store ARP table.
Okay, so the ARP table, okay, works only on the layer 3 switches.
No. Layer 3 means IP. Whenever device having IP information, so always maintain ARP table. So that is the reason I'm write down layer 3. Because on layer 3 network layer, we are getting IP address. So right now in this condition, this switch work as a which one device? Layer 2 MAC address. So no IP address available on my switch. So why switch install ARP table? Data forward and receive on the basis of MAC. Clear? Now one more thing. So this one is your data design last time. Now in this design, we need to discuss one more very important point. So basically this PC say, brother, I want to communicate with this server, but in my ARP table. So PC having a ARP table. In my ARP table, IP, MAC, time. In my ARP table, entry is available? No, first time, because I'm a new user in my network. This one server also having ARP table, IP, MAC, time. So this server having any information? No. So basically this PC one say, I want to communicate with server, but last time I'm generate ICMP message And this ICMP message having which one information, dear? Incomplete. So that is the reason ICMP message forward on switch? No. So in this case, this PC will generate a next message. Which one? This PC one say if entry is not available, destination. So I will generate ARP. Which one message? A request. Clear? Which one message? ARP request message. In ARP request message, this PC add a layer 2. On layer 2 add a source MAC. And which one MAC, dear? Destination MAC. Clear? But also add one more thing. Which one? A type field. Why we use type field? To know about my upper layer. And I'll also sending ARP request message. In ARP request message, sender IP, sender MAC, target IP, target MAC. Clear? So this information add. Now, before doing this thing, must be clear one more point. For example, if you are having a layer 2, on layer 2 we generate which one information, dear? Frames. Inside frames, which one information available? MAC address. Inside MAC address, we are getting a two types MAC, source MAC and destination MAC. Okay. Can you please tell me source MAC is always known or unknown?
Known.
Always known.
No.
Never get unknown. But destination MAC?
No, unknown.
Sometimes.
Known, some are unknown. Depends.
And sometimes unknown. For example, Monday to Friday, if you are working, work from home or work from office, so it's a known your destination from office to home. But Saturday, Sunday, you forget the path, and that means it's a unknown. Unknown means destination is don't have information. That means in this condition, MAC address size is how many, dear? By default, MAC address size 48 bits. And how many values we are getting? 12 values. Each value 4 bits. If you're having a MAC address, na 000000000A. So how many values count? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So how many values? 12 values. So if you unknown, so we always put F. How many FF we put? Count. How many FF we put? Count.
12.
12. If you're getting a layer 2 FFF, that means this one is which one message we generate? Broadcast. Forward from single to all. Right now, in this condition, this PC will say, I want to communicate with server. So source MAC is known, A. But destination MAC is known or unknown?
Unknown.
So we put how many F?
12 F.
4, 4, and 4. Clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, so this one is unknown. Type field. Type field, we are using a which one protocol to resolve destination MAC? R. Sender is which one? PC1. So sender IP 10.1. MAC is A 10.10. But destination MAC, target MAC is again unknown. But we already put on layer 2 FFF. In target MAC, ARP request message, we put how many 0, dear? 12 times 0. 12 times 0 means which one MAC, dear? Which one MAC? Incomplete MAC. And device say, fill the MAC address. Clear? Fill the MAC address of your destination. Now, whenever switch receive this message on this port, switch say source is known, no worry. Destination is known or unknown? FF means unknown. And by default switch all ports a member of group number 1. So 0 by 2, 0 by 3, 0 by 4, 0 by 5. All devices member of group 1. So in this condition, this switch forward this broadcast message PC2, PC3, PC4 and server. Whenever PC2 receive PC2 check target IP is which one, dear?
10.10.
10.10 and my IP is
2. This is not me.
it's not a match. So that means I will do a drop. 10.3 also do drop. 10.4 also do a drop. But server say I'm getting match. So server will do first task. Create ARP entry for which one device? PC1. PC1 IP 10.1. PC1 MAC A and time start now. And now server verify target MAC is incomplete. I need to fail. So in this case, PC request for MAC, server send back which one message now? Server say I'm sending which one message? ARP
reply.
Now, how to generate ARP reply? First information is layer 2, source MAC, destination MAC, type field. Source MAC is E, destination MAC is A because it's available in ARP table. Type field ARP, and we are sending which one message here?
Reply. ARP reply.
Which one information? Sender IP, sender MAC, target IP, target MAC. Now, sender is 10.10. Sender MAC is sender MAC.
E.
Target is 10.1. Target MAC available in ARP table? Yes.
Yes.
Whenever switch receive, switch verify, destination is no. And last time this destination receive on 0 by 1. And directly switch forward PC1. Whenever PC1 receive, PC1 verify, target IP is match with my IP. So PC1 do first task. Which one? Create ARP entry for which one device? For server 10.10 MAC address E and time. So communication next message directly we are sending which one, dear? ICMP, because in ARP table server MAC address available or not available?
Available.
Available. So ARP process is clear. Now next thing.
Question for you here.
Yes.
The ARP table usually where it will be maintained, where it will be saved. The ARP table where usually it is.
Cache memory. Cache memory. Just like your childhood memory, temporary. Cache memory for short time duration.
In each host.
Yes, each host, each devices, everyone is stored. If you're doing a communication on the basis of layer 3.
But the switch itself, it will keep a record of all the MAC addresses only.
Yes,
right?
only MAC, not IP.
MAC, yeah, MAC only. It will be keep a table of all the MAC, and it will
Yes.
be
How to maintain
how
MAC
long?
table? How to maintain MAC table? We discuss.
Yeah.
Wait 5 minutes only. We discuss.
All right. Okay.
Now, after our process, next topic is which one? How switch learn MAC address. So only two way to do every work in real time, devices, humans, everyone do only 2 times. Which one? We can do work manually. Someone forcefully doing this work. That means which one, dear? Static. Sometimes we are doing automatic without anyone. So that means which one? A dynamic. So basically, last time in theoretical topic, we discussed switch, learn, automatic. Yes or no? So by default, switch, learn, source, MAC address from data, traffic, and put into MAC address table without, and you can say without, not put, you can say store into MAC address table as a automatic learn MAC address. Clear? And this entry store only how many seconds, dear? How many seconds to store this entry? Verify.
300 seconds.
300 seconds.
How many minutes?
300 seconds only.
It's 5 minutes.
Okay. So which one is MAC address table? First, remember this thing. This one is your MAC address table, brother. In MAC address table, we are getting a first information is which one, dear? Group number. Then second information is MAC address. Third information is interface number. Fourth information is way of learning. Which one address is, dear? MAC address. Basically, in real time, we are not getting a way of learning MAC address option. We are getting a which one field here in MAC table? Type field. Type means way of learning MAC address. So way of learning MAC address is only two, na? Static or dynamic. Now next thing. Hold on 1 second. Increase the slide.
So the MAC table and the switch, it will stay only for 300 seconds.
Yeah, some condition. Some condition. Just wait, we discuss step by step. No need to do a quick process. Okay, now. So basically this one is last time design. Yes or no? Remember?
Yeah.
Now. So basically first we need to create which one table? This one is my which one table, dear? MAC address table. In MAC address table, we are getting first group number. Second is MAC address. Third is interface, and fourth is, dear, a type field. Loyal, can you hear me?
Yes,
Go.
I can.
Okay, Neil, can you
Yes.
please tell me? Neil only. Type field means, brother. Type field means. What is the meaning of type field? Why we are using a type field in MAC address table? Loyal, type field means.
We're trying to recall.
Focus on class. No worry. Read this one. Type field means way of learning MAC address. So type field means way of learning MAC address, how to learn. So right now, switch automatically learn. So basically last time, whenever PC1 trying to communicate with server, so PC1 generate which one message? ARP request. In ARP request layer 2, we put source MAC, destination MAC. Source MAC is A, destination MAC is FFF. So whenever switch receive on this port 0 by 1, switch automatically learn which one MAC?
Source.
Group number 1, MAC address is A, port number is 0 by 1, way of learning dynamic, or you can say automatic. Yes or no? Okay, now whenever server send back ARP reply, so layer 2, source MAC is E, destination MAC is A. So switch on this port automatically learn EMAC, Group number 1, E 0/5, and way of learning dynamic. And switch verified destination is A available connected with 0/1 and group 1 member. So directly forward. Done. Now
Okay.
someone configure 0/2 group number 1. Group number 1 MAC is B 0/2, and how many way of learning is which one, dear? Static. Done. Now remember one thing and always do this task. In this condition, PC1 just take a 5 minutes break or 10-minute break for coffee. So PC1 say, brother, I'm not sending any data traffic on my switch in between 10 minutes, for example. So in this condition, switch verify how many MAC learn automatic, verify in MAC table, how many MAC learn automatic, dear? How many MAC learn automatic on switch? MAC address table. 1, 2. So switch, if not receiving on 0/1 any data traffic in between 10 minutes or 5 minutes, then delete this entries automatic, because timer is how many seconds? 300.
300
So
seconds.
entry is deleted, but PC1 say, brother, in my ARP table, entry is available, IP, MAC, time, because ARP table store how many hours this entry? How many hours? 4 hours. 4 hours. So that
Wow.
means whenever this PC user coming after 10 minutes and trying to say, I want to push some data on my server. So generate layer 2, source MAC is A, destination MAC is E. So switch receive your data on 0/1, switch again learn which one MAC address?
The
Which
source.
one MAC? Switch learn again which one MAC?
Oh man.
Group 1, A MAC learn again 0/1, and way of learning again dynamic. This entry again is stored, but whenever switch want to send data traffic E user, so any entry available on my switch? No. No. In this condition, switch will follow one process. It's called which one process, dear? Read the name. Which one process?
UF process?
UUF. UUF means unknown unicast flooding. Which one process? Unknown unicast flooding. Same data forward group 1 user, or you can say devices. So this one user, this one user, this one user, this one user receive. But 10.2, 10.3, 10.4 drop because not match target IP, destination IP 10.10, but server will receive and server will send back reply, data reply, not ARP reply, and switch receive EMAC, and again is store which one entry? Again is store which one entry switch? Group 1. Group 1 EMAC 0/5, and way of learning switch say
Dynamic also. Okay.
dynamic. So entry again is stopped. But this process will happen again if someone taking a break. So in this condition, if your device always do unknown unicast flooding, so which type of issues we are getting? Which type of issues we are getting, brother? So we are getting first issue, CPU utilization of your switch, a low or high. If you're connected with a 48 devices, then CPU utilization high. Second issue, network congestion. Third issue, which one? Third issue, you can say third issue, you can say unknown broadcast we are receiving. Unknown broadcast. Clear? Because PC4 say I already sending some data on my server, but whenever we are receiving a broadcast, so we need to stop this task and first we need to take a reply message for switch. I'm not a 10.10. Clear? I'm a 10.4. So that is the reason in real time network engineer always change. Which one time, dear?
Table.
Which one time? MAC address table, aging time.
Which is the 300? Which is the 300 seconds?
From 300 second to you need to decide, na 8 hours entry will be stored or 10 hours. You can define the time. Clear? So give me 1 second to start.
Can do that on a layer 2 switches.
Yes, always do. Always do, because
But
without
some switches are. This is for the managed switches, right?
yes,
manageable
we
switches.
discuss only manageable. We are not discuss unmanageable, no.
Okay, manageable. Okay.
So we are using a 2960 switch, and we are connecting sub 1, 2, 3, 4 PC, and we are using a server. We discuss how to use packet tracer, so no need to do this lab on your laptop. Clear? Only focus data flow. No need to do a lab. Clear? No need to do lab. Now, this PC having IP 192.168.10.1, 10.2, 3, 4, 10.10. Done? Now, assign IP 10.1, 10.2, 10.3, 10.4, 10.10. This one is 10.10. This one is 10.
Which one? Which one it is?
10.10.
Okay.
Done? Now, give me 1
Okay.
second. Hold on. 1 second to need to do a lab. 1 second. Now, verify. So this PC one say I want to communicate with this server, but can you please verify PC? Go to CMD and write down the command of verification of table ARP -A. Any entry available for server or other users?
Nothing. 0. No.
If you think this command only work on your simulator, so it's wrong. You need to go to CMD on your laptop and write down ARP -A. This one is real-time command also. If you're having a PC, so you can run. Clear? Now, entry is not available, but I want to communicate with this server. So how communication will done? Just go to simulation, start your data, and go to this PC. Go to CMD. I'm saying I want to communicate with a 10. Which one, dear?
10.10 server. Okay.
10.10. But verify this PC will generate how many messages? 1,
Message.
2. This first message is which one, dear?
ICMP.
ICMP. You want to verify?
Request.
Click on this one and read the ping process. ICMP, which one? Echo request. The device set the next hop IP destination. Can you please verify? Layer 3 information is available. Source IP, destination IP. But layer 2 is available?
No.
No. So that is the reason ICMP is incomplete. That is the reason this one is which one message? ARP. Which one? Request. Now click on this message and verify the ARP process, and now verify. Click on next layer, and then go to outbound. And now verify complete one by one. Source MAC is which one device? PC1. Destination MAC is known or unknown? FF means.
unknown.
Type field, this one is hex code 806. That means we are using upper layer. 806 means which one protocol? ARP protocol. Inside ARP protocol header, hardware length. MAC address size is how many bits, dear? Please tell me. MAC address
48.
And how many bytes? In a 1 byte, 8 bits. A 48 bits, how many bytes? 6 byte.
6 bytes.
So hardware length is 6 byte. Okay. IPv4. Basically, protocol we are using IPv4. So protocol length. IPv4 address size is how many bits? 32 bits. 32 bits means how many bytes?
4.
4 bytes. And protocol type is 0x800. That means we are using a version 4 address. Clear? Which one? Version 4. And OP code means operational code message type. 0x001 means request. Source IP, source MAC, target IP, but target MAC is complete or incomplete? 00 means
Incomplete.
okay, clear. Now next thing. So we are sending ARP message on switch. Click on switch and receive the frame switch and next layer. The frame source MAC address available in your MAC table? No. But switch add new MAC. This one is automatically learn or manually learn switch? Automatically.
What's the question again?
So manually.
The source MAC is not existing in your MAC table, but switch add. Why? Switch learn automatically or manually MAC address by default? Automatically learn.
Automatically.
So switch add your entry, but destination MAC is which one?
Broadcast.
Broadcast. So that is the reason. Switch say the broadcast frame, because on layer 2 frame, send out how many ports? All ports. So verify. Everyone receiving?
Yes.
Everyone receiving this message.
That's
That
right.
means 10.2, 10.3, 10.4 saying cross. Red
Yes.
color. Why? Read this line, Gopi. Read this line, Neil or Gopi or Loyal, anyone.
The ARP request target IP address does not match the receiving port's IP address. The ARP process drops the frame. Yeah, because it's not intended for
Not a
them.
target IP 10.10
Not the
because
target,
PC2, PC3, PC4 having a different. I think last time we discussed, but server drop this message.
No, didn't drop it.
I think why not dropping this? This thing is also clear. Read this line, only this line.
The ARP request target IP address matches the receiving port's IP address. The ARP process updates the ARP table with the received information.
Create entry server. Go to server side and verify. Command promote and write down ARP -A. Entry was automatically learn for PC1 and now server send back reply. Yes. Click on this reply message and read. Source MAC is address existing on server. Server MAC address available on switch? No, but switch add automatically learn. And switch say this is a unicast. Why unicast? Why unicast? Go to inbound and verify. Server say source MAC is my, destination MAC is PC1. Known because ARP table will store na server. And ARP protocol we are using. Type field we are getting a 0x806. Inside ARP message, sender IP server, sender MAC is server, target IP PC1, target MAC is PC1. Operational code is which one, dear? 0x001 or 002? Which one?
2.
That means request or reply?
Reply.
Reply. No worry. I think you already remember. Now switch forward. All users or only PC1?
Only PC1.
Because switch having MAC address table And inside MAC
for the
address
source.
table, 0 by 1 is available with this MAC. Now verify. Only PC1 receive, and PC1 will do one more thing. Which one? Read this line. This
The
one.
ARP process takes out, the ARP process updates the ARP table with the received information.
So PC1 also maintain, and then communication will be directly with PC1 to server 1. Directly can communicate. Server, then server to switch to PC1. Clear? Now,
Yeah.
I'm going to PC2 and go to CMD, and I will do one thing. IP config /all. So PC2 MAC address is this one. Copy this MAC, go to switch, and I will do manually entry. Config mode, no need to learn this thing right now. We discuss later. MAC address table, VLAN, MAC address table, static, VLAN. This one is my PC2 MAC for VLAN 1. Interface is FA0 by 2. And now verify in MAC address table how many entries available, dear?
Okay.
3 entries, 2 dynamic,
And one static.
one is
One
manual.
you added.
Yes, right now this PC say I'm taking a 10-minute break or 5 minutes break. Right now time is how many? 10:21. So just wait 5 minutes. We are not sending any data from this PC. Clear? Now wait. Switch automatically flush this one, but static never flush. Wait. I'm just doing on mute your on your mics. Clear? And wait 5 minutes. Neil, can you hear me? Neil?
Yes.
So right now your current time zone, it's a California, na?
Yes.
No need to sleep, okay? Just wake up.
Yes.
Because it's a midnight na for you. I think 12 o'clock.
No, it's not midnight in California. It's 8:55
8:55.
p.m. Yeah.
Yeah, AM na or PM?
8:55 p.m.
PM. Okay.
Yeah,
I think
your
time.
clock's not back.
Okay, I think you are getting some changes now after 6 months, or which one month you are getting a change?
Now only in November, first week November, they changed the clocks went back by an hour.
Yeah. Because Prakashji, last time I'm taking a batch, Prakashji from California, CCNA in early morning, you can say 8:30. So Prakashji say time is last time I think 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock PM.
AM.
PM.
Oh, PM. Acha, okay.
Oh, Neil, lucky you. It's now 11:55 p.m. in Canada, Ontario.
Oh, you're
Okay.
on the east side. Okay.
Yeah,
Canada time is right now in Canada, I think
11:55.
11:55 PM. Yeah, Loyal is getting lucky. After
Yeah, I'm just want to finish to go sleep.
yeah, but I think in one country time zone is different. Hold on, Fiji.
Fiji.
Yeah, 7:25. Because after your batch, I'm getting one more batch CCI from Fiji. 7:25. This history is coming 7:25.
3 hours behind India time.
Yes. Okay. So now we need to check your MAC address table because 5 minutes is already done. It's a 10:26. Go to switch and write down the again show MAC address table command. And now verify how many entries deleted, brother, dear.
Yeah, the two dynamic entries.
2 entries deleted. Now verify on your devices. PC1 having ARP entry. Verify. Yes, because it's a 4 hours store. Now server having entry. Yes, 4 hours. Go to symbolization and start. And go to PC1 and PC1 say, brother, I want to communicate with my server. Enter. So PC1 generates some data. This data receive switch and read this line. Switch say source MAC address does not exist, but I will add. This is a unicast because destination is known. Yes or no? But read this line. The frame destination MAC address is available in your MAC table. Read this line.
Okay.
It's not.
Not available. Not available. So switch flood. Frame all ports. Unknown unicast flooding. Verify. Yes, but which one device send back reply? Only server.
Only the server.
Yes. And switch again add MAC address table and forward back PC1
source.
and verify switch MAC address table again. How many entries available? 2 entries. Topic is over.
Okay.
Any issue? Any doubts? Only go through the videos. Clear? No need to do any labs. Clear? We discuss again some labs. But right now, only do which one task? Make some notes for data flow, device theory. Clear? And again tomorrow, that means today is Thursday or Wednesday? Which one day today?
Today Thursday.
Thursday. So we meet again Monday and we discuss router theory, packet flow, ARP table, proxy ARP, and routing table. Clear? For router. Any doubt? This thing is clear? Okay. Okay, bye-bye. Take care.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay.
We can.
Okay. So this training is related with Fortinet firewall, right? Suresh, do you have any experience with firewall device? Suresh?
We don't have Jitendra.
Okay. So are you working with routing and switching?
Yeah.
Switching.
Switching.
Mustafa, do you have any experience with firewall?
Hi, sir.
Hi, Mustafa.
Actually, right now I'm working in a company.
Okay.
So there I have like project experience. So in that, in the next project we have a Fortinet firewall.
Mhm.
So I've just worked on the consoles like admin console, but not from the scratch.
Okay. No problem. Sunita,
Sir, as you know, like
yes, I
you,
already know you.
yeah, but Fortinet, sir, now the company I joined, it's everything is Fortinet, 40 switch, 40 everything, 40 gate.
48
So
products.
yeah,
Hmm.
so it's been very hard for me to learn things. Yeah.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah.
Let's start our discussion with intro.
Yes, sir.
So, see, I will start from scratch. Okay. I will start from what is firewall exactly. But before start training, let's discuss topic today. Okay. Total training will take in Fortinet. This training is related with NSC4. This training is called what? NSC4 training. Okay. NSC4. Please wait. Okay. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this training is related with NSC4 program. Okay, I will tell you about the 48 certifications, no problem. So complete training will take minimum, this NSC4 training, complete training will take minimum 26 to 28 hours. 28 hours. What I can provide you from my side, I can provide you slides and notes. So we have a proper notes for each topic. For example, if I'm talking about firewall policy configuration in Fortinet, so you can verify here. I can show you. We have a proper notes and slide. For example, in case if we are talking about firewall policy concept. So you can follow this slide. You can follow this notes, step-by-step notes for configuration. See, it means we have a slide for each and every topic. I can share, no problem. Software and tools, for lab setup. I can also help you to set up the lab, no problem. So, but you know, the minimum requirement to set up the 48-hour lab is you need to have 8 GB RAM in your laptop. If you have 8 GB RAM, so you can set up your lab, no problem, for only 48 hour blocks. So let's start our topic discussion. So these are the modules. In our complete training, we have 14 modules, and the first topic is called Introduction and Initial Configuration. Okay, before this topic, I will tell you the basic concept about firewall terminology, okay, firewall techniques. So this is not related with Fortinet. This is common topic. Like for any next generation firewall box. So I can tell you what is firewall first, what is firewall device, and I can discuss firewall technique, firewall techniques. After that, we can start our discussion. After that, we can start our first topic. It's called Introduction and Initial Configuration. So like other vendor, you guys are familiar with the CCNA, right? CCNA concept. So remember in CCNA, we all know the concept about router and switches. We all know how to configure it. We all know the product family information. In Cisco, it's like Cisco router, Cisco switches series. Same, like if I'm learning 48 products, so 48 firewall box, so I need to know the product family about Fortinet, like entry-level firewall device or mid-range firewall box or high-end devices. So I can tell you here in introduction and initial configuration, I can tell you about the product family first, product family information. Then why Fortinet? Because in market we have multiple vendors. For next generation firewall, you can verify here. Let me show you. For next generation firewall, we have multiple vendors in the market. These are the vendors, guys. These are the vendors for next generation firewall. Our focus is on Fortinet. So why Fortinet? Because we have Palo Alto, we have Checkpoint Firewall, we have Cisco. And why Fortinet? So we can discuss in introduction and initial configuration here. After that, we can go on to the CLI configuration, how to access Fortinet Firewall box through CLI, and all CLI basic command we can discuss. After that, we can go on to the graphical page. So most of the configuration we can do with the graphical page. But yes, you can use CLI command. I can show you some command for a policy configuration, for NAT configuration, for routing configuration. I can show you. But most of the configuration we can do with the graphical page. So in introduction and initial configuration, after product family, after product discussion, we can go on to the CLI option and graphical option. Here we can discuss one more concept. It's called interface configuration. Interface configuration. Interface. If you guys are familiar with the Palo Alto, remember in Palo Alto we have L3 interface, L2 interface. We all are familiar with these type of interfaces, right?
Yes, sir.
L2 and L3. Okay, in Palo Alto we have tap interface, we have virtual wire interface, we have high
HM.
availability interface. So like other vendor like Palo Alto, like Cisco, like Checkpoint Firewall box, you can configure interfaces here. We can configure interfaces. I can show you the both option, how to configure IP address through CLI, through graphical page. So interface configuration we can focus with CLI and graphical page. And here we can discuss both options. We can focus on physical interface configuration and what logical. In logical, we can discuss VLAN interface concept. Then we can go on to the SVI interface. SVI interface, you can go with the ether channel concept. Remember ether channel? Ether channel is related with routing and switching. So you can go with the ether channel concept. Yes, you can configure redundant interface. You can create loopback option. You can create loopback interface. So these are related with the logical interface configuration on Fortinet Firewall box. But yes, you can configure your physical interface also. So I will show you all the scenario, how to work with the interfaces, how to configure it. After that, we can discuss one more concept here in introduction and initial configuration is called RBAC. RBAC is a common topic. It's called role-based access control. We can create multiple firewall administrator. We can create multiple firewall administrator to manage our FortiGate firewall box. We can also define the level of access. For example, I have L3 administrator in my organization and L1 administrator. L3 admin can do any kind of changes, can do any kind of configuration. What about L1 administrator? L1 admin can only read the configuration. He cannot change anything. So we can discuss here how to create multiple firewall administrators and how to define the level of access, or you can say how to define the permission. Okay, clear my point, Sunita, Suresh?
Yes, sir.
Mustafa, any question?
Yes,
No, sir.
Jitendra. No.
Okay, so this is called what? RBAC. So only this concept, this chapter number 1 will take minimum 3 to 4 hours. Only this first chapter, first topic. After that, we can go on to the routing concept, and yes, it's a common topic. But you know, guys, routing concept we are using on router. We can configure routing on router, like static routing, default, RIP configuration, EIGRP, BGP, OSPF. We can configure on routers. But you know, like other vendor, Fortinet is giving you the option to configure routing. For example, you are working with a small organization where you have a single FortiGate firewall box. You don't have any router, and you want to connect your firewall with internet. So you need to configure routing here, like static, default, or dynamic. So I can show you how to configure all routing concept here. we can focus on static routing, then default routing. I'm not telling you the storyline, okay? You guys are familiar with the storyline. What is static, what is default? I'm telling you how to configure it on FortiGate firewall box through CLI, through graphical page. Then you can move on to the dynamic routing concept. In dynamic routing, we can focus on RIP and OSPF configuration and BG. So I can tell you all how to configure routing configuration on FortiGate firewall box. Once you configure your routing, after that you can go on to the translation, and yes, it's a common topic. You guys are familiar with the NAT from CCNA. Remember, in CCNA, we have 3 types of NAT in CCNA: static NAT, right? Dynamic NAT, and PAT. Remember, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Static, dynamic, and PAT. So what is PAT, Suresh? Can you
Port
help me
address
out?
translator.
Okay, where we can use PAT option.
Single static IP address with multiple ports.
Single static IP. You can use outgoing interface IP address also, Suresh. It's not mandatory.
Yeah.
Static IP. Okay, Mustafa, what is dynamic NAT? Any idea, Mustafa? Mustafa,
Hi. Yeah.
do you have any idea about static and dynamic?
Yeah. The dynamic NAT will be given dynamic IPs to the outside world.
No.
Static can be defined.
Statically.
Static
Okay,
can be
okay. What is
defined.
Mustafa? What is NAT exactly? What do you think? What is NAT?
It will translate the address.
Okay, we are using NAT for translation, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so these are the options, Mustafa. These are the NAT translation option, translation configuration option. But these topics are related with CCNA,
Yes.
CCNA routing and switching. Sunita, what is static NAT?
Sir, static, we will assign a single like address to a single device. We can't do multiple address translation.
In static NAT, we can do one-to-one mapping.
Yes, one-on-one mapping.
One-to-one mapping. Okay.
Yeah.
And in dynamic NAT,
One to
we
many.
can create a pool of IP, range
Yes.
of IP address. And in
DHCP
PAT, we can yes, in PAT we can translate multiple private IP address with single public IP. Suresh.
Yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter it's a static IP or outgoing interface IP. It doesn't matter. Okay, you can translate multiple private IP address into single public. So this concept is called NAT. So NAT, this topic is a common topic, guys. Remember always, NAT you can configure on Palo Alto Firewall, on Checkpoint Firewall, on Cisco ASA, Cisco FTD, or you can configure on Fortinet. In Fortinet, we can focus 2 types of NAT. It's called source NAT. Source NAT concept. And second, we can discuss is called destination NAT. Destination NAT. And to configure this source and destination, we have 2 configuration options. 2 configuration option. First one is called what? Firewall policy NAT. And second is called central NAT. Central NAT concept. So our focus is on what? First, we will discuss what is NAT, why we are using NAT concept. I will revise, no problem. It's a CCNA concept, but I can revise, no problem. So first we can focus on what is NAT. After that, we can discuss scenario for source and destination NAT. In this scenario, we are using source NAT or for destination NAT. And after that, for source and destination NAT configuration, we have 2 configuration options. So to configure source and destination NAT, either you can go with the firewall policy NAT or you can go with the central NAT. So only this NAT concept will take minimum 3 to 4 hours. okay, with the theoretical and practical implementation. I will tell you both with scenario. I will show you the practical. Okay, so NAT we are using only for Mustafa for translation, right? Suresh, Sunita,
Network.
NAT concept we are using only for translation.
Yes, sir.
But if you want to allow traffic from one network to another network, for example, here we have 140-gate firewall box. It's a 140-gate firewall box, and this firewall is connected with LAN network and WAN site, WAN network. If you want to allow traffic from one network to another network, you need to configure firewall policy.
Policies.
Remember always, guys. Remember always.
Yes.
Remember always your Palo Alto Firewall, Checkpoint, CCSA, Checkpoint Firewall Box, or you can say Cisco FTD, Cisco Firepower Threat Defense. These firewalls are using a technique is called JBF. They are working with this technique is called JBF, zone-based firewall. So in case if you are working with any zone-based firewall, so the concept is if you want to allow traffic from one zone to another zone, in case if you are working with these firewall devices, Palo Alto, Checkpoint, and FTD. So here we have a zone concept. If you want to allow traffic from one zone to another zone, you need to configure policy. In Palo Alto, you can create security policy. In Checkpoint, you can create access control policy. In Cisco FTD, you can create access policy. But Fortinet is not a zone-based firewall. Remember always, no. Fortinet is not a zone-based firewall. In Fortinet, concept is what? In Fortinet, if you want to allow traffic from one interface to another interface, if you want to allow traffic from one interface to another interface, so you need to configure firewall policy. So Fortinet is not a zone-based firewall. So here we have a concept, firewall policy concept. We can focus here how to allow traffic from one interface to another interface, how to create multiple firewall policy. For example, if I'm working with a big organization, if I want to create 100, 200 firewall policy rule, how to create policy with CLI option, how to configure with graphical page. We'll discuss both, no problem. We'll discuss both. And if you want to, if you have multiple firewall policies, so how to arrange, how to work with these firewall policies, how to delete, how to edit, we'll discuss in detail. We have a proper topic on firewall policy. Next we can discuss is called web filtering concept. What is web filtering?
Sir, if any website we want to block or give limited access to particular group of people, we can add this web filtering options. We can work on this and do the needful.
Yes, remember URL filtering Palo Alto training?
Yes, sir.
It's the same. It's the same.
Yeah.
It's the same. But in 14 you will get some extra feature. I will show you.
Okay.
But see, but the point is what? These topics, web filtering, application control, antivirus, and I can add one more topic here is called file filter. So in Fortinet, we can discuss security profile. These are what? These are security profiles. Security profiles means what? These are the next generation firewall feature. Next generation firewall feature. So for example, see, here we have a firewall device. And this firewall device is connected with a LAN, and we have WAN connectivity. As per your firewall policy, for example, traffic is traveling from LAN to WAN site. No problem. This inside machine can access the server. So as per firewall policy, traffic is traveling. But let's take example, this inside machine is trying to download a file. from this outside server, and maybe this file is infected with some malicious code, maybe. So only your firewall policy cannot detect this malicious information within a session. Your firewall policy cannot detect. That's why what we can do, we can create security profile here. For example, I can create, in this scenario, I can create antivirus profile. And this antivirus profile I can attach with firewall policy. Okay, so because of, as per firewall policy, traffic is traveling. So session is established and this inside machine is trying to download a malicious file. So your antivirus profile can detect viruses within a session. Within your live session, your firewall can detect viruses on behalf of antivirus signature database. And once it detects viruses, you can take an action. You can block the session, you can block the traffic. So this inside machine cannot download malicious file, for example. So these are what? These are this web filtering, application control, antivirus profile, file filter. These are what? These are called security profiles. It's a common topic, guys. If you go with the Palo Alto or Checkpoint Firewall Box or Cisco Firepower Threat Defense, yes, you need to create security profiles. It's a common topic. So with web filtering, what we can do, if you want to block any specific URL in your organization, a specific URL, or if you want to block URL categories, for example, I want to block in my organization, I want to block all political organization website. I want to block all news and media category website. I want to block all gaming category website. Yes, we can do this. We can do this with web filtering. In Fortinet, you can say web filtering. In Palo Alto, this is called URL filtering. So see, we have a proper topic. Chapter number 5 is dedicated for, it is dedicated for web filtering. So we can discuss in detail. Right now, I'm giving you the basic idea. Clear my point? Everyone?
Yes, sir.
Right now, I'm giving you the basic idea, but we'll discuss in detail. Okay, because when you configure web filtering, you can discuss a lots of things. For example, inspection mode. Here we have two type of inspection mode is called flow-based, proxy-based. So we'll discuss in detail. But right now, I'm giving idea. With web filtering, you can block any, you can block, allow, monitor any specific URL or URL categories. Yes. Okay. Fortinet firewall is a next generation firewall. Okay, so this firewall can detect applications, on behalf of application signature database. For example, in my organization, I want to block Facebook application. I want to block LinkedIn application. I want to block YouTube application. Yes, I can do this. Either you can go with a specific application or you can go with the application group, application category. For example, I want to block all email category application. I can do this. I can block with application control. In Fortinet, this is called application control. In Palo Alto, this is called app ID, application identification. So don't confuse, okay? The concept is common. Application control concept is a common. So with application control, your firewall can detect application and you can take an action. Antivirus profile, your firewall can detect malicious information, virus, spyware, malware. Your Palo Alto firewall or your antivirus profile can detect behalf of antivirus signature database and can take an action. File filter is also a security profile. Let's take example, in your organization, you don't want to allow exe file, for example, exe file or PDF file. No one can upload or download exe or PDF file in your organization. These are what? These are the file extension, right? Everyone? Exe, PDF, MP4, MP3, WMB. These are what? These are the file extensions. So in my organization, if I want to block. No one can upload or download exe file or PDF file. I can do this with file filter option. So these are called security profile concept. Okay, now next topic is called FortiGate 80. What is FortiGate 80? See, as per your firewall policy, wait, I told you, as per your firewall policy, wait. Okay, so as per your firewall policy, traffic is traveling. For example, this inside machine IP address is 192.168.10.10. So this inside machine is trying to hit onto this incoming interface port number 2 and outgoing interface is port number 1. So traffic is traveling as per your firewall policy. And I have a rule. I have what? I have a firewall policy right now. So this is called a firewall policy. For example, this is called firewall policy rule 1. This is your first rule. For example, as per this firewall policy, traffic is traveling. So if someone will hit onto this rule, you can monitor the log. You can monitor your traffic. If someone will hit onto the firewall policy, you can verify the log information. So in log, you can get only incoming interface, hello, can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Sunita?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you verify your log information, so you will get incoming interface, outgoing interface, going interface, source IP, destination IP, but you don't know which user account. You don't know which user account is trying to access this malicious information from outside. So for full visibility, we can discuss FortiGate 80. Sunita, remember a concept
Yes, sir.
in Palo Alto training? Remember a concept?
Exactly.
User
Yes.
ID?
Mm-hmm.
User ID? Same concept we
Yes.
have here. Same concept we have is called FortiGate 80, or you can say firewall
Aggregated.
authentication. In Fortinet, this concept is called FortiGate 80 or firewall authentication.
Authentication.
So
Okay.
for full visibility, what we can do, we can create user account. We can create user account. So you have two options, guys. You have two options. Either you can create your user account in local database in FortiGate firewall, local database, or you can go with the remote authentication server. Remote authentication servers. Like you have multiple remote authentication server like Radius,
Takas.
EIUS, TechX we have. Or LDAP, or you can say Active Directory, LDAP. So what you can do, either you can create user account in local database and you can use this local database user account in your firewall policy configuration, or you can integrate your firewall box with any remote authentication servers like Radius, TechX, LDAP. So in this section, in this FortiGate 80, I can tell you how to work with user account, how to create user account in local database, how to create group account in local database, or in case if I'm working in a big organization and I want to integrate my firewall box with remote authentication server, yes, I can tell you how to configure, how to integrate. So this concept is called what? FortiGate 80. After that, we can go on to the virtual domain, and it's a common topic. In Cisco, this concept is called virtual firewall. Virtual firewall. We can divide our single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall. Multiple virtual firewall. See, for example, here we have a FortiGate firewall device, and this firewall is connected with a switch. We have multiple computers, you can say, or multiple departments. For example, in LAN side, I have multiple departments. For example, marketing department, sales department, and HR department. So this is called marketing, sales, and HR. And these departments are connected with the firewall device. So now let's talk about a scenario. Okay, wait, Arjun, can you hear me? Arjun. Arjun, you are late. Can you hear me, Arjun? Okay, let's continue. Mustafa, Suresh, Sunita.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's
Yeah,
talk
you
about
can-
scenario. Let's talk about scenario. So for example, here in LAN side, we have multiple departments like marketing, sales, and HR. Multiple departments. So for example, for each department, my requirement is different. For each department, I want to configure separate type of routing concept, separate type of translation rule. I want to configure separate type of firewall policy, or you can say for marketing and for sales, I want dedicated L3 firewall, and for HR, I want a dedicated L2 firewall. So in this small scenario, in this small network, what we can do, we need 3 separate dedicated firewall for each department. Single firewall box cannot handle. It means this single device as per requirement, for example. So what you can do, you can purchase 3 separate boxes. That is the solution. But if you are going with the 3 separate physical boxes, then the cost is very high. That's why what we can do, we can purchase a single big box, and with the help of a license, you can divide your single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall device. Okay, you can divide your single firewall box into multiple virtual. This concept is called VDOM. In short, you can say VDOM concept or virtual domain. So now we have firewall box 1, firewall box 2, and firewall box 3. So these are what? These are interfaces. These are interfaces. So now marketing traffic is traveling via marketing firewall box, sales traffic is traveling via sales firewall device, and HR traffic is traveling via HR firewall. So now we have 3 independent units. These are the logical, but these are the 3 separate independent devices. Firewall box 1 don't know anything about firewall box 2 and 3. So we can divide our single firewall box into multiple firewall box. This concept is called VDOM. It means this is called firewall marketing VDOM, sales VDOM, HR VDOM. So what is the concept? How to divide, how to work with VDOM concept, we'll discuss in detail. But this is the basic concept. Sunita, clear for you? What is VDOM? We can divide our
Yes, sir.
single firewall box. Mustafa, Arjun,
Yeah, understood.
Desh.
Jitendra, I have some question. Can I ask now? Or
Sure.
can I-
You can ask. No problem.
Yeah. This is same like virtual VLAN, right? The in switch, whatever we are.
You
creating.
can say. Like
Yeah. So in this case, do we require multiple ISP link or one link is
see,
enough?
it's depend upon scenario, Suresh. Depend upon
Okay.
scenario. We have two. When we will discuss VDOM concept in detail,
Mhm.
I will tell you the two. I will tell you 2 scenarios. First is called independent. Let me show you. Right now, I'm giving you the basic idea I told you, but when we'll talk in detail, so I will show you the scenario. See, so we have 2 scenarios. It's Suresh question, right? Suresh?
Yeah.
See, so we'll discuss 2 scenarios, Suresh. First scenario is called independent VDOMs. Or next scenario you can discuss is called routing through a single VDOM. So see, In this scenario, we need a separate internet ISP link for each V2. Clear my point?
Yeah.
Or maybe in your organization you have a single ISP connection, maybe, right? Maybe you
Yeah. We have only one
have
connection.
multiple departments in your LAN side, but on your WAN side you have a single ISP connection, right? So we'll discuss this scenario, no problem. Clear my point now?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We'll discuss. Any other questions, Suresh?
Nothing. That's all.
Sunita, any question?
No, sir.
Arjun, you are late, dear. Arjun, can you hear me? Arjun, dear, can you hear me? Mustafa, any question, dear?
Not yet. It's okay.
Okay, now the next topic we can focus on layer 2 firewall. Layer 2 firewall. Remember, always you can use your firewall device in two mode. Either you can use your firewall as a L3 firewall device, as a L3 firewall, or you can say NAT mode firewall, or you can say L3 firewall, or you can say routed firewall, or you can use your firewall mode as a L2, or you can say transparent firewall. See, for example, if I have a firewall device and this firewall mode is a NAT, let's take example. If this firewall mode is NAT mode, so we can configure IP address onto these interfaces. We can configure IP onto these interfaces. We can configure routing onto this firewall, NAT, VPN concept, and yes, it's a next generation firewall. So we can use next generation firewall feature. Okay? We can use next generation firewall feature. So how to work with a layer 3 firewall device? I can tell you here in introduction and initial configuration, routing, NAT we can implement, VPN we can implement on L3 firewall, on NAT mode firewall. But let's take example, if I'm using this firewall device, as a layer 2, for example, as a layer 2 firewall. So if this firewall is acting as a layer 2, or you can say as a transparent firewall, so you cannot configure IP address here. Onto these interfaces, you cannot configure IP address because these interfaces are acting as a layer 2. It's not a switch port. It's a layer 2 interface. It means we cannot configure IP address onto this interface. That's it. And it's a layer 2 firewall box, so we cannot configure routing. We cannot configure NAT, VPN, no. But yes, it's a next generation firewall. So we can use next generation firewall feature. So the point is with L3 firewall, or you can say with NAT mode firewall, we have a great feature. First, we can configure IP address on interface. We can configure routing, NAT, VPN. So we have a great feature with NAT mode firewall. With layer 2 firewall box, we have some limitation, right? These are the limitations. So in this scenario, we can use our firewall as a layer 2. That is the point. That is the question. In this scenario, we can use our firewall device as a layer 2. So we'll discuss in detail. But right now, I'm giving you the idea. So this is what layer 2 firewall. Layer 2 firewall concept is called transparent firewall. So we can discuss in detail about layer 2 firewall. Clear my point?
Yes, sir.
After that, we can go on to the login and monitoring. This topic can help you for troubleshooting. If someone will hit on your NAT policy, if someone will hit on your firewall policy, or on your security profile, or if there is any routing problem, packet loss, something, or if there is any interface down, up, something, there is some issue, or maybe VPN tunnel is down. So these type of logs we can discuss in logging and monitoring. Into this section. Into this section, I can discuss GUI and CLI both. I can discuss both log GUI and CLI. So in CLI, what we have, we can capture the packet. You can capture the packet with CLI option. I can show you some commands syntax. With graphical page, I can show you all the logs related with security profiles, related with firewall policy, related with NAT, routing. So for logs, there are two options. Either you can store your log in local database. Either you can store your log in local database, or you can go with the remote logging server like syslog, or you can go with the SNMP. So I can show you both how you can send your logs on syslog and on SNMP, or how to store our logs on in local database. So logging and monitoring is an interesting topic. Here we can discuss some troubleshooting. After that, we can go on to the VPN section, chapter number 12 and 13. These two topics are dedicated for VPN section. So first we can focus on what is VPN, virtual private network, what is the feature to use VPN concept. And if you talk about VPN implementation, so we can discuss two concepts, IPsec, and second is called SSL VPN. IPsec we are using for site to site VPN connectivity. If you want to connect multiple branch offices, for example, wait. So for example, if we have multiple branch offices, and if you want to connect these branch offices over this public network, over this untrusted network in a secure manner, so you can go with the site-to-site VPN implementation. For site-to-site, you can use IPsec. In Fortinet, we will discuss 3 labs only for site-to-site VPN connectivity. In Fortinet, we can focus on route-based site-to-site VPN. Then you can discuss policy-based site-to-site VPN. And third option is called what? Template-based site-to-site VPN. So we have 3 concepts. We have 3 scenarios to discuss site-to-site VPN implementation. Okay, the next concept in VPN we can discuss is called remote access VPN. In remote access VPN, this home user, you can say, this home user or this remote user or this outside user, for example, he has a simple internet connectivity and he's trying to access company private resources. For example, here we have company private resources. Here we have web server, SMTP server, DNS server, for example, multiple servers. And this outside user, this home user, this whole remote user, you can say, is trying to access company private resources over this public network. So this outside user, he need to establish a connection. He need to establish a connection, a VPN connection. This connection is called what? Remote access VPN connection. So first, he need to establish a VPN connection. And once this connection is established, so he is allowed to access company private resources. He can access. And now the traffic in between his laptop and this VPN gateway device is fully secure. So for remote access VPN configuration, either you can go with the IPsec or you can go with the SSL VPN. You can go with the SSL VPN. In SSL VPN, we can discuss 2 concepts here. In SSL VPN, we can discuss 2 concepts. It's called tunnel mode. And second option is called web mode. Tunnel mode and web mode. So only this chapter number 12 and 13 are only these 2 topics will take 6 to 7 hours to finish. This IPsec, because in IPsec site-to-site VPN implementation, we have 3 labs: route-based, policy-based, and template-based. And to configure remote access VPN, I can show you both options: how to configure with IPsec or how to configure with SSL. In SSL, we have 2 labs. We can go with the tunnel mode option or we can go with the web mode option. Clear my point? Arjun, can you hear me? Mustafa, Sunita?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so these two chapters, chapter number 12 and 13, these two topics are related with VPN concept. After that, we can go on to the high availability. It's a common topic. High availability is a common topic. You can say in Cisco, you can say failover concept. In Palo Alto, you can say high availability. In Checkpoint, you can say clustering. So what is high availability? See, for example, I'm working with a small scenario. I have a firewall device with LAN connectivity and WAN connectivity. Everything is working fine into this topology. Everything is working fine. It means traffic is traveling. Traffic is traveling via this firewall box. We are using routing here, NAT, VPN, security profile, everything is working fine. And traffic is traveling. But here into this scenario, into this topology, we have a problem. We are working with single firewall device and there is no any backup, there is no any redundancy. In case if this box goes down, then you will lose your connectivity. Your LAN user cannot go onto the internet site, cannot access internet services. In that case, what we can do, we can add one more device. In that case, we can go with the high availability. For high availability, I can add one more device. It's called firewall box 2. This is called firewall box 1. And now I need to change my topology. Right now, I'm giving you the basic idea, but we will discuss in detail. Okay. So we have WAN connectivity and LAN site. So second firewall box I'm using for high availability. If you talk about high availability concept here in Fortinet, so we can discuss active passive and we can discuss active mode. These are called what? These are high availability mode. Active passive, active. In active passive scenario, you can utilize only one firewall device into your high availability cluster, and rest of the firewalls in the cluster, they are acting as a passive device. Clear my point?
Yes, sir.
Guys, wait 1 minute. Okay, can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Srita, Suresh, Mustafa?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, Jitendra.
Okay, so now in active passive cluster, in active passive high availability, we can utilize only one firewall device. And rest of the firewall in the cluster, they are acting as a passive state. So see, and in between firewall box 1 and firewall box 2, we are using a link. This link is called HA link, high availability link. In case if you are working with Palo Alto firewall device, so in Palo Alto, we need two link. It's called high availability HA, high availability link 1 and high availability link 2. This is called control link. And this is called what? Data link.
Data.
In Palo. But in Fortinet, in Cisco, we need a single failover link. Single failover link will handle all the configuration. Okay, but if you want to add one more link, so in Fortinet. So this link we are using only for backup. In case if this link is down, so this second link will take the responsibility. So I will tell you in detail, but this is what high availability concept. So now in active passive, for example, this device is active and this device is passive. Traffic is traveling. In case if this box is not working, is down, then your firewall box 2 will take the responsibility and this box will become active. And traffic is automatically traveling via this firewall device. So in active passive, you can utilize only one firewall box in the cluster. And rest of the firewall box, they are acting as a passive. But in case if you want to utilize all the firewall box, for example, all the firewall devices, so you can go with the active. In active cluster, you can utilize all the firewall devices, all the firewalls. Clear my point? This concept, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Jitendra.
Mustafa, any question? Suresh, do you have any question?
So which mode is better? Active is better or active passive? Is better?
Depend upon your scenario, Suresh. Okay, most of the organization they are using active passive.
Okay.
They are using active passive.
So see, as per my experience, what happened, the passive is sometime what happened if you are not using the, it might be hardware failure or something, it would be happen, right? So maybe active is better, right?
No. See, in active passive, you can set a timer. Once this, for example, if this device is down, okay, in 1 or 2 seconds, this firewall box will come up again. This second firewall box will act as active.
Okay.
It's a quick timer. You can use, for example, after 2 seconds, this firewall box will act as active. So yes, you can use, no problem.
So do we have that preempt option here?
Preempt, yes,
It's a timer.
we can use preempt options. We can use preempt, we can use priority, we can go with the cluster settings. We'll discuss in detail, okay? But this is high availability. Clear my point?
Yes.
So only this concept, this high availability concept will take minimum 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours to finish. So this is just an introduction session, guys, okay? Session, we can start our session because in your batch there are 7 students. And today only 3 students are available right now. So we can start our training, our first topic, introduction and initial configuration from next weekend. And our timing is fixed. Our timing is 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Clear, everyone?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's continue our topic in next class.
Only Sunday.
Sir, you are
No,
in mute.
it's a weekend batch. No, it's a Saturday and Sunday batch.
Oh, okay, fine.
Saturday,
Because
Sunday.
we started from Sunday, that is why I'm going.
Yes. Okay, everyone. So let's continue our topic in next session.
Okay,
Bye,
sir.
guys. Take care, everyone. Good night.
Thank you, sir. Same to you. Bye.
Jitendra,
Yes.
one sec.
Yes.
See, actually, in FortiGate website, they are showing this one NSF and model 1 and 2 is the free certificate, right?
Yes. These are the certification. In Fortinet, we have NSC 1, 2,
1,
NSC 7.
2. Yeah, correct.
NSC
See,
7. And see,
1 and 2 is
1, 2, and 3. NSC 1, 2, and 3. These are the free certifications.
okay.
You can log in. You can go with the training.fortinet.com. You can create an account. You can log in. You can watch some videos. You can attempt some questions, and you can pass your examination. This NSC 1, 2, 3. This will take hardly 1 to 2 hours to pass this examination. NSC 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Our training is related with NSC 4.
Okay.
NSC 4. After NSC 4, you can go for NSC 5. NSC 5, this is called Forti Manager. This is called Forti Manager. Forti Manager training plus Forti Analyzer. And you can go with the NSC 6 or NSC 7. NSC 7 is called Advanced Enterprises Firewall. We'll discuss, okay? But this is our training, NSC 4. Clear?
So do you need to have to follow this sequence like to clear?
No. These are just introduction.
Mhm.
These are just introduction. It's not related with firewall.
No, for 7 we need to clear the 6th one, or we can skip it.
No, see, for training you can start. You have to start first with NSE4. After that, you can start any device.
Okay.
First start with the NSE4. After that, and after NSE4, you can directly move on to the NSE7. No problem.
Okay.
Jitendra, can you help me to this? Can you guide me to how to clear this NSE 1 and 2, 3?
Yes, I will see. I will tell you. I will tell you in our next class. This is our topic. Let me show you. This is our topic. We will discuss Fortinet certifications. Let me show you.
Okay.
Today it's just a topic discussion, but yes, I will tell you. See, NSE certifications. See.
Okay.
Clear?
Okay.
Okay, everyone. Bye, guys. Take care. Good night, everyone.
Okay.
Bye, sir.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Hear me, everyone.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, guys. Let's
Yes,
start
sir.
the session now. Okay. Please
Yes.
turn off your mic. In case if you have any question, you can unmute. So let's start our discussion. In previous session, we are completed our topic discussion, and today we can start our first topic. Is called introduction and initial configuration. Our first topic is introduction and initial configuration. Wait. So this training is related with NSE4. These are what Fortinet certifications, and Fortinet training is called NSC program. This is called NSC program is called Network Security Expert Program. It has 8 level of certifications. Like in Cisco, we have CCNA, CCNP, and CCIE. In Palo Alto, you can go with PCNSA, PCNSE. In Checkpoint, we have CCSA and CCSE. Same in Fortinet, we have 8 level of certifications. So in NSE program, we have NSE 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. NSE 1, 2, and 3. These 3 certifications are totally free. Totally free. What you can do, you can go on training.fortinet.com. You can log in with training.fortinet.com. You can create an account. If you don't have account, so you can click on sign up. You can create your account, and you can log in. You can log in with your ID and password. Once you log in, so you can watch some videos for NSE 1, 2, and 3, and you can watch some video and you can attempt some questions. NSE 1, 2, and 3, it will hardly take maximum 1 to 2 hours to get the certifications. NSE 1, 2, and 3. You can watch some video, you can attempt some questions. Hardly it will take 2 hours. 2 hours. But our training is related with NSE4. This is called NSE4, Fortinet Firewall Deployment. And this is our program. This is our training. In case if you want to go for advanced training, so you can go for NSE5. NSE5 is related with FortiAnalyzer and FortiManager. This is advanced training. After that, you can go for NSE6, NSE7, NSE7, NSE8. So I'm certified from NSE1 to NSE7. Okay. So let's focus on NSE4 concept. This is our training part. Clear my point, everyone? Our focus is on what? How to work with Fortinet Firewall box, how to deploy, how to configure, how to troubleshoot. Clear? Jayaprakash, Sunita, Arjun, Kusamran, Mustafa.
Yeah, clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now,
Yeah, got it.
okay, so as an administrator, if you want to purchase a firewall, If you want to buy a firewall for your organization, so before buy a firewall or before purchase a firewall for your organization, you need to review some features before purchase before go with the vendor, because in market we have multiple vendors. Let me show you. These are the vendors for next generation firewall. These are the vendors. We have multiple vendors for next generation firewall features. We are learning Fortinet. Fortinet is what? It's a next generation firewall. So this is Gartner report, okay? This report you can download from Google, and Gartner divided all the vendors in the categories. So as per Gartner, we have 4 categories: leader in the market, challenger, nice player, and visionaries. So Palo Alto, Fortinet, and Checkpoint, these vendors, these 3 vendors are the leader in the market right now. They are the leaders. If you talk about Cisco, Cisco is a challenger. It's not a leader because of Cisco FTD. Cisco Firepower Threat Defense. This is Cisco next generation firewall. So Cisco is not a leader in the market for next generation firewall feature. He's a challenger. But leaders, Palo Alto, Fortinet, and Checkpoint. Our focus is on Fortinet. So this Fortinet is a leader. So before purchasing a firewall for your organization, you need to review some feature. First feature is what? Architecture. So you need to know the architecture of the each vendor. Right now, I'm not talking about Fortinet, okay? I'm talking about a simple firewall. So you need to know the architecture of the each vendor. For example, if you talk about Checkpoint firewall box, for example, Checkpoint. So in Checkpoint is what? It's a software-based firewall. You can download Gaia operating system in Checkpoint. You can go onto the Checkpoint website. You can download this Gaia operating system. You can install on your laptop, desktop, your machine, and you can use your laptop as a complete firewall. This is Checkpoint architecture. In Palo Alto, you can go with the dedicated device. You can go with the physical device. You can go with the VM firewall box. So every vendor has its own architecture. So before purchase a firewall or before go with any vendor, you need to know the architecture about Palo Alto, about Fortinet, about Checkpoint. So prefer a software firewall that you can install on a new or existing PC, or you can go with the dedicated appliance like physical device, physical firewall box, or VM firewall box. So you need to know first the architecture of each vendor. You need to verify the number of session. For example, if I am working in a small organization, so there is no requirement for mid-range firewall box. Or in case if I'm working in a big organization, so I can't go with the entry-level firewall box, because each firewall box has their own capabilities, right? Let me show you. For example, in Fortinet, these are the entry-level firewall box. Fortinet 30 to 90 series. This series is called entry-level firewall. Mid-range, Fortinet 100 to 900. High-end appliance 1000, 3000, 6000, and changes space. So in case if I'm working in a big organization, so I cannot go with the entry-level firewall box because we have limited resources, limited CPU, RAM, storage. So number of station is important, okay? In case if you are working with a big organization, so you need to go with the high-end or mid-range model. So number of station, what we have, how many concurrent firewall station does firewall need to support? So number of station. For this, you can check, data sheet. For example, you can go with the series. You can search, for example, if you have Fortinet 30E model. So you need to take a help from Google. Okay, you can download the data sheet about Fortinet 30E. You can verify about number of sessions, okay, traffic information, RAM, CPU, storage. Okay, the next option is what? Next option is called VPN. So, in my organization, for example, they are dealing with site to site, for example, or they are dealing with remote access VPN. Okay, they are using site to site, they are using remote access VPN, or they are using IPsec. So can I configure these type of VPN onto this vendor, onto this firewall? So we need to review. Okay, integration. In case if I want to integrate my firewall box with any server, like remote authentication server like Radius, TechAx, or in case if I want to integrate my firewall box with Exchange mail server or SharePoint collaboration server, so can I integrate? In case if I want to manage this firewall device through CLI, through graphical, can I manage? In case if I want to manage through Telnet, SSH and SNMP, and in case if I have multiple firewall, in case if I have multiple firewall, for example, right now we are talking about Fortinet. So if I have multiple Fortinet firewall 1, firewall 2, firewall 3, firewall 4, if I have, for example, 20 firewall box, and in case if I want to manage all the firewall box from a centralized location, so like other vendor, for example, in Palo Alto, if you want to manage multiple Palo Alto firewall device, you need, in case in Palo Alto firewall, in case if you want to manage multiple Palo Alto firewall box, you need a centralized device, it's called Panorama. In case if you want to manage multiple checkpoint gateway, so you required a centralized device, it's called checkpoint management, or you can say SMS server. In case if you have Cisco FTD, Cisco Next Generation Firewall, if you have multiple Cisco FTD and you want to manage all FTD device from centralized location, so you need to go with the Cisco FMC. In Fortinet, in case if you want to manage multiple Fortinet firewall box, so yes, we have like other vendor, we can go with the Forti Manager device. So for centralized management, yes, in Fortinet we have feature. We can go with the Forti Manager. Like other vendor, we have option. Okay, in case if I want to go for the high availability in my organization, they are working with high availability, or they want failover concept. They want to implement failover or high availability. So can I configure high availability or failover? So these are some basic features you need to review before purchase of firewall in your organization. Clear my point, everyone? Clear now? Anita,
Yes, sir.
Arjun, Gursimran, Jayaprakash, Mustafa.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let's talk about some, okay, these are what you cannot say which firewall is good, because each firewall has its own feature. If you compare, if you want to compare, so after Fortinet you can go with the Palo Alto. After Fortinet you can go with the Checkpoint firewall box. After that you can compare, okay, but you cannot say which firewall is good. Okay, each vendor, they have its own feature, but these are the top firewall box, like Fortinet. See, this is what Sony Wall, Checkpoint firewall box, Palo Alto, Cisco, and Fortinet. Now let's talk about some history about Fortinet. So Fortinet was founded in 2000 by two brothers, Ken and Michael. The company first product was FortiGate firewall box, but now they are dealing with a multiple product. Now let me show you. If you talk about Fortinet products, so these are the Fortinet devices. Fortinet device, not Fortinet firewall. Fortinet devices. See, FortiGate firewall, Forti analyzer, Forti manager, Forti camera, Forti switch. So like Cisco, Fortinet is also dealing with other products. But our focus is on what right now? Into this training, we can focus on how to work with FortiGate firewall device. So let's talk about first factory default setting. Factory default setting. For example, if I have a high-end model, for example, let me show you high-end model. So these are the high-end model. Fortinet 1000, 3000, 6000 series. So these are the high-end model. So In case if you have high-end model, so on high-end model, you will get a dedicated management port. Yes, you have data interfaces, no problem. These are what data interfaces. You can connect your LAN network, WAN side, DMZ portion, no problem. But in high-end firewall box, you will get a dedicated management port, MGMT port. What you can do, you can connect your laptop, your desktop machine with this management port. By default, we have this IP address 192.168.1.99. If you don't have, no problem, you can configure. I can show you how to configure IP address on port. No problem, I can show you. Okay, so here we have what management port. You can connect with management PC, and in case if I have this IP address, so same series of IP I can configure onto this management PC. Same series of IP I can configure. From this machine, I can check connectivity because by default, these services are enabled by default. These services are enabled on management port. Ping, HTTP, HTTPS, SSH protocol, only on management port. I can show you only on management port. So on high-end model or mid-range model, you will get a dedicated management port for configuration. Okay, in case if you have entry-level firewall, entry-level means what? We have a series in between 4830 to 90 series. This is what entry-level firewall. So in case if you have entry-level firewall box, so on entry-level firewall box, we have only data interfaces. Like for example, port number 1, port number 2, port number 3, 4, 5, 6. So on entry-level firewall box, we can use our port number 1 as a management port. Why? You can use any port as a management port, no problem. But port number 1 you can use as a management port. Why? Because by default onto this interface, these services are enabled only on port number 1. So you can connect your management PC, you can configure IP address here onto this machine. You can take a console, you can configure IP address on port number 1. Same series of IP address we can configure onto this management PC. We can verify our connectivity. Now for graphical, we can use HTTPS. For CLI, we can go with the SSH. Default username is admin on firewall and password is nothing. Let me show you. Hello, Bharti, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sunita, any question? Arjun, Gursimran, Jayaprakash, Mustafa?
No, sir.
No, I'm good.
Okay, so I have a simple topology. I have one FortiGate firewall box, and one management PC. Wait. This cloud is acting as a management PC. So let's discuss a basic topology. One FortiGate firewall box and one management PC. This cloud is my laptop. So you can start, you can take a console. After this session, please share your email ID again, everyone in our WhatsApp group, so that I can share the software for lab setup. Okay, everyone?
Okay.
Please share your email ID in group.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so this is login page. This is console, everyone. This is console. So username is admin and password is nothing. You can press enter. Now you can set your password 123 123 I'm using. Now you are in FortiGate firewall box. You can type question mark here like Cisco. See, you can configure these commands: config, get, show, diagnose, execute, alias, exit. Let's start with show command, for example. Show command, show system interface. With this command, I'm trying to verify interface information. You can press enter. You can see here we have port number 1, port number 2, port number 3, port number 4. So we have 4 data interfaces onto this firewall box. By default, I told you on port number 1, these services are enabled by default. See, these services, ping, HTTPS, and SSH, these services are enabled only on port number 1. Okay, what about port number 2? Nothing is enabled. See, no services, no services, no services. Okay, one more thing. On port number 1, by default, DSCP service is enabled. So if you connect your port number 1 with any DSCP server, so this port can get IP address automatically from this DSCP server, because by default, DSCP is enabled. DSCP client service is enabled onto this particular onto this port number 1. So now I want to configure IP address on port number 1. Let me show you how to configure IP address on port number 1 manually. So for configuration, you can use a config command. Config system interface. So now you are in interface mode. And here I'm trying to edit port number 1. So edit port number 1. You can press enter. And I'm trying to configure IP address statically. So you can use a command set mode static for static IP address configuration. Now you can configure your IP address, set IP 192.168.1.190/24. You can press enter. Set allows. By default, these services are enabled, but in case if you want to allow some other services, you can type question mark. You can see we have multiple options. So in case if you want to allow HTTP, HTTPS, ping, SSH, telnet, done. Here, if you want to save your configuration in Fortinet, so you can use in the command. In Cisco, we have WR. In Palo Alto, what we have to save our configuration? Commit. In Fortinet, you can go with the end command to save your configuration. Done. Now show system interface. This time you can verify you have IP address on port number 1, 192.168.1.190, mask and services. So we have a small topology, 148 and this cloud. This cloud is what? It's my laptop. So let's verify basic connectivity. So I'm trying to verify connectivity from this laptop 192.168.1.190. Yes, I'm getting reply. Let's go on to the FortiGate firewall box. If you want to verify your connectivity, so command is execute. What you want to execute, because you have multiple options. So right now I'm trying to execute ping command and IP addresses. So let's verify IP address on my laptop. IP config 192.168.1.3. So 192.168.1.3. I'm getting reply. So now we have a connectivity in between FortiGate and to this laptop. So you can open any browser. You can open any browser and you can use here IP address 192.168.1.190. Username is admin and password we are using 123. So this is your graphical page. सुनीता ये थोड़ा फास्ट ना Palo Alto से?
Yes, sir. बहुत.
Yes, more fast. Okay. So now what we have, this is our console page, console CLI, and here we have a graphical page. This is what our graphical page. We are working with VM firewall box, so you can see here it's called FortiGate VM64K. So we have a VM firewall box. If you have FortiGate 90D or 60E, so you will get information here, FortiGate 90E. Now you can see we have multiple options here: dashboard, security fabric, network, system, policy and object, security profile, VPN, user and authentication, log and report. We will work on each option, no problem. So let's start our discussion with dashboard first.
Sir?
Yes, Nika.
Like in Palo Alto, we can change the logo. We can add our company's logo or something like that.
Yes.
In the FortiGate also we can do that.
Yes, you can do. I will show you. I will tell you. No problem.
Okay, sir.
Now, so let's start our discussion with dashboard. So dashboard is selected. This is your dashboard. Dashboard we are using for monitoring. On dashboard, you can see we have some default option, some information I can verify, like CPU utilization, memory utilization, license information, system information. So let's start our discussion with the dashboard. So in dashboard, we have system information. So either you can go with the graphical page or you can go with the CLI. In CLI, you can type a command, get system status. So either you can go with the CLI command or you can go with the graphical page. Let's go with the graphical page first. So we have host name onto this firewall box is called FortiGate-VM64-KB. If you want to change, so no problem, you can change. See, you can go onto the CLI option. Command is config system global set host name, and this is, for example, firewall box 1. Now to save your configuration in Fortinet, command is end command. Done. You can refresh your page this time. And now you can see your firewall host name. Firewall host name is what? Firewall 1. Serial number of this firewall box. Firmware version, we are working with 6.4.4. And right now we have latest version 7.2.2, 7.4, I think. So this is what FortiOS version 6.4.4. Build version. Right now we have a mode. So remember, always we can use our firewall box as a L3 firewall, or we can go with the L2 firewall. L3 firewall is known as NAT mode firewall, and L2 firewall is called transparent firewall. So by default, this firewall mode is NAT mode. What is the difference between NAT and transparent? We can discuss here in layer 2 firewall topic. I will tell you, no problem. Okay. But right now the mode of this firewall box is layer 3. It's a NAT mode firewall box. System time, uptime, WAN IP is unknown because we didn't configure anything. License information you can verify. Right now we are working with VM firewall box, virtual VM firewall box, and this VM firewall box you can perform all the labs, but this VM image is only valid for 15 days. After 15 days, what you can do, you can delete this Fortinet and you can add a new one, no problem. So here you can get license information like antivirus license information, web filtering license information, firmware and general update information, license, IPS license information. What is license information means? You can get what? Date issued, date expired about license. Okay, so we have VM firewall box. We have a single CPU. We are utilizing 100% CPU. We have 2 GB RAM. We are utilizing 50% RAM. OT cloud not supported. Security fabric information you can get. You can get multiple administrators information, all administrator information. So right now, this admin account is managing this FortiGate firewall box. See, admin account for graphical, yes, HTTP, and admin account for CLI console. One console and one HTTP. And with this administrator, we have a admin profile is called super_admin. What is super_admin? In Fortinet, we have two predefined profile. Two predefined profile is called super_admin, and we have professional_admin. These are the two predefined profiles. We'll discuss in detail what is this super_admin and what is professional_admin. But right now you can see with our default administrator, with our admin account, we have super_admin profile. Now you can verify your CPU utilization, memory utilization, sessions information. So these are the default option. If you want to add more information on your dashboard, you can click on add, and you can add. See, we have multiple options. For example, I want to verify interface bandwidth. I want to verify bandwidth utilization on interfaces. So you can click on interface bandwidth. I want to verify bandwidth utilization on port number 3. You can click on add. In case if you want to verify high availability status, right now this firewall is not participating in any failover, but in case you can add HS status, add, close. See, so bandwidth for HS status. In case if you want to delete anything from dashboards, you can click here, you can remove. Clear? Any problem? Sunita, Arjun, Bharti, Gursimran, Jayaprakash, Mustafa?
Yeah,
No, sir.
Clear everyone? Okay, now let's talk about.
So, I'm so sorry.
Hello?
So, what is
Sir.
this Forti Explorer? So, administrator login. One is we can log in from console. One is from HTTPS. That's yeah.
Forti Explorer. कहाँ पे आपने देखा? कहाँ पे?
Sir, this administrator is the way of login. One is console.
ये
One is
अब
HTTP.
we are not using Forti Explorer now.
Okay.
It's an old option. Okay.
Okay.
To access Fortinet, there is an option Forti Explorer, but we are not using.
All right.
You can use a browser to access your FortiGate firewall box.
Yeah, I
Okay,
have
sir.
one more question, sir.
Yes, sure.
This changes has been applied for only we are in our system, or it will apply entire FortiGate firewall.
Entire FortiGate firewall box.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir, I have one question.
Bharti, this is not like a Palo Alto, okay?
Okay.
In Palo Alto, you can configure, you can access your Palo Alto through browser, you can do changes. After that, you can commit. But in Fortinet is what? If you click on OK, it's alive.
Okay.
If you do any configuration, click on OK, it's alive. It's on Fortinet. Yes,
Okay.
Jayaprakash?
Sir, that firewall license will be by the time of purchase, it will be there in the license, or you should be pay for extra for that.
Can you please? Your voice is not clear. Can you please?
Hello. That firewall license.
Firewall license.
License. It will be included in the by the time of purchase. By the time of purchase of the firewall, it will be included, or you should pay for the separately. For
you can talk to your salesperson. Okay, you can purchase a firewall separately and license separate. Both are separate thing. Okay.
Okay.
You can purchase a firewall first. After that, as per your requirement, for example, you need license only for IPS and antivirus, so you can purchase license. only for IPS and antivirus. Jayaprakash.
Okay.
For example, I don't require, you know, application control license or 40K support license. I don't want. So you can buy a firewall. After that, you can decide as per your requirement what license you need.
Okay.
Clear now?
Clear, sir. And
Okay.
one more question, sir.
Mhm.
That for in the live environment, can we restart the firewall or any procedure we
No,
have to
no,
follow?
no. No need to
No.
do this. Okay. In
Okay.
live
If it
scenario,
is no, if it is restart
cannot
means what
restart your
will be the
firewall
process?
box. If you have high availability option failover, then you can do this. But otherwise, live scenario, we cannot restart our firewall.
Okay.
If you have high availability, for example,
Mhm.
if you have HA cluster, okay, if you have multiple FortiGate firewall box. So if you restart this firewall box one, no problem. Other firewall box will take the responsibility immediately. They can process the traffic, Jayaprakash.
Okay. Okay,
But
sir.
in
Got it.
case if you have a single firewall device in your organization, so you cannot restart in live scenario.
So if internet goes down, what will we do, sir? You have the only one FortiGate firewall. Internet goes down. So how can you do?
Internet
further
goes
trouble-
down, so that is the different issue, Jayaprakash. Internet goes down or there's some hardware failure, so you can't do anything.
Okay.
Okay. If there's an internet issue or hardware failure in firewall, so you can't do anything. You have to replace.
So sir, my general questions. So that if it is internet, some you are slow, you are accessing slow internet, you are getting the slowness of the internet. So if you call the ISP vendor, they'll be tell you restart your firewall. Then
No, first you have to identify the problem is on your side or is on internet side. You have to rectify first. Why your traffic is slow? Okay. You have to troubleshoot it step by step. First, you can verify why. Maybe it's your firewall problem.
Okay.
Clear?
Okay, got it, sir.
Yeah, Prakash?
Yeah, got it, sir.
Yes. Arjun, any question? Or Simran? Mustafa, any question?
No,
here?
sir.
Yes, sir. This FortiGuard servers are like what, antivirus or what? Unable to connect to FortiGuard servers.
FortiGuard is a server, okay? We can connect our firewall device, our Fortinet with FortiGuard server to download latest signature update. Mustafa?
Yeah.
We can connect our FortiGate firewall box with FortiGuard server. If you have license, so yes, you can connect.
Okay.
Any other question? Sunita, any question?
No, sir.
Okay, let's continue. Jayaprakash, clear here?
Yeah, I have one question, sir.
Okay, yes.
Can you explain that firmware updation, sir? That FortiGate
Sure, I will tell you. Give me some time. Right now I'm talking about the basic concept. I will tell you how to upgrade, no problem.
Okay.
Okay, your question is how to upgrade your firmware, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a very simple task. I will tell you, no problem. Okay. We have an option. The setting I can tell you. You can click on firmware. If you have upgraded firmware, you can just browse it, you can upload it. But right now my focus is on what? Basic configuration first. I will tell you, no problem. Give me some time. Yeah, Prakash.
Okay, sir. Got it.
I need to go with step by step.
Okay.
So we are here. We are talking about introduction and initial configuration. This is our first topic. So let's talk about other information. This side, everyone. So here we have. If you click here, you can go with the search option. For example, if I want to configure interface, what I can do, I can click on network, I can click on interface, I can select interface here, edit. In case if I want to configure firewall policy, you can click on policy and object. You can click here on firewall policy, then you can decide. You can click on create. So in every tab, we have multiple options, right? In every tab, see? So for example, if I'm looking for interface related tab, so I can type my keyword interface here. So you can get all interface keyword related information For example, I'm looking for network interface. If you click, it will automatically redirect onto the network and interface tab. So you can go with the search option to search any tab information. Okay, now you can go with the CLI console. CLI console, it's a console. But this console you can access when you have a graphical when you have a graphical page, then you can use this console. This is called graphical console. But this console you can access for first time to configure our port number 1. After that, I can access this FortiGate firewall box from this management PC. If I have access, after that we can use this CLI console. It's a console. See, so system interface. You can use all the commands. So this is for first time, and once you have a graphical access, you can click on CLI console option. Okay, for full screen, you can click here. You can exit your full screen option. Okay, this can help you. This can help you for topics. For documents you can see. Okay, you can click on online help. You can click on online help and see. It will automatically redirect onto the Fortinet document library. So you can get topic related information here. Right now we are working with FortiOS 6.4.4. If you have 6.2.2, for example, so you can click on FortiGate. You can click on FortiGate, and for example, I have 6.2. You can click here. It will automatically give you the option to download admin guide, cookbook, new features. In case if you have 7.0, you can click. You can download administration guide. Clear? So this tab can help you for documents. This bell icon is giving you the idea about the license. So we have a trial license onto this firewall box. Now, user account, we have admin account right now, and we are working with 48 VM64, 40 OS version is 6.4.4, build version 1803. In case if you want to restart your firewall device, so you can click on system, you can go with the reboot or shutdown. In CLI, you can use a command execute reboot to restart, execute shutdown to shut down your firewall box. I'm not using this command, I'm giving you an idea. So either you can go with the graphical page or you can go with the CLI option. Now configuration, if you click on configuration, so you can go with the backup and restore. Let's go with the backup option. If you click on backup, so you can see we have local PC. We have this option, local PC. It means I can store this backup configuration onto this local machine. Right now we don't have any configuration. So let's take a backup. Let's take a backup of this default configuration. So you can click on OK. So we have a backup file, but it's a default configuration backup. You can click on save. You can open your backup file. This is what our default configuration backup. But you can see that these configurations, see, this backup file, it is in a clear text format. Anyone can verify the configuration. In case if you want to encrypt your backup file, so you can enable this option, encryption. You can set password here. For example, 123, confirm password 123. Why? Because if someone trying to restore this backup file, so it's required password to restore. So you can set a password. You can click on OK. So again, we have a backup file, but this is what this backup is in a encrypted format. See, we have clear text backup. We have clear text backup. Clear text backup, and we have what? Encrypted backup. Clear the difference? Arjun, Aarti, Sunita, Kursimran, Jayaprakash, Mustafa.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So
Yeah, clear.
either you can go with the clear text backup or you can go with the encrypted backup. Okay, we have one more difference. We have one more difference in between both backup files. See, if you verify, guys, this first line, if you verify this first line is not encrypted. In our encrypted backup file, this first line is not encrypted. Only this first line. And yes, in our clear text, this is our first line. So why first line is not encrypted? Because first line will give you the idea about the FortiOS version and build version. Because you can restore this backup file only on same FortiOS version, same build version. See, FortiOS version is 6.4.4 and build version 1803. FortiOS version 6.4 and build version 1803. That's why your first line in your encrypted backup, your first line is not encrypted. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's take a break for 5 minutes, then we can continue. Okay, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Let's take a break for 5 to 10 minutes. We can start at 9 p.m. Okay, 10 minutes break.
Sure, sir.
Please turn off your mic, everyone, please. Okay, everyone, can you hear me? Arjun,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Arjun, Jayaprakash, Bharti,
Yeah, we
Sunita,
can.
Mustafa, or Simran. Okay, let's start our discussion now. Let's continue. So for backup, you can, Sunita, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I am. I'm so sorry.
So this is the option what we can select local PC. You can click on OK. So you can go with the clear text backup, guys, or you can go with the encrypted backup. If you have a backup file, so in case if you want to restore, so you can click on configuration. You can click on restore. So you can upload your backup file. You can set your password. This will restart your firewall box, and you can restore your configuration. So this is the first option. Okay? This is the first option. What you can do for backup and restore, you can click on admin, you can click on backup, you can select local PC. But in case in my organization, I want to send all backup configuration file on TFTP server. Maybe in my organization we have what TFTP server, trivial file transfer protocol. So in case if you want to send your firewall backup onto this TFTP server, so first you have to create your connectivity. So let me show you this option. So as per this topology, we have two devices, one FortiGate Power Box and one laptop. So on my laptop, let me show you. On my laptop, I'm using TFTP application 3CW. You can download any TFTP application and you can install on your machine, no problem. I'm using this application. Why? Because this single application can help you for multiple practicals, like for TFTP, for FTP, for syslog. That's why I'm using this application. Otherwise, you can download any TFTP application and you can install on your machine. So now, in case if you want to send your all configuration backup on TFTP, so you can install a TFTP application on your TFTP server. You can click on configuration. This is just an example, guys. Okay, maybe in your organization you are using any other TFTP application, maybe. Okay, so now you can go with the upload and download directory. So for example, I want to send all my backup configuration file on desktop Palo Alto wildfire folder. You can click on OK, click on apply, click on yes, click on OK. So from firewall, you can verify your connectivity first. So execute ping, and my laptop IP address is 1.3. So 192.168.1.3. So my laptop is acting as a TFTP server. So yes, we have a connectivity in between firewall and TFTP. What we have? We have firewall and what? TFTP. We have a connectivity. So now you can use a command. You can use a command execute backup. Execute backup. Configuration backup, question mark. So now you can decide your location. So I want to send my backup file to TFTP server. So TFTP question mark is asking for a file name. So firewall 111.cfg. Question mark looking for IP address of TFTP. So IP address is what? 192.168.1.3. You can press enter. If everything is okay, so you can get a message here. See, send config file to TFTP server. Okay. And if you check here on your TFTP application, we are getting a notification message. Backup file, and backup file name is what? Firewall 111.cfg. You can check here in case if you want to check on Palo Alto wildfire folder. So yes, we have firewall 111. Clear? Everyone? So
Yes.
either you can go with the graphical page, you can go with the local PC, or in case if you want to send all your backup file to your TFTP server, you can do this. We have a single command. We have a simple command here. Execute backup config TFTP. You can decide your configuration file name and what IP address. Clear, everyone?
So, so basically, we have two ways to have the storage. One is the local PC, and one is the TFTP.
Remote, yes, remote server.
Mhm.
Clear now, everyone?
Yes.
Okay, now let's talk about next concept here. We are here in introduction and initial configuration, and we can focus on our next topic is called RBAC concept. Wait. Now let's talk about RBAC. What is RBAC? RBAC is called role-based access control. It's a common topic. It's a common topic for any firewall device. We can create multiple firewall administrator. For example, I have a FortiGate. And to manage this FortiGate firewall box, I can create multiple administrator. Multiple administrators. For example, wait. So for example, admin 1 and admin 2. So to manage this FortiGate firewall box, I can create multiple administrator. But I want to define the level of access. I want to define the different level of access for each administrator. For example, admin 1 is my L3 administrator. For example, L3 administrator. This administrator can log in into this FortiGate firewall box and can do any kind of changes. He has full access permission. He can do any kind of changes. What about admin 2? So, for example, admin 2 is my L1 administrator. L1 administrator. He can only view the configuration. He cannot change anything, for example. He cannot change anything. So we can define the level of access for each administrator. So first we can create administrator account. After that, we can create, to define the level of access, we can create admin profile. Admin profile. For example, I'm creating L3 admin. It's just a name. L3 admin, it's just a name. You can give any name here. So I can create L3 admin profile. Into this profile, I can give full access. Full access, for example. And this profile I can attach with admin 1. So whenever admin 1 will log in into this FortiGate firewall box, he has full access. He can do any kind of changes. I can create another profile. It's called L1 admin. Into this profile, I can define the level of access. Into this profile, for example, I'm trying to attach a read-only permission. For everything, read-only permission. And this profile I can attach with admin 2. So this administrator can only read the configuration, cannot change anything. So this scenario, this concept is called RBAC, role-based access control. If you go onto your FortiGate firewall box, for example, if you click on system, if you see here we have two tabs, administrator and admin profile. If you click on administrator, so you can get all administrator information here. So we have a default administrator. Default administrator is called admin account. But this admin account, we have a default profile is called super_admin. Type is called local. It means this account is available in FortiGate firewall local database. So we have a single administrator right now. You can click on admin profile to create our profiles, admin profiles here. So you can click on admin profile. You can see we have two predefined profiles called professional_admin and super underscore admin. We have two predefined profile. What is the difference between both super underscore admin and professional underscore admin? See, if you select this, super underscore admin, so you can see we have view option. We have view option. You can click on view. So these are the level of access. These are the access control. Access control. What we have, see, network tab, system tab, security profile tab. So these are the access control. And for everything into this super underscore admin profile, for everything we have read write permission. Everything is allowed. And you cannot edit. See, there is no any option for edit. You can just click on return, you can go back. But if you select professional underscore admin, we have edit option. So this is the difference. This is the difference in between professional underscore admin and super underscore admin. You cannot edit super underscore admin profile. But if you want to edit, so you can edit your professional underscore admin. You can click on edit. And in case if you want to change any permission, for example, read, write, read, none, read, write, you can change. So this is the first difference in between super underscore admin profile and professional underscore admin profile. Okay, second difference we have, see. So what is the second difference in between super underscore admin profile and professional underscore admin profile? So in case if any administrator, for example, we have an admin account. If any administrator has super underscore admin profile, so he has full global access. He has full global access. It means this administrator can do any kind of changes. Now we have professional underscore admin profile. What is professional underscore? See, remember I told you we have a topic in our training. We have a topic in our training is called VDOM concept. We can divide our single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall devices, right? So for example, we have firewall 1, firewall 2, firewall 3. So if any administrator has super underscore admin profile, so he has full global access. It means this administrator can go anywhere, can go in any firewall box, can do any kind of change. But what about professional underscore admin? So I can create a separate administrator for firewall box 1. For example, admin 1 account. And with this administrator, I can attach professional underscore admin. Account. This profile. So now this time this administrator has full access. He has full access, but only in this window, only in this firewall device, only in firewall box 1. He cannot do anything in firewall box 2, in firewall box 3. Clear my point? The second difference, if any administrator has professional underscore admin profile, so he has full access, but only in virtual domain. Clear? Everyone? Arjun, Bharti, Gursimran, Jayaprakash, Sunita, Mustafa.
Yes,
Clear, sir.
Okay, now let's create some profile. These are the two predefined profile. And see, here we have a tab. See, here we have a reference tab. What is reference tab means? See, if you verify this super underscore admin, So with super underscore admin, we have a reference to. It means this profile we are using somewhere in configuration. See, if you click on to, you can get a detailed information. So this profile you are using with admin account and in single sign-on. And if you go with professional underscore admin, so you are not using anywhere. That's why it's a 0. So these are two predefined profiles. In case if you want to create your own custom profile, you can click on create new. You can give a name, for example, L3 admin. This is my custom profile, L3 admin. Into this L3 admin, I'm trying to set read write permission. Read write permission for everything. You can click on OK. So we have our custom profile. You can click on create new. Let's create one more profile. Is called L1 admin. And into this profile, I'm using permission read permission for everything. You can click on OK. So we have two predefined profile and two custom profile. Now you can click on administrator, click on create new, click on administrator, and I'm trying to create admin 1. Okay, now here we have a type. Type is called what? Local user. It means I'm creating this admin account in FortiGate Firewall local database. In case if you have any remote authentication server like Radius, DACAX, LDAP, so yes, you can go with this option. But right now for basic lab, I'm using local user. But yes, I will show you how to integrate our firewall box with remote authentication server like LDAP, Radius into this topic, FortiGate 8. Okay, so let's create user account in local database. Password I'm using, for example, 123. Confirm password 123, and I'm trying to attach L3 admin profile with admin 1, L3 admin profile. You can click on OK, no problem. But here we have a tab, restrict logging to trusted host. You can enable this option. You can specify here a trusted host. It means only this specific IP address can access this FortiGate firewall box with this user account. For example, 192.168.1.3/32. Only this IP can access FortiGate firewall box with this user account. Or you can define your complete subnet .0/24, or you can add multiple hosts. So I'm not using, but this is the option. You can click on OK. So we have an admin account, admin 1, profile L3 admin profile, type is local. Let's create one more administrator. You can click on administrator and admin 2, for example. Password I'm using 123, profile L1 admin. You can click on OK. So we have 2 administrators. Any problem? Gursimran, Jayaprakash, Mustafa, Sunita, Arjun,
No,
Yarn.
sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
Okay. So now let's try to log out, and I'm trying to log in again. I'm trying to log in with admin 1 account. Password 123. Admin 1 account. So with admin 1 account, if you remember guys, with admin 1 account, we have a profile is called L3 admin profile, right? L3 admin profile. So this administrator can do any kind of changes. See, if you click on network, if you click on interface, if you select any interface, you can click on edit and you can edit your interface. You can click on policy and object, you can click on firewall policy, you can create a rule. You can click on system, you can click on administrator, you can create an administrator, no problem. But if you log out, for example, if you log out and log in again with admin 2. So remember with admin 2, we have a profile is called L1 admin profile. So with this administrator, we have L1 admin profile. Okay, so now if you click on, if this administrator admin 2, if click on network, click on interface, select any interface, so there is only view option. This administrator can only view the configuration, policy and object, firewall policy, view option. Clear this, everyone? Clear this lab? This is
Yes,
small
sir.
topic, RBAC concept. Everyone?
Yes, sir, clear. Sir, in the live environment, can you log in and log out server?
Sorry, Japrakash?
On the live environment, can you log in and log out server?
Yes, you can, no problem.
If nothing settings will get changed, right, sir? If it log in and log out.
No. If you have multiple administrators, they can log in same time.
And okay, sir, I have one more question, but I have asked is that live environment, you should not be restart the firewall. Why, sir, you should not be restart the firewall?
Because maybe your clients, they are using some critical application. Maybe they are using. So before restart, you need to inform to all your clients, all your LAN users. I'm trying to restart. If there is anything,
Yes.
so you can close your application or something.
Okay, got it. If you restart, any settings will get changed that moment?
No. Why it's
Nothing will
changed?
get changed.
You are trying to restart only.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so now, clear everyone? Sunita, clear?
Yes, sir.
Arjun, Bharti, Simran, Mustafa.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, so please tell me, guys, one thing. See, please help me for this concept. So I have an admin 1 account. If you guys remember, with admin 1, we have a profile is called L3 admin. And with L3 admin into this profile, we have full access permission, right, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you again one more time. Admin account. This question you can get in interview. Let me show you. System, see, with our default super underscore admin profile, you can see for everything it's a read write, right? And if you go with the L3 administrator, yes, we have read write for everything. So what is the difference between this predefined profile and to this custom profile? See, if you try to log in with admin account, admin 1, so he has L3 admin profile. He can do any changes. See, if you click on system, I'm telling you what is the difference. What is the difference in between custom profile and your predefined super underscore admin profile? See, if you click
Sir,
on yes.
Sir, in the predefined, we can't change the access. It's all grayed out. So we can't change to read or any other access profile.
Okay, this is the first difference. Okay, this is the first difference. Perfect. See, if you click on, for example, administrator, Sunita, see, you can't see your admin account. See,
yeah,
this is the second difference. It means admin 1 has only idea about admin 2. He don't know anything about default admin account. See, clear everyone? This is the second difference. This admin 1 has L3 admin profile, but he cannot verify our default admin account. We don't know anything. See, this is the difference. Clear now?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is our topic is called RBAC. I hope this concept is clear. RBAC, role-based access control. Okay, now again we are here in introduction and initial configuration. Guys, let's continue this topic tomorrow. Okay, everyone? Arjun, Vanita, Mustafa.
Okay, sir.
Let's continue this topic again. It's not finished. Introduction and initial configuration we can discuss tomorrow. We can discuss how to configure our interfaces, physical interface, logical interface, these options. So please revise our day one session, and this session video I will upload in 30 minutes or in 1 hour. Okay, Mustafa?
Okay,
Sure,
sir.
sir.
Okay, please connect tomorrow on same time, 8 p.m. Bye everyone. Take care, guys.
Good night,
Bye
sir. Have a good
everyone.
day.
Thank you.
Start our discussion on Cisco ASA firewall. Sachin, please turn off your webcam, Sachin. Okay, everyone. If you have any questions, so you can unmute your mic. No problem. Let's focus on our topic. Okay, so our focus is on Cisco ASA firewall, right? Everyone, please unmute your mic if you have any question,
Yes,
any
sir. Yes.
doubt, any discussion, so you can. So our
Yes, sir.
discussion is on Cisco ASA firewall. Today we will focus on the topic discussion. You can say what topic we can discuss in our complete training. So let me open the text file. Wait. So we can focus on these topics. This is what complete Cisco ASA firewall course contained. Total training will take minimum 24 to 26 hour. 24 to 26 hour. What I can provide you from my side, I can provide you slides and notes. First, I can provide you recording of after every session. Next, I can provide you slides and notes. So we have a proper notes on every topic like security policy configuration, ASIL configuration, okay, interface configuration. We have a proper notes on every topic. Next, I can provide you software for lab setup. Okay, and I can also help you to set up the lab, no problem. So the minimum requirement to set up the lab, you need to have 8 GB RAM on your laptop. 8 GB. If you have 8 GB RAM, so you can set up your Cisco ASA firewall lab. So now let's start our topic discussion today. Okay, now can you hear me? Douglas, Mustafa, Praveen, Sachin. We can focus now.
Yes.
We can focus now on our topic today. So these are the content, guys. These are the content on Cisco ASA firewall. Let's focus on each and every topic. So the first topic is called basic configuration. Okay, so the first topic is called basic configuration. In basic configuration, we can focus on the first product family. Like we guys are familiar with the Cisco router and Cisco switches. So here I can tell you about the product family, like hardware model and hardware model. Like see, we have some product family in Cisco ASA firewall. The series will start from 5500. 5500. Either you can go with the physical hardware device or you can go with the VM firewall box. Physical box is called ASA, it's called Adaptive Security Appliance, and VM firewall box is called ASA with a small v. If you have an ASA with a small v, it means it's a firewall. It's a complete Cisco ASA firewall. But this firewall box you can use in a virtualization environment. Like for example, you can use in an AWS environment, Azure environment, or VMware environment you can use. In virtualization scenario, you can go with the ASAV. But yes, we have a physical hardware box. It's called Cisco ASA. So first we can focus on, in basic configuration, we can focus on the product family, about all the series, which series we can use in a small organization, what series we have for a medium size of network, or which series we can use in a data center or in a virtualization scenario. We'll discuss in basic configuration. After that, you can go on to the interface configuration. Like other devices, yes, we can configure our interfaces like physical interface, logical interfaces, physical interface. Here we can discuss how to configure inside interface, how to configure outside DMZ. So remember always Cisco ASA firewall works with a concept is called security level. This is called what? Security level. If you talk about other vendors like Fortinet, Palo Alto, or Checkpoint, so they have their own concept. Like if you talk about Palo Alto and Checkpoint firewall box and Cisco firepower threat defense. So these firewall box they will work with the concept is called JBF. These are called zone-based firewall. This is Checkpoint CCSA. So these are called what? Zone-based firewall. If you talk about Fortinet is not a zone-based firewall box. Cisco ASA works with the concept is called security level. So what is security level? Why we are creating? What is the use of security level? We'll discuss. And these are the part of interface configuration. So interface configuration, traffic flow through the firewall box, and security level. These are the topics. So you can focus on interface configuration, then you can focus on security level concept and how traffic is traveling through the Cisco ASA firewall box. How traffic is traveling, because here in Cisco ASA, we have a different concept. If you compare with the Fortinet and Palo Alto, we have a different concept. So how traffic is traveling through the firewall box, we can focus here. Now, the next topic is called remote management. So we can manage our Cisco ASA firewall. We can manage our Cisco ASA firewall with console, with CLI console. I can connect my console cable. For example, this is your box and this is your console port. So I can connect my console cable with this PC and I can manage with CLI option, right? I have another option. What I can do, this is your management port, for example, management port. So you can connect your PC, you can say with your management port. You can configure IP address here, for example, 192.168.10.1. Same series of IP you can configure here, 192.168.10.10. And you can access this Cisco AS. You can manage this Cisco ASA firewall box with graphical page. But here I'm talking about telnet and SSH. So in case if I want to manage this ASA firewall box with CLI option, but the CLI option I want to go with the remote management. Just telnet and SSH, these are what? These are the remote management concept. So in case if you want to manage your Cisco ASA with telnet and SSH, you can do this. So remember always we can manage our Cisco ASA with graphical page or we can manage with the CLI. I will tell you the both option. How to access with the graphical page or how to work with the CLI option. After basic configuration, this is what basic configuration you can say. So after remote management, these topics are called basic con. These topics are related with the basic configuration. Douglas, Mustafa, Parveen, Sachin. Clear my point?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, after basic configuration, we can focus on routing. Why routing is important on every firewall box? It's not important, okay? You can use this option. For routing, yes, we have a dedicated device. It's called router. On router, we can configure routing feature. We can use our routing feature. But here's an option. In case if you want to connect your firewall box with internet, or if you want to connect your firewall box with another firewall box, so you require what? You require routing. So we can configure. We can focus on here route. If you talk about routing concept, so we can focus on static routing. So here I'm not telling you the storyline. Okay, what is static routing? What is default routing? Okay, I'm not telling you the what is static and default or dynamic. In dynamic routing, what we have protocols. It's called RIP protocol, EIGRP, and OSPF. So I can tell you static, default, and dynamic routing configuration on Cisco ASA firewall. Why? Because if you want to allow traffic from one network to another network, you need to configure routing. So yes, you like other firewall box, like other vendor, you can configure routing concept. Now, here we are trying to configure ACL. This is what? This is called packet filtering firewall. This is called packet filtering firewall technique. This ACL concept you can configure on Cisco router, right? On Cisco switches, no problem. So on Cisco ASA firewall, you can configure same ACL concept. Concept is same. If you guys remember ACL, so ACL access control list, ACL, remember? Standard ACL, extended ACL, we can configure on Cisco router to filter our traffic. In standard ACL, it's based on source network, and in extended access list, what we can define? We can define source IP, destination IP, service, and protocol. So the story is same, concept is same. Here I'm telling you how to configure ACL on Cisco ASA firewall to filter our traffic. Now, after ACL implementation, we can go on to the NAT topic. NAT is important and common topic for any next generation firewall, or for any firewall or router, you can say. NAT we are using for translation. If you guys remember, NAT we are using for translation. We can translate from one IP to another IP, or you can translate from public to private or private to public. Remember from CCNA classes, Mustafa, Sachin, Praveen, Douglas?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So guys, same NAT concept I can configure on Cisco ASA firewall. Cisco ASA firewall. See, if you guys remember, in CCNA, so we have three type of NAT. Is called static NAT. Second is called dynamic NAT. Dynamic NAT option, and third option is called PAT. It's called PAT, port address translation. Port address translation. So in CCNA, we all know these concepts. But in firewall, in Cisco ASA firewall, if you talk about NAT, so we can focus on two type of NAT implementation. Is called source NAT and destination NAT concept. What is source NAT and destination NAT? What is the scenario to use source NAT and destination NAT? We will focus. Okay, we will discuss. What is the scenario for source NAT? What is the scenario for destination NAT? In source NAT, we can focus on same static NAT, dynamic NAT, and PAT concept. And we have a separate discussion on destination NAT implementation. So NAT is an important topic. NAT. translation. Now, here in Cisco ASA firewall, we have a separate concept of object group. Object group. It's not an object. It's a separate concept, object group. This object group concept, you can say it's called advanced ACL. Advanced ACL concept. So how to configure object group? We'll discuss. But right now I'm telling you, object group is called advanced ACL implementation. Now, the next topic, like other devices, yes, we can configure next generation IP. Next generation IP address is called IP version 6. IP version 6. How to configure IP address on any interface, or in case if you want to configure routing concept, routing implementation, if you want to go on Cisco ASA firewall, yes, you can use next generation IP on Cisco ASA. So what I can tell you into this topic, I can tell you how to configure IP address. You can say IPv6 address configuration. And second, I can tell you IPv6 routing. And if you want to learn how to implement ACL, so yes, IPv6 ACL, you can go with the IPv6 ACL concept. Okay, the next topic we can focus on transparent firewall. Transparent firewall. So remember, always we can use our firewall device in two modes. Either you can go with the L3 mode firewall device, or you can go with the L2 mode firewall. L3 mode firewall box is called NAT mode firewall. You can say NAT mode firewall. And L2 firewall box is called what? Transparent firewall. Transparent firewall. So why we required layer 2 firewall box? Because on layer 3 we can configure, see, on layer 3 firewall box we can configure routing. For example, this firewall device is acting as a L3 box. For example, it's a L3 firewall box. In case, then onto this firewall box we can configure IP address onto these interfaces, because these interfaces are acting as a layer 3. So we can configure IP address here. We can configure routing concept, NAT and VPN, because it's a L3 firewall box. So we can configure routing, NAT and VPN. And it's a firewall. So yes, we can use firewall feature, no problem. It's L3 firewall box. Now, what about L2 firewall box? In case, if I'm using this firewall box as a L2 firewall box, in case if I'm using my firewall box as a layer 2 firewall box, this device is acting as a layer 2. So we cannot configure IP address here, because these interfaces are acting as a layer 2 interfaces. So we cannot configure IP address here. It's not a switch port, okay? It's a layer 2 interface. We cannot configure. It's not a switch port. And onto this box, we cannot configure routing. No, we cannot configure NAT. No, VPN. No. So the point is, in which scenario we can use our firewall box as a layer 2. As a layer 2 firewall box, because with layer 3 firewall device, we have a lots of features. Layer 3 box, we can connect with the internet. On layer 3 box, we can configure routing concept, right? VPN concept, translation we can do with layer 3 box, but we have a lots of limitation with layer 2 firewall. So the point is, in this scenario, we can use our firewall box as a layer 2. So we will discuss, because we have a dedicated module, transparent firewall. First, we can focus on basic initialization, how layer 2 firewall will work, why it's required, what is the difference between L3 and L2, we'll discuss. Then we can focus on access policy. In case if I want to allow traffic, in Cisco ASA firewall, if I want to allow traffic from one interface to another interface, one network to another network. So yes, we need to configure access policy. On L3 firewall box, you can say ACL concept. On transparent firewall box, you can say access policy. Both are same. Both are the same. On transparent firewall box, you can say access policy. On L3 firewall box, you can say ACL concept. Now the next topic is called ether type ACL. Let me show you it. Any problem, Mustafa, Douglas, Sachin, Praveen?
No, sir.
No, sorry.
Okay, wait. Okay, so next topic in transparent firewall box is called ether type ACL. Ether type ACL. Remember always, ether type ACL you can configure on transparent firewall only. Transparent firewall. So what is ether type ACL? We'll discuss. Okay, when we will go on to the transparent firewall box topic. So yes, I can tell you what is ether type ACL. But yes, we can implement ether type ACL on transparent firewall. The next concept we can focus on, it's called redundancy. Into this module, we can focus on interface level redundancy. Here we have a two topic, redundant interface and port channel concept. So how to configure port channel? Port channel, it's a common topic. Port channel and redundant interface, it's a common topic on any firewall box. On any firewall box. If you guys remember in routing and switching, in CCNA routing and switching, so remember ether type, remember not ether type, remember ether channel. Ether channel concept. We have two type of ether channel. You can configure L3 ether channel, or you can go with the L2 ether channel. So yes, you can configure here. Same on Cisco ASA, this concept is called port channel. On Cisco ASA, you can say it's a port channel concept. So same concept you can configure on Cisco ASA firewall. You can aggregate the bandwidth of link, and you can create a single logical instance. It's called port channel, or you can say it's called ether channel concept. We have another option is called a redundant interface. So what is the difference? What is the use of a redundant interface, and what is the difference between these two interfaces? We will focus in our topic, but yes, we have two topic is called in interface level redundancy. The next concept we can focus on virtual firewall. We can divide our single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall box in case if you require it. Again, it's a common topic. If you check in Fortinet, this is called VDOM concept. If you go into Palo Alto, this is called virtual system. You can divide your single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall box. In Cisco ASA, this concept is known as virtual firewall, or you can say security context. So for example, I have a single firewall box. This is my single firewall box, and this box is connected with LAN side. This is a switch, and in my LAN side, I have multiple department, for example, multiple department. For example, marketing department, sales department, and HR department. So I have multiple department in LAN side. Now let's take an example. Let's talk about a scenario. In case if I want to configure different type of security policy, NAT policy, VPN configuration on marketing, and different type of NAT, VPN, and routing configuration for sales. Or you can say my requirement is what for marketing and for sales, I want dedicated L3 firewall box, but for HR department, I'm looking for layer 2 firewall. This is the scenario. So what you can do into this task, into the scenario, you required a separate dedicated box, like for marketing, for sales, for HR, because requirement is different. For HR, I need a dedicated L2 firewall box. So in that case, what we can do, we need a separate box. So right now we have three departments. So we require 3 physical boxes. If you are going with the 3 physical boxes, 3 physical devices, then the cost is very high. Then what we can do, we can purchase a single big box, and with the help of license, we can divide our single Cisco ASA firewall into multiple virtual firewall. This concept is called virtual firewall, or you can say security context. So we can divide our single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall box. For example, this is called your marketing firewall box, sales, and HR. And these are the interfaces. These interfaces are called resources. So first I can divide my single firewall box into multiple firewall box. It means I'm dividing in three contexts: marketing context, sales context, HR context. And these are the interfaces. For example, port number 1, port number 2, port number 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now this time, marketing traffic is traveling via marketing firewall box, sales traffic is traveling via sales firewall box, and HR traffic is traveling via HR firewall box. So how to work with security context? Okay, how to install a license on Cisco ASA firewall box, how to divide our single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall box, how to assign interfaces. We'll discuss in detail. Okay, we have a proper lab. So what we have, security context. Now failover concept, it's a common, again, like virtual firewall box, failover is a common topic. In Palo Alto, you can say high availability. In Fortinet, you can say high availability. In Cisco, you can say failover concept. In checkpoint firewall box, you can say clustering. So why we require failover concept? For example, I have a Cisco ASA firewall. This is firewall box, and this firewall box is connected with a switch with LAN, you can say, and another connectivity with internet side. This is ISP portion. Now, into this topology, everything is working fine. I have a single firewall box, and for example, this is fast Ethernet 0/0. This is fast Ethernet 0/1. I have an IP address onto this port 192.168.10.1, for example, 10.1.23.1. Now, as per our configuration, I told you everything is working fine. It means we have a routing here, NAT, VPN, ACL, everything is working fine. It means you can say traffic is traveling via this Cisco ASA firewall box. No problem. But into the scenario, you can see, guys, we have a single firewall box, right? Sachin, Praveen, Mustafa, Douglas. Into this scenario, to this topology, we have a single Cisco ASA firewall box. There is no any backup. There is no any backup. In case if this box down, if this complete box down, then your inside users, inside IP address, they cannot go onto the internet site. They cannot access internet services. So in that case, what we can do? In that case, we can add one more firewall. We can add one more firewall into this topology. Second firewall box, Douglas, I'm adding for high availability, you can say, or for failover concept. Second firewall box. This is called your firewall box 1, everyone. Firewall box 2. Now I need to change my topology. So here I have a switch number 2. Switch number 2, this is called switch number 1. We have a high availability link. In case if you are working with Cisco ASA firewall box, so you require a single failover link. In Palo Alto, we require 2 separate high availability link. This is called HA. HA link, high availability link. In Cisco ASA, we require single failover link. In Palo Alto, you require two link, control link, data link. In Fortinet, you require single failover link. So it's depend upon, vendor. In Cisco ASA, we require single failover link in between firewall box 1, firewall box 2. What is the use of this HA link? So right now I'm giving you the basic idea. See, through HA link, firewall box 1, he's sending a keep alive message, you can say, or hello packet information, you can say, or HA status information. Firewall box 1 is sending a keep alive message to firewall box 2. Hello, I'm active. I'm active, because if you talk about failover concept, we have 2 mode. Either you can go with the active standby mode, or you can go with the active. We'll do both lab. No problem. What about active standby? This is mode. So in active standby, one device is acting as an active box, and your second firewall box is acting as a passive, you can say, or standby firewall box. All the traffic is traveling via this active box. This is called forwarded firewall box, you can say. So traffic is traveling via this active box. In case if active box down, then this standby box will become active. And now automatically traffic is traveling via this firewall box automatically. So this is a mode, okay? Active standby is a mode, okay? It means one firewall box you can utilize one firewall box, and next firewall box into this failover concept, it's acting as a standby. It's acting as a backup firewall box. So in active standby, you can only utilize one firewall box. Rest of the firewall box, they are acting as a standby. But in case if you want to utilize both the firewall box, for example, I have firewall box 1, firewall box 2, so I want to utilize both the firewall box. So I can go with the active. Such in this lab is called active with security context. Mustafa, Praveen, Douglas, Sachin.
Okay. Okay. Yes, sir.
What we have, we can focus on active failover, but this active is complete name is what? Active failover with security context, with multi-context. So in active, what you can do, see, for example, right now I'm giving you the basic idea, okay? This is not a practical. So now this is your box 1. This is your box 2. So I'm talking about active. So in active, wait, this is a switch. Okay, so first, if you guys remember in security context discussion, we can divide our single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall box. So for example, I'm trying to divide my single firewall box into marketing, sales. Now we can add a cable, wait. Let's focus on to this box, this Cisco ASA firewall box. So in active failover concept, you can utilize both the firewall box. How you can utilize? So into this topology, what we have 2 firewall box. And in each firewall box, we have security context, marketing and sales. So this is box 1, this is box 2. On box 1, marketing firewall box is acting as an active, and this sales firewall box is acting as a standby, or you can say passive firewall box. And onto box 2, marketing firewall box is acting as a standby or passive, you can say. on this, and this sales firewall box is acting as an active. Clear my point? So you can see in LAN side what we have: marketing department and what? Sales department. So all marketing traffic. So for marketing, this box is acting as a active. And for sales, this box is acting as a active. Clear now my point?
Yes, sir.
In case if this complete box is down, in case, no problem. The sales is active and now this box is down. So this passive box, this marketing passive box will become active. So marketing traffic is traveling via marketing and sales traffic is traveling via sales. So you can go with the active failover concept, but this is called active with multi-context or with security context. We'll discuss in detail, okay, what is the requirement, how to configure it. We can configure, no problem. But right now, I'm giving you the basic idea. Now, deep packet inspection. Cisco ASA firewall box is not a next generation firewall. Remember always, if we talk about next generation firewall, so in Cisco, yes, we have a separate device. It's called Cisco FTD. It's called Cisco FTD, Cisco Firepower Threat Defense. This is called what? Cisco next generation firewall. Right now, this training is what? Cisco ASA. So in case in future, if you want to learn Cisco FTD, Cisco next generation firewall box, so you need to learn first Cisco ASA, because Cisco FTD, it's a combination of Cisco ASA firewall and firepower feature. Okay, firepower. It's a combination of ASA and firepower. That's why to start FTD, you need to learn first Cisco ASA firewall. Okay, so deep packet inspection. Deep packet inspection we can do on Cisco ASA firewall. This is called a deep inspection. But it's not like a next generation firewall feature. If you think about, remember in Palo Alto, Sachin, Mustafa, you are in Fortinet batch. Remember in Fortinet, our firewall box, our next generation firewall box can detect application, right? Can detect application,
Yes,
and
sir.
we can take action. For example, if I want to block Facebook application, I want to block LinkedIn application, I can do with next generation firewall, right?
Security
sir.
profiles, yeah.
Sachin, Douglas,
Yes, sir.
Praveen. So guys, if you talk about next generation firewall box, like Palo Alto, like Checkpoint firewall box, like Fortinet, okay, so Cisco Firepower Threat Defense. So these firewall box are called next generation firewall. So you can deeply inspect your traffic, your data payload. Okay, if someone trying to download malicious file, your next generation firewall can detect and can take action. But Cisco ASA is not a next generation firewall. This is called second generation firewall. But onto the Cisco ASA firewall, we can do our deep inspection. In Cisco ASA, this is called modular for policy framework. In short, you can say MPF concept. So this firewall box cannot detect application, cannot detect malicious information, but yes, this firewall box can also do deep packet inspections. What is deep packet inspection concept? We can discuss here, because we have a topic, understand the deep packet inspection concept, why it's required, why we are configuring. And now we can discuss about the global policy. Here we have a default global policy for deep packet inspection, default one. But in case if you want to create your own custom policy, you want to configure your own custom policy for deep packet inspection. So yes, we can focus here, configure a custom policy. Clear now my point, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Praveen, any problem? Praveen?
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
Now, see that these options, these topics we can configure with the CLI. CLI. Routing configuration, NAT configuration, of ACL configuration, VPN configuration, all the configuration we will do through the CLI option. But in case, if you want to configure, if you want to manage your complete Cisco ASA firewall box with GUI, so yes, I can show you how to configure our Cisco ASA firewall with graphical page. With graphical page, like how to configure interface, NAT, ACL, VPN configuration, high availability configuration. I can show you how to configure with the graphical page. We have a separate topic, how to access Cisco ASA firewall box with GUI. Now, last module we can discuss in Cisco ASA is called VPN implementation. Again, like NAT concept, VPN is a common topic. VPN is a common topic. So first, I can tell you what is VPN, why it's required, what is the feature, to use a VPN concept. It's called virtual private network. After that, if you talk about implementation, so yes, we can focus on IPsec VPN and SSL VPN. In IPsec, we can focus on site. We can focus on site-to-site VPN. It's called, you can connect multiple branch office. For example, I have a branch office A, branch office B, and I want to connect these branch office in a secure manner because these are connected through this untrusted network, you can say, or they are connected through this public network, you can say, or through ISP. So this network is called untrusted network. In case if you want to connect these two branch office over this public network in a secure manner, so yes, you can go with the site-to-site VPN implementation. This is called branch-to-branch connectivity. For site-to-site connectivity, you can go with the IPsec. But yes, we have another kind of VPN. It's called what? Remote access VPN. In remote access VPN, a home user, you can say, or a remote user, you can say, he has a simple Wi-Fi modem at his home. He has an internet connectivity. And now this home user or this remote user, he's trying to access company private resources. For example, onto this LAN side, you can say, we have multiple servers like FTP, SMTP, web server, DNS server. So in case if this outside PC, this remote user, he has simple Wi-Fi modem. Okay, you can say he has a connectivity only with public network. Over this public network, he's trying to access company private resources. So he need to establish a connection first with his laptop. He need to establish a connection first. And once this connection will establish in between his laptop and the Cisco ASA firewall box, this connection is called what? Remote access VPN connection. Once this connection will establish, then yes, he is allowed. He can access company private resources. Now this complete traffic is secured, you can say, or fully encrypted. So we'll discuss in detail, okay, what is remote access VPN concept? What is site-to-site VPN? What is IPsec? What is phase 1? What is phase 1? What is phase 2? What is phase 2? Phase 1 and phase 2. So to configure remote access VPN, either you can go with the IPsec or you can go with the SSL VPN option. So our focus is on SSL VPN. In SSL VPN, we can discuss clientless SSL VPN, and next one is called full client. In full client, you can use a VPN application. It's called Cisco AnyConnect. In Fortinet, we have a 40 client. In Palo Alto, you can go with the Global Protect. In Cisco, you can go with the full client option. So here I can show you Cisco AnyConnect option. Douglas, any question? Clear?
Yes, sir.
This Cisco
Sachin?
Meraki is also the part of
Yes, Mustafa?
Cisco Meraki.
No, Cisco Meraki is a different concept.
Different?
It's a different technology,
Mm-hmm.
Mustafa. you can go with a separate training for Cisco Meraki.
Okay,
It's a separate device.
separate device. Yeah.
Okay, so guys, this is called a topic discussion today. And we can start our topic from tomorrow, not tomorrow. Okay, our session is in between Monday to Thursday. And timing is what? 8:30 to 9:30. So please be on time. We can start at 8:30 to 9:30, and session is Monday to Thursday. So now today is Thursday, so I think today is Thursday. Yes, so we can start our topic now on Monday again. Monday now. We can focus on our first topic. It's called basic configuration. Okay, everyone, Douglas, Mustafa, Sachin, Praveen,
sir.
please share your email ID in group so that I can share the recording, today's session recording and slides, notes, and software.
Okay.
Okay, everyone.
Yes.
Okay,
So
sir.
let's continue. Let's start our first topic on Monday now. Bye, everyone. Take care, guys.
Bye,
You
sir.
too.
Bye, everyone.
Bye now.
Bye. So remember our previous discussion on topic, what we can discuss in our complete training, the topic discussion. Remember, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, today we can start our day one session on firewall device. Okay, so please help me. Everyone, please help me. What do you think about firewall device? Can anyone help me? What do you think about firewall? Mustafa, Sachin, Rohan, Praveen. What do you think about firewall, everyone?
It control the traffic incoming and outgoing.
It's control the traffic incoming outgoing. Okay.
So to protect our internet services or LAN services.
Internet services, LAN services. Okay, okay. Rohan, what is firewall?
तो बेसिकली फायरवॉल अनवांटेड ट्रैफिक को फिल्टर करेगा और
Okay.
बेस्ड ऑन आपका जो रूल है बेस्ड ऑन दैट वो इधर उसको अलाउ करेगा या फिर डिनाई कर देगा ट्रैफिक को.
Okay. So firewall is what? Firewall is a box, right? Firewall is a system, you can say. And firewall is a common word. It's a common word for any vendor. Right now we are talking about Cisco ASA firewall box, but yes, in market we have multiple firewall vendor. So what is firewall? Firewall is a system, you can say, or group of system that manage access between networks. What is between network? It means LAN network, WAN network, and DMZ. What is DMZ? Can anyone help me? What is DMZ network? Because LAN is what? LAN is a private network, our LAN portion, and WAN is what? Public side, public network. What is DMZ?
सब बेसिकली हम लोग एक अलग से जोन बनाते हैं डीएमजी जोन एंड वहां पे हम लोग हमारे जो सर्वर्स है उनको होस्ट करते हैं सो दैट ट्रैफिक जो बाहर से जो आएगा वो डीएमसी की तरफ जाएगा इंस्टेड ऑफ इनसाइड नेटवर्क. तो अगर अटैक हो जाता है तो वो डीएमजेड जोन ही इम्पैक्टेड रहेगा एंड आपका इनसाइड जो नेटवर्क रहेगा वो सेफ हो जाएगा.
Perfect. Mustafa, clear? Sachin, Praveen?
Yes.
What is DMZ?
Yes.
What is DMZ network? See, if you want to allow some server for your outside users, so what you can do, you can put all your server into a separate zone. It's called DMZ zone. Okay, you can put all your servers, like for example, here is your firewall device. This is your LAN network. LAN portion, and this side is called what? Public portion. So this is your LAN side, this is your WAN side. Now, if I'm trying to put all my servers in my LAN network, for example, in case, if I'm trying to put all my servers, like for example, web server, SMTP server, DNS server, FTP server, and some company confidential servers. For example, if I have only two network, if I have only two zone, you can say two network, LAN network and WAN network. Okay, so I need to allow some traffic from outside because see, for example, these outside machine, they can access this web server, for example, or they can access this FTP server, for example. So to allow our traffic through the firewall box, what we can do, we can configure our policy. We can configure our firewall policy. So as per our firewall policy, what I can do, I can define any source is coming from outside and trying to access this web server. Yes, they can access, they can hit onto this web server and they can use service or protocol. In policy, you can define your source IP, your destination IP, your service and protocol, right? Like ACL, remember ACL concept? ACL concept in router. In ACL, you can define your source IP address, your destination IP address, your service and protocol information. So as per your configuration, as per your policy configuration, traffic is coming from outside and it's trying to hit onto this web server, because as per your configuration, anyone can hit on web server onto this particular IP address. So as per your configuration, traffic is coming from untrusted network and trying to go on your trusted network. Problem is what? Problem is traffic is coming from outside. Traffic is coming from untrusted network. So it may be compromised by some attacker or hacker, because traffic is not initiated from the LAN side. Traffic is initiated from the outside, initiated from the untrusted network. So if traffic is coming from outside, maybe this traffic is trying to compromise your other devices. Maybe he can try. So that's why what we can do, we can put all these servers, for example, web server, or we can put all these servers in a separate zone. These servers, because these servers I want to allow for my outside users. So I can put all these servers in a separate zone. It's called DMZ zone. Here we have a switch and multiple servers, for example, web server, FTP server, SMTP server, and DNS server. So this time I can create a policy here. If any traffic is going to hit onto this firewall WAN interface, as per your configuration, your firewall will redirect this traffic onto this DMZ site. So this untrusted network traffic is not coming in your LAN site. So your LAN network is secured. So these servers I want to allow for my public site or public user. That's why we are creating a separate zone. It's called DMZ. So what we have LAN zone, WAN network, and DMZ. It's called demilitarized zone. Clear now?
Yes.
Clear, sir. Yes.
Okay, so now, so what is firewall exactly? Firewall, it's just like a router. If you guys remember router device. So on router, what we can do, we can configure routing option. We can configure NAT. We can configure ACL option. ACL is what? Access control list. So routing feature, NAT, ACL, these options we can configure on router. Same option you can configure on firewall. So firewall is what? Firewall is same. Firewall is just like a router. But in firewall, we have some advanced feature. We have some other feature, you can say, to filter your traffic. But firewall is just like a router. If you talk about firewall technique, so I'm talking about a common technique, which is used by any firewall vendor. For example, first technique is called packet filtering. Packet filtering technique. This is a common topic, everyone. If you go with the Cisco ASA firewall box, this is called ACL concept. Access control list, it's called packet filtering firewall method. Clear my point? Packet filtering firewall method. Now, if you go with the Palo Alto, so this is called security policy. If you go with the Fortinet firewall box, this is called firewall policy. If you go with the FTD, it's called access policy. If you go with the checkpoint firewall box, it's called access control policy. So they all are the same. They all are what? Packet filtering technique. But in each vendor, we can do some extra configuration. But what is packet filtering? We can filter our traffic based on source IP, destination IP, service, and protocol. So this is the common concept. Mustafa, Praveen, Rohan, Sachin. This is the common concept which is used by any vendor. Clear my point?
Yes, sir.
Now, the next concept, next feature, if you talk about in firewall, it's called stateful firewall feature. Stateful firewall device. What is a stateful firewall device? What is stateful firewall technique, you can say, or what is a stateful firewall inspection? This inspection is used by any vendor. If you go on Palo Alto, Fortinet, Checkpoint, FTD, Cisco ASA, these are what? These are the stateful device. Router is a stateless device. Firewall is a stateful device. So what is stateful firewall means? What is stateful firewall technique? Stateful firewall technique. So let's discuss with the scenario. See, for example, here I have a firewall device. Guys, we are working with Cisco ASA. Our focus is on Cisco ASA firewall. So this ASA is connected. For example, this ASA is connected with your LAN portion. In your LAN side, you have computers. For example, 192, 168, 10.10, 10.11, and on WAN side, what we have ISP portion. Okay, so we are working with Cisco ASA. Remember, always Cisco ASA always works with a concept is called security level. Cisco ASA always works with a concept is called security level. If you talk about Palo Alto, if you talk about FTD, if you talk about checkpoint firewall box, so they all are working with a concept is called JBF, zone based firewall. But Cisco ASA, FTD is what? It's a Cisco firewall box, but it's using this technique. It's working with this technique is called JBF, zone based firewall. If we talk about Cisco ASA works with security level concept. Okay, so what is security level? See, remember always security level range in between 0 to 100. Okay, and on Cisco ASA, we have some predefined keyword. For example, this is your fast Ethernet 0/0. This is your fast Ethernet 0/1. Now onto this interface, if you are using a predefined keyword, in case if you are using predefined keyword is called inside, INSIDE. If you are using this predefined keyword is called inside, so automatically this interface will get a security level 100. It's a higher number. In case if you go on to this interface, it's called 0/1, 0/1. And onto this interface, if you are using a keyword is called outside or any name, okay, this is inside is a predefined, everyone. Inside keyword is a predefined keyword, predefined. If you go on to any interface and if you type this inside, the interface will get automatically 100. Interface will get a security level 100. Onto this interface on 0/1, I'm using any other keyword like your name, my name, or outside, for example. So automatically this interface will get a security level 0. Security level 0. And now remember, always by default traffic is allowed. By default traffic is allowed from higher security level to lower security level. On Cisco ASA firewall, no need to configure any firewall policy. Mustafa, Praveen, Rohan, Sachin, no need to configure any rule, everyone. Clear my point?
Yes, sir.
No need to configure any policy. Okay, by default, traffic is allowed from higher security level to lower security level. By default. No need to configure any rules. Now, why we are creating this topology, this scenario? Because we are trying to discuss what is a stateful firewall technique. What is stateful firewall technique? So see, so this inside machine, for example, this inside machine is trying to access this outside server, for example, 8.8.8.8. So this traffic is going to hit onto this firewall device, onto this interface. So when Cisco ASA firewall box will receive a packet, so it will verify the traffic direction. So traffic is coming from higher security level and trying to go on to the lower security level. So I told you, as per default option, traffic is allowed from higher security level to lower security level. No need to configure any security policy or firewall policy. No. Traffic is allowed. So now as per default configuration, traffic is traveling now through the firewall box. Traffic is traveling. And now when traffic is traveling through the firewall box, then firewall will maintain the state of connection. If traffic is traveling through appliance, then firewall will maintain the state of connection in a table, and this table is called state table. This table is called state table. What it maintain in a state table, it will maintain source IP, source port number, destination IP, destination port number. So as per direction, as per our discussion, source IP address is what? Can anyone help me? What is source IP address?
192.168.10.10.
Yes, source IP address is 192.168.10.10, right? Source port number, let's take a random port number, for example, 52,000. Destination IP is 8.8.8.8. And what is destination port number? So let's take example, he's trying to access port number 23, for example.
Okay.
23, for example. So traffic is traveling and firewall is maintaining this state of connection in a table. It's called state table, or you can say connection table. Connection table. Now traffic is traveling. Now what about reply packet? Everyone, what about reply packet? If reply packet is coming and going to hit onto this interface, because 8.8.8 will give the reply. So if reply packet is going to hit onto this interface, you can see, guys, onto this interface, we have a security level what? 0, right?
0.
We have a security level 0. And I told you traffic is only allowed from higher security level to lower security level. If traffic is trying to travel lower to higher, everything is denied. Praveen, everything is denied. If traffic is traveling from lower security level to higher security level, it's a denial by default. Everything is denial. So now this time, see, if this reply packet is going to hit onto this firewall box, then see, as per our discussion, If traffic is coming from lower security level and trying to go on to the higher security level, it's a deny. Everything is what? Deny. Deny. Now, see, so if traffic is going to hit onto this firewall box, firewall will check, is this traffic is part of my any existing connection? Firewall will verify. If traffic is going to hit onto the interface, firewall will verify, is this traffic is a part of my any existing connection? So it will check the information into the connection table, into state table. And in state table, your firewall can verify, okay, this packet is coming from 8.8.8. Perfect. I have an entry. Okay, this reply packet destination port number 23 and reply packet is for 192.168.10.10. Okay. This traffic was initiated from the inside network, and this is just a reply packet. It's not initiated from the outside. So firewall will check, okay, this I have this information. I have information in my connection table, in my state table. This traffic was initiated from the inside. So now firewall will allow this traffic. Clear my point, Mustafa, Praveen, Rohan, Sachin?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is called what? This technique is called stateful firewall technique. This technique is called stateful firewall technique. If traffic is traveling through the appliance, then firewall will maintain the state of connection in connection table and then forward to the forward traffic to the outside. When reply packet will come, firewall will verify reply packet information into the connection table and state table. If it is available, allow. It's allow, otherwise it's deny. So this technique is called stateful firewall technique. I hope it's clear. Now,
Sir, I want to ask one question that
yes.
For the forward traffic, that policy is not required. For the reverse traffic, that policy will required or not?
See, for reverse traffic, no, not required, because see, Sachin, if traffic is traveling through the appliance, if traffic is traveling through the appliance, then firewall will maintain the state of connection.
Okay.
So as per connection table, firewall will verify, okay, this is the reply packet. This traffic is not initiated from the outside.
Okay.
In case, for example, into this topology, in case if this outside machine is trying to access inside, trying to go on inside network. So you can see this traffic is initiated from the outside.
Yes.
This traffic is initiated from the lower
outside
security level and trying to go on
higher security level.
So everything is denied. So traffic is not traveling, and if traffic is not traveling, firewall is not going to maintain any state of connection. Clear, Sachin?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
now let's talk about everyone. Let's talk about some product family in Cisco ASA, because we guys are familiar with the Cisco router and Cisco switches. In firewall, okay, so let's talk about ASA model, okay, or ASA devices. So the range start with the 555500. Like if you go in Cisco router, so we have 2800 series router, okay, right, 4500 series router. Same in if you go into the Cisco ASA firewall box, the range will start from 55 series. So 5505, if you have Cisco ASA 5505, so this firewall you can use in a small office or in a branch office. Okay, if you have any firewall box with X feature, any firewall box, for example, what I have 5506-X. What does X means? If you have any firewall box with X, it means this is a complete ASA firewall box with firepower feature. Why firepower feature? With firepower. What is firepower technology? It's a separate thing. In Cisco, this is called NG-IPS. NG-IPS, Next Generation Intrusion Prevention System. It's a separate box. In Cisco, this is called Cisco Firepower, you can say, or NG-IPS. So my point is what? If you have any firewall box with X name, it means you have a Cisco ASA firewall box with firepower feature. So you can use ASA feature and firepower feature. Okay, in case if you are going with the higher requirement, so yes, you can go with the 5520. This series of the firewall box you can use in a medium-sized network or internet edge security appliance. You can go for the higher series for large deployment. In case if you are working in data center or in a large enterprises network, so you can go with the 5585X. See, Cisco will provide you ASA box as a physical box, and as a VM firewall box also, like other vendor. If you have only ASA, this is your physical device. If you have ASA with a small V, it means it's a complete Cisco ASA firewall. But this firewall box you can use only in a virtualization scenario, like you can use in an AWS, Azure scenario, okay, or VMware scenario. So it's a complete firewall box, everyone. But this is what this firewall box you can use in a virtualization scenario. ASA means what? It's a complete physical box. Clear now my point?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now
sir.
okay, let's just start ASA first. Okay, wait. Okay, everyone, can you hear me? So I have a small topology. I have one Cisco ASA firewall box, and this is your inside router or inside PC, you can say. So I'm trying to start this Cisco ASA. Please wait, this will take time. Okay, can you hear me, everyone? So
Yes,
this is
sir.
Cisco ASA Firewall Box console page. Okay, this is console page. Now you can type here enable command because it's a Cisco device, so you can use same command enable. So this is your user exec mode. You can say this is your privilege mode. So you can type enable, you can press enter. It's asking for password, but there is no password. You can press enter. Now you can use first, this command is called show version command. Why? Because I want to verify OS version. I want to verify hardware information. I want to verify license information. So yes, you can go with this command. It's called show version. So we are working with Cisco ASA. ASA is called Adaptive Security Appliance, ASA. We are working with 9.x operating system. And you can see hardware information. We are working with ASA 5520, RAM information, CPU information. We have 4 interfaces here, 4 interfaces. And now let's verify license feature, license information. So onto this image, we have license for every practical, license for every practical. For example, see, for failover, we have active license. Security context, it means we can divide our single firewall box into multiple virtual firewall box. So yes, we have a license for 20 virtual context. So I can divide the single firewall box into 20 virtual firewall box. So for everything, we have a proper license, no problem. You can do this practical. See, for VPN, yes, we have a DES and triple DES option. So we have a license info, it's enable. Now, next command you can use is called show firewall. Show firewall box will give you the idea about the firewall mode. Remember, guys, I told you we can use our firewall box in 2 mode. Either we can use our firewall box as a layer 3 or as a layer 2 firewall. Remember, everyone? Layer 2
Yes, sir.
or layer 3. So right now the mode of this firewall box is router mode, or you can say NAT mode, or you can say L3 firewall box. Now let's type a command here, show mode. Show mode. So security context mode. Security context mode. Right now this firewall box is acting as a single box. That's why security context mode is a single. It's a single. If you see the mode, so the mode is called multiple. So right now I'm not talking about security context because we have a separate topic to discuss about security context or about virtual firewall technique. But yes, this device security context mode is single. So right now this box is acting as a single box. Now show IP interface brief we can use to verify our IP address information. If you press enter, see, we are getting a message. So here's a difference. Okay, here we can use show interface IP brief on Cisco ASA. Show interface IP brief. You can press enter. And you can see these information. These interfaces are available. Ethernet 0 to Ethernet 3. Now let's go into the global configuration mode. Global configuration mode, we can change host name, for example, ASA1. ASA1. Now, in case if I'm trying to configure IP address, for example, onto this interface, onto this Ethernet 0, onto this Ethernet 0, onto this interface. In case if I'm trying to configure, see, as per our topology, I'm trying to configure 200 network. So let's go into the interface Ethernet 0. Interface Ethernet 0. Here I can use a command, it's called nameif command, because you need to define the predefined keyword. Remember, inside keyword, or you can use any other keyword. So now this into this interface, into this Ethernet 0, I'm using inside keyword. And inside is a predefined keyword. If you guys remember, I told you. So with nameif command, you can give a name inside. If you press enter, you are getting a message you are getting a message security level for inside set to 100 by default. So automatically this interface will get a security level 100. Now you can configure your IP address. IP address, for example, 200.200.1 mask, no shutdown. Now show interface IP brief. Now you can verify your IP address information onto this interface. IP address information onto this interface. See, in case if I'm trying to configure Ethernet 1, for example, Ethernet 1 is connected to WAN side. So interface Ethernet 1, name if outside. So this time I'm not using my predefined keyword. In case if I'm trying to use inside here, in case, for example, because I'm already using inside on Ethernet 0. Mustafa, Praveen, Rohan, Sachin. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
If I'm trying to use this inside keyword again on any other interface, you can see I cannot because it's assigned on interface Ethernet 0. So now you cannot use this inside keyword again on any other interface. So here I'm using what? Name if outside. So if you go with the outside keyword, automatically this interface will get a security level 0. Automatically, this interface will get a security level 0. Now, IP address, for example, let's configure IP address 10.10.10.10 mask, no shutdown, exit. So what we have interface, show interface IP brief. Okay, for example, if I have another interface, another network is called DMZ network. DMZ, this is called what? DMZ, demilitarized zone. Demilitarized zone. So let's configure our DMZ interface. Show interface IP brief. Interface Ethernet, Ethernet 2. Name if DMZ I'm using. Now again, see security level is what? Mustafa 0, Praveen 0. So if I have a same security level on two interfaces, then see, I told you, if you guys remember, wait. Onto this interface, we have a security level 100, right? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
On WAN interface, or you can say on Ethernet 1,
0.
security level 0. This is outside. DMZ side, if I'm using this DMZ keyword, so security level is 0 onto this interface. For example, Ethernet 2, security level is 0. So if two interfaces have same security level, for example, then they cannot communicate with each other by default.
Okay.
Because see, traffic is allowed from higher security level to higher security level to lower security level. Lower to higher, everything is denied. But if two interfaces have same security level, they cannot communicate by default. If you want, you can. Okay, so that's why I'm using a different security level here. For example, onto this DMZ, I'm using security level 50. So how to change security level here? See, command is security level, and I'm using what? 50. See, if you type question mark, you can use a range in between 0 to 100, 50. Now IP address I can configure 60.60.60.1 no shutdown, show interface IP brief. Now you can verify with show name if command, With show name of command, you can verify your interface information on Ethernet 0. We are this interface 0 is now it's called inside interface. Security level is 100. Ethernet 1 is called outside. Security level is 0. Ethernet 2 DMZ security level is 50. Clear on my point, everyone?
sir.
Yes,
Clear
sir.
now? Okay, now see here what we have seen. So in case if I have a DMZ network, security level 50, inside security level 100, outside security level 0. Now, if I have another interface, this is called DMZ1, this is called DMZ2, for example. And onto this interface, I have a same security level. So I told you, same security level member, same security level interface cannot communicate with each other by default. If you want, I can show you how to communicate. You need a single command. But yes, they cannot communicate with each other. Because say traffic is traveling via higher to lower, higher to lower, higher to lower, higher to lower, higher to lower. But same security level, they cannot communicate. Now, let's configure IP address onto this inside router because I want to access this Cisco ASA firewall box through telnet through SSH. Okay, so let's configure IP address here. Wait.
Mode for firewall mode. One is
Sorry?
router. One mode is router, right? What is the other mode?
Transparent mode, Mustafa.
Transparent. Okay.
Transparent mode. Onto this inside interface, I have a IP address first. I'm configuring IP address 200, 200, 210, mask, no shutdown. Show IP interface brief. Ping 200, 200, 200.1. I'm trying to ping firewall interface on this router. So I'm trying to ping my directly connected interface, you can say. I'm getting reply, everyone, right? Rohan, Mustafa, Praveen, Sachin. It's a basic connectivity. It's a direct connectivity. So yes, I can ping. So to the firewall box, my point is what? To the firewall box. It's not through the firewall box. Right now, it's a to the firewall box, not through the firewall box. So to the firewall box, ISMP traffic is allowed by default. See, I can ping. To the firewall box, ISMP traffic is allowed onto this interface. But in case if I'm trying to access telnet, 200, 200, 200 dot. So telnet is not enabled. Telnet is not enabled. What you can do on your firewall box, you can go on your firewall box. You can use a command, it's called telnet. And now you can type question mark. You can define here your specific host information or subnet information. See, IP address of the host and or network authorized to log into the system. So right now, as per my topology, I'm trying to configure only this specific machine. You can say trusted host, you can define here. Only this specific host 200, 200, 210 can access. So for this single IP address, I'm using subnet mask /32. In case if you want to allow complete subnet, so 200, 200, 200.0 /24, 255, 255, 255.0. You can define, but right now I want to allow this specific machine. So 200, 200, 210 /32. And this machine is participating in, or you can say it's a part of inside network. Done. Now you can set password. Password is called CCIE123. Now let's try to access again. Telnet. Password is CCIE123. I can access Telnet. Clear now?
Yes, sir.
हाँ सर सर सिस्को ऐसे में जो टेलनेट है वो बाय डिफॉल्ट मतलब
वो
डिसेबल
इनेबल
है
रहता
ना
है, बस पासवर्ड सेट करना।
ओके
सिस्को एएसए में सिस्को एएसए के अंदर इनेबल नहीं होता, आपको डिफाइन करना होता है। राउटर के अंदर टेलनेट इनेबल होता है, सिर्फ आपको पासवर्ड सेट करना होता है। वन
एंड सर पिंग तो इनेबल था ना बाय डिफॉल्ट?
यस, बाय डिफॉल्ट पिंग सर्विस इज इनेबल ऑन डेटा इंटरफेस बाय डिफॉल्ट।
ओके बट ये पिंग जो है सर वो हर एक फायरवॉल पे इनेबल था ना?
नहीं, अदर वेंडर्स पे अलग है। आपको फोर्टिनेट पे आपको याद हो, आपके बैच में फोर्टिनेट में क्या है कि ऑन डेटा इंटरफेस ऑन फोर्टिनेट ओनली पोर्ट नंबर 1 पे सर्विसेज इनेबल होती है, बाकी पोर्ट्स पे नहीं होती।
हाँ सर,
यू हैव टू इनेबल सर्विसेज, कोई सर्विसेज इनेबल नहीं होती ऑन पालो अल्टो। नथिंग इज अलाउड ऑन एनी सर्विसेज। आप मैनेजमेंट प्रोफाइल बनाते हो, याद है आपके पालो अल्टो वाले बैच में? आप पालो अल्टो में क्या करते हो? आप मैनेजमेंट प्रोफाइल बनाते हो ना रोहन?
यस सर।
जिसके अंदर आप सर्विसेज अटैच करते हो। सचिन, आपने पालो अल्टो में देखा हुआ है?
करेक्ट सर।
सेम। रोहन, क्लियर नाउ?
हाँ सर।
यस, ओके। सो
सर
यस सचिन,
एएसए में सभी पोर्ट पे अलाउड होता है?
यस, आप किसी पोर्ट पे चले जाइए।
ओके,
टू द फायरवॉल बॉक्स ट्रैफिक पिंग कर रही है, टू द फायरवॉल बॉक्स।
ओके सर।
Okay, now everyone, let's continue this topic tomorrow. Okay, everyone.
Okay sir.
Let's continue topic tomorrow. Tomorrow discuss SSS option and other configuration. Bye guys, take care.
सर ऐसे की इमेज शेयर कीजिए ना सर।
मैं शेयर कर दूंगा, मैं आज शेयर कर दूंगा, नो प्रॉब्लम। ठीक है।
हाँ, एक और सर चीज था, वो अपना पालो अल्टो का ना लास्ट टाइम आपने अपलोड किया था ना लेक्चर, तो उसका प्रिविलेज का इशू है सर, एक्सेस नहीं मिल रहा है उसका। तो एक बार देखेंगे।
लॉगिन पेज आ रहा है पालो अल्टो का?
सर नहीं, आपने ये शेयर किया था ना, अपना जो लेक्चर शेयर किया था ना।
हाँ
पिछले वीक का।
हाँ।
तो उसको हम लोग एक्सेस नहीं कर पा रहे, वो कुछ
कौन से बैच में?
सर अपना पालो अल्टो वाला बैच।
ओके, मैं एक बार देख लेता हूँ।
हाँ, उस ग्रुप पे मैसेज भी किया हुआ है।
श्योर, मैं देख लेता हूँ। ठीक है, नो प्रॉब्लम।
ठीक है,
अभी मैं 1 बजे फ्री हो जाऊंगा, मेरा कंटिन्यूस बैच है। 1 बजे मैं फ्री होकर फिर ये सब देख लूंगा। ठीक है।
हाँ सर, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। तो फिर वो जब भी आप करोगे तो सर कल का लेक्चर भी अपलोड कर दीजिए।
श्योर, डन।
ठीक है सर, ओके सर,
बाय एवरीवन, टेक केयर गाइस। मुस्तफा, रवि।
सर ये लेक्चर अपलोड कर दीजिए ना।
मैं अभी कर देता हूँ थोड़ी देर में। ठीक है,
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू। बाय सर।
बाय एवरीवन। Praveen,
Sure.
Rohan.
Sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Let's start our session now. Port number 1K7. Okay, so remember our telnet configuration on Cisco ASA Firewall. How to enable telnet service on Cisco ASA. Remember, everyone?
Yes, sir.
So today we can focus on SSH configuration. Why SSH is required? Can anyone help me? I can access my firewall box through telnet, right? And telnet service I need to enable.
Telnet.
Yes, yes.
Sir, SSH is more secure than the telnet because we can easily check that IP address, port number, and all the things via using the Wireshark or other monitoring tool in the telnet service.
Yes, absolutely. See, with telnet option, telnet is not encrypted. It's not an encrypted communication. So if someone will sniff your traffic in between your this router and this firewall box, so yes, person can verify what traffic or what instruction it is traveling through the session. Okay, that's why I'm not using telnet. Let's go with the SSH configuration. So SSH is what? Secure cell. If you guys remember, telnet and SSH concept from CCNA classes, same configuration we have on Cisco ASA, same configuration. Can anyone tell me SSH port number?
22.
22, okay. I'm configuring IP address on inside interface, Ethernet 0. Host name is ASA. Now let's go on to the router. Okay, so how to configure SSH on Cisco ASA firewall? Wait. So command is crypto key generate RSA. You can press enter. It will generate encryption key. Now you can configure username because SSH required username. Wait, I'm using same IP address. Okay, so username is required for SSH access. So username, for example, user5, password, user5, privilege 15. Privilege 15 means what? Full access. Done. Now you can use like telnet command, you can use SSH question mark. See, now you can specify the IP address or the host or network authorized to log into the system. So like telnet, I can specify here this 200.200.200.10. This IP address can access this firewall box through SSH connection. And this IP address is belonging inside network. One more command we can use because we have a user account in local database. That's why we can use a command AAA authentication SSH console. What console? Local database. Command is for AAA authentication SSH. For SSH console, I'm using local database. Why local database? Because we have a user account in Cisco ASF, our local database. That's why I'm using this instruction. If you type question mark here, for example, so either you can add your radius or TechX server information. Right now we have a user account. Yes, we have a user account on in local database, so we can go with the local keyword. Clear this command, everyone? Clear this command?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let's try to ping. So ping 200 or 200 or 200 or 1. I'm trying to ping firewall device and I'm getting reply. Let's go with SSH. So SSH space -L. Now question mark, you can define username. Username is user5, and now you can specify IP address information. IP address is 200.200.1. Now password user5. Yes, we can access through SSH. It's clear, everyone?
Yes, sir.
What about others, Mustafa?
Sir, SSH -L किस लिए है sir?
It's a command syntax. L means what? Wait. SSH question mark. You can use these options. So I'm trying to log in
using
username and password.
Okay.
That's why I'm using -L. Rohan, clear?
हाँ sir.
Okay, now so this is telnet and SSH. Now let's talk about the next concept here. Next topic is called routing implementation on Cisco ASA firewall. So now we can focus on static, default, and dynamic routing configuration. So please wait. I need to create a topology. Okay, let's focus onto this topology. Mustafa, Parveen, Rohan, Sachin.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes,
now
sir.
let's focus on routing configuration on Cisco ASA firewall. So we have a small topology. Firewall with inside network, DMZ network, and WAN side. So first I will configure IP address on each interfaces. After that, we can go on to the routing configuration. Please wait. Let me do the basic configuration first.
So this DMZ and WAN will be in the same subnet?
Oh, sorry. Okay, now let's configure our Ethernet 0. Name if inside IP address 200 dot 1.255/24. No shutdown. I'm using dot 1 on each interfaces. So Ethernet 1. Name if DMZ security level 50. IP address 10.1.23.1. No shutdown. Ethernet 2. Name if outside n.1.32.1 mask. No shutdown. Exit. Done. Let's go on to the router. Okay, now, Mustafa, Raveen, Rohan, Sachin.
Yes.
Now let's talk about static and default configuration on Cisco ASA firewall. So what I'm doing as per my task, what I'm doing, see, for inside network and for DMZ network, I'm trying to configure static routing. I'm trying to configure static routing. And for outside network, I will configure default. Clear the task, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Task is clear?
Yes. Sir.
Now let's move on to the Cisco ASA firewall box. So you can see as per our topology, we can configure static routing for inside and DMZ networks. So what is static routing syntax? Static, we need to create a route entry manually, right? Destination information manually.
IP
So
route.
here is a command, show route. Okay, before configure routing, you can verify your routing table information. The good thing with the Cisco ASA is what you can use show command anywhere. I'm in global configuration and I can use show command. So show command you can use anywhere. Okay, that is the good thing with Cisco ASA. If you compare with the Cisco router, you can use show command on privilege mode, but here you can use show command on anywhere. So show route. So yes, we have only directly connected interface information 200 10.1.23 network, 10.1.32 network. So we have only directly connected interface information. Now let's configure route. And this is the syntax, route question mark. So it's asking for interface information. You are trying to configure static route, but for which interface? Inside DMZ interface or outside interface. So I'm trying to configure for inside network, inside interface. Or inside, you can see inside network, we have a root 1.1.1 mask and gateway 200.200.10 router IP address. Yes or no? Mustafa, Praveen, Sachin, Rohan.
Yes.
Simple.
No, sir.
Now press enter. Now let's configure static route for DMZ network. So root DMZ 2.2.2.2 mask and now 10.1.23.10. Now root outside any network with any mask 10.1.32.10. So either you can use any network, any mask like this, or you can go with this syntax. 0 means any network, 0 means any mask. Now you can define next hop IP 32.10. Done. Now you can verify your configuration, show route. So yes, we have some route. We have route, static route entry, and what default route entry. So static route and default route. Let's verify connectivity. If I have a route in my routing table, so from firewall, I'm trying to verify my connectivity. So ping 1.1.1, ping 2.2.2, ping 3.3.3. Yes, I'm getting a reply. Clear now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So what I'm doing, I'm trying to ping from Cisco ASA firewall device, right? I'm trying to ping from Cisco ASA firewall device. Okay, let's go on to this inside router. So from routers, okay, R1, R2, R3. What I'm doing into this topology from R1, R2, and R3, I'm trying to configure default route. For basic connectivity, I'm trying to configure default route from R1, default route from R2, default route from R3. Let's configure. So IP route, I'm not creating all the entry manually. That's why I'm using default routing from each router, on each router. So any network, any mask, 200, 200, 200.1. Let's go on to the R2 router. IP route any network with any mask 10.1.23.1. IP route any network with any mask 10.1.32.1. Done. Now let's initiate our traffic. Everyone from inside, I'm trying to initiate my traffic. If you check routing table here, Mustafa, if you check routing table here, you can see there we have a default route, right? Rohan, Sachin, Mustafa.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
So for any destination, gateway is firewall. And on firewall, if you check, yes, you have a route. You have a route. So now let's go on to Cisco SA. Let's go on to the R1 router. And I'm trying to travel through the firewall box. I'm trying to travel. So from R1, I'm trying to ping 3.3.3.3.3. I'm trying to ping. So syntax is what? Traffic is traveling from higher security level to lower security level. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So I'm trying to initiate my traffic. I have a route, so I'm trying to initiate my traffic. So let's go on to the R1. Let's ping. So I told you, remember guys, traffic is by default enable or allow from higher security level to lower security level. By default, traffic is allowed, right? Mustafa, Praveen.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sachin, Rohan. By default, traffic is allowed from higher security level to lower security level, but I'm not getting reply. So remember, always only TCP and UDP traffic is allowed. From higher security level to lower security level, only TCP and UDP traffic is allowed.
So we
Rest
have to
traffic
enable
is
the
not
ping.
allowed. Yes, Sachin? Yes.
So we have to enable the ping command, like ping services in the ASA.
I'm not trying to enable right now. Okay, but I'm trying to tell you the default option.
Okay.
Right now, see, as per our discussion, traffic is allowed from higher security level to lower security level, but if I'm trying to ping, I'm not getting a reply. It means, see, only TCP and UDP traffic is allowed from higher security level to lower security level. So I cannot ping, right, everyone?
Yes, sir.
I cannot ping, but in case if I'm trying to access telnet, so telnet is what? Telnet is what? TCP traffic or UDP traffic?
TCP.
TCP, right? So now I'm trying to initiate telnet traffic. Let's configure telnet here on R3 router. On R3. Now let's go on to this inside router. Telnet 203.3.3.3. Password is what? Password is CCIE123. CCIE123. Yes. I cannot ping, Mustafa. I cannot ping, but I can access telnet.
Yeah, the ICMP is not allowed.
Yes, only TCP and UDP traffic is allowed from higher security level to lower security level. Now, let's verify other information. So from outside, this is outside router, Sachin. If I'm trying to ping from outside, if I'm trying to ping 200 or 200 or 200.10, if I'm trying to ping. Lower to higher, everything is denied. If I'm trying to ping, I cannot ping. And if I'm trying to access telnet, I cannot access telnet. Clear now? So from lower security level to higher security level, everything is denied.
Everything is done. Correct, sir.
Okay, in case if I want to allow, then in case if I want to allow traffic from lower security level to higher security level, I want to allow traffic from WAN to LAN. So yes, we need to configure
रूल
ACL.
करना पड़ेगा.
Sorry?
Rule create करना पड़ेगा.
Exactly. We can create ACL rule, access control list. So now, but right now our focus is on routing concept. So I hope it's clear how to configure routing. Everyone,
Sure, sir.
static and default routing. Let's go on to the firewall box and now show run route. Let's verify our routing entry. So we have 3 entry: route outside, route inside, and route DMJ. So let's erase this configuration because now we can implement our dynamic routing option like RIP, OSPF, and EIGRP. So no, see. So you have 2 options. Either you can use no command and copy this line and paste it. So if you have 100 entry, then you need to delete each entry like this. But in firewall, we have an option. We can use clear command. Clear configure route. So I want to clear all the entry which is start with. If any command start with the root, I want to clear. So clear configure route. Press enter. Done. In a single line, now you can verify here. Show run route, no entry. Show route, no entry. Only directly connected interface information. I hope it's clear. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let's configure RIP option. So RIP is very simple. Okay, let's configure RIP. So first I'm trying to delete entry. Let's configure RIP on router. So router RIP version 2. 200 no, on outside router 10.1.32.0 network 3.3.3.3 no auto sample. Let's go on R1 R2 router RIP version 2 network 10.1.23 network and 2.2.2. No auto sample. R1 router RIP version 2 network 10 dot no not 10 dot 200 network. Now let's go on firewall. Router RIP version, it's the same, just like a router. Router RIP version 2 and now 200.0 another network 10.1.23.0 and 10.1.32.0 no auto something. Done. Let's verify our routing table. Show route command. So we are receiving route from R1, see, from inside network, DMZ network, and outside network. This is AD value, and this is what hop count. So I have a route. So in case if I'm trying to ping 1.1.1.1, I'm getting reply. Ping 3.3.3, I'm getting reply. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
I hope it's clear how to configure it. Let's move on to the EIGRP. Wait. No router rip. Let's configure AIGRP. Router EIGRP 10 autonomous system number. 10 is what autonomous system number. 10 200.200.200.0 wildcard mask. Network 1.1.1.1 wildcard mask, no auto summary. Let's move on. R2, no router rip. Router EIGRP 10, 10.1.23.0, 2.2.2.2.
Wildcard mask.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
2.2.2 wildcard mask, no auto summary. Let's move on R3 now. So no router rep. Router EIGRP 10 network 10.1.32.0 wildcard mask network 3.3.3 wildcard mask no auto summary. Let's move on Cisco ASA firewall box. Router EIGRP 10. Now on Cisco ASA firewall, here is a difference, okay? On Cisco ASA firewall box, I'm trying to advertise my network. I'm trying to advertise 200 network, 23 network, and 32. So here there's no any wildcard mask concept, Mustafa. Raveen, Rohan, Sachin.
Okay, sir.
Here there's no any wildcard mask concept. If you want to advertise anything, you can use mask. For example, 200, 200, 200.0. If I'm trying to advertise this, so I need to define mask here. Firewall Cisco ASA firewall box don't know wildcard mask. It works with mask only. So now done. Network 10.1.23.0 mask. Now network 10.1.32.0 mask. Done. Now let's verify routing table. Show route. Show route. We are receiving route. And now, in case if you are trying to ping 1.1.1.1, you are getting reply. Ping 3.3.3, we are getting reply. Simple. AIGRP configuration.
Yes, sir.
Let's go on OSPF configuration. No router EIGRP 10. No router EIGRP 10. Now, router OSPF process ID. And I'm trying to advertise all the devices into area 0. In your lab, in your practical, you can create multiple areas like area 0, area 10, area 20. You can create, no problem. But right now, I'm trying to advertise all the routers into area 0. Any problem?
No, sir.
Okay, so 200.0 wildcard mask area 0. Network 1.1.1 wildcard mask area 0. Done. Let's move on R2. No, okay. Router OSPF. Two dot two wildcard mask area. Now R3 router OSPF 5 10.1.32.0 wildcard mask area 0 network 3.3.3 wildcard mask area 0. Now let's go with the Cisco ASA firewall box. Router clear configure router. So no, we can verify a thing, no configuration. So router OSP of 5, 200, 200, 200.0 and mask. You don't know anything about wildcard. So you can define mask to advertise your network. So 200, 200, 200.0 slash 24 area 0. Network 10.1.23.0 mask area 0. Network 10.1.32.0 mask area 0. Done. Now let's verify our route information. So please wait. This will take time. So we are receiving routes from inside network, but I'm looking for outside and DMZ also. Show OSPF neighbor. So we have 3 neighbor information. And show route, yes. Clear how to configure routing on Cisco ASA firewall?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Everyone?
sir.
Now we can focus on the next topic. It's called ACL configuration on Cisco ASA. But not today. Tomorrow we can start ACL discussion. Okay. So please revise from CCNA class. Please revise your what is ACL concept, what is standard ACL and extended ACL. Please revise this concept because we can configure on Cisco ASA. Actually, we have 2 topics. ACL and advanced ACL option is called object group. Object group. It's not object only, okay? Object group. It's called advanced ACL. So first we can focus ACL option, then we can go on to the object group configuration on Cisco ASA fab. Any question, Sachin?
No, sir.
Rohan? Everyone, let's continue our topic.
सर
Yes,
इमेज
Rohan.
चेक कीजिए इसकी और सर अपना जो Palo Alto है ना उसके 10 लेक्चर ही अपलोड हुए हैं तो वो अपलोड कर दीजिए ना.
एक मिनट पर मैं अभी कर देता हूँ.
और तो सर
I'm using same topology today for our next topic. Same topology, one Cisco ASA firewall box with inside network connectivity, DMZ network, and WAN side. Okay, can you hear me? Rohan, Mustafa, Sachin?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Please turn off your mic now. So you can see, guys, I have IP address on R1 200 network and IP address on DMZ router. Let's use host name as DMZ. And R3 is outside router. So wait, I'm configuring 10.1.32.10 mask /24. Let's create a loopback on R3. And now I'm trying to configure IP address on Cisco ASA firewall. For basic connectivity, I'm using static and default routing into this complete topology. So from R1, R2, and R3, I am configuring default route from R1, R2, R3 towards firewall. So let's configure from R1 any network, any mask. Gateway is 200, 201. On DMZ router, any network with any mask 10.1.23.1. On R3, any network with any mask 32.1. Let's move on Cisco ASA firewall. So Ethernet 0, name if inside 200, 200, 200.10 mask. Next interface, Ethernet 1. You can see we are using as a DMZ network. So, oh wait, I need to configure 1 here. 200, 201, shutdown, and no shut down. Interface Ethernet 1, name if DMZ. Security level 50. IP address 23.1. No shut down. Ethernet 2 we are using as a outside interface 10.1.32.1 /24. Done. Now from firewall, towards R1 and R2, I'm configuring static route, and towards R3 firewall box, towards R3 router, I'm configuring default routing. So route inside it for inside network, I am creating static route. So 1.1.1 mask gateway is 200, 200, 200.10 root outside any network, any mask 32.10 root DMZ 2.2.2 mask 10.1.23.10. Now show route. Now you guys can check your routing table. See, we are receiving route information from R1 and R2 and default route. Any problem in basic configuration, everyone?
No, sir.
Any problem? Okay. So now you can see, guys, if you check your routing table here, if you check your routing table on R1, so we have a default route towards ISP, towards firewall, you can say. What's firewall? So we have a default route. Now, if I'm trying to initiate my traffic, for example, I'm trying to travel through the firewall box. I'm trying to access 10.1.32.10. If I'm trying to ping, I have a route in my routing table. But if I'm trying to ping, I'm not getting reply. Why? Because it's ISMP traffic. If you guys remember, from higher security level to lower security level, only TCP and UDP traffic is allowed, right? So we are not getting any reply. But in case if I'm trying to access telnet service, for example, so line VTY 0 space 4 password Cisco 123 login. Now let's try to access telnet service. Telnet 10.1.
सर
Yes, 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 yes.
सर ये टॉपिक ऑलरेडी हो चुका है आई थिंक
I know,
ACL
I
चले
know, I know, I
ओके
know.
ओके
Give me two.
ओके सर
Give me two.
ओके सर
So if I'm trying to access telnet service, yes, I can access. So my point is what you can see, guys, we have a routing table and now traffic is traveling from higher security level to lower security level. Now, see, I can access. Now, in case if I'm trying to initiate my traffic, now we are talking about our new topic, Sachin. Okay. After this explanation.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So now you can see, guys, traffic is traveling from higher security level to lower security level. So from 100 to 0, traffic is traveling. TCP and UDP traffic is allowed. But in case if I'm trying to initiate my traffic from lower to higher, for example, lower to higher. So let's try to initiate traffic. So I'm trying to configure telnet on R1 line VTY 0 space 4 password CCIE 123 login done. Now I'm trying to initiate my traffic from outside router. So let's ping first. Then ping first. So ping 200 dot 10. So ping request is not traveling through the firewall box. And in case if I'm trying to access telnet service, for example, 200 dot 10. So everything is denied. Clear my point? Mustafa, Sachin, Rohan.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Everyone. So everything is denied from lower security level to higher security level. So in case if you want to allow, for example, I want to allow some traffic from outside network. For example, my task is what? I want to allow traffic from outside to inside or outside to DMZ. So let's try to allow traffic from outside to inside. So as per this request, you can see, guys, as per this request, this ISP router, I'm trying to initiate my traffic from 10.1.32.10 and I'm trying to access 200.200.10 IP address. This is R1 IP address and traffic is not traveling. So to allow traffic from lower security level to higher security level, what you can do, you can configure ACL here, access control list, ACL. Remember, guys, ACL configuration, ACL concept from CCNA classes.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, we have two type of ACL. If you guys remember, we have two type of ACL. The first one is called
standard
ACL, and second named ACL, numbered and named. In numbered and named, what we have two type of ACL. If you go into the numbered, you can discuss standard ACL and extended. If you go into the named ACL, same concept, we have standard and extended, right? So what is the difference between standard ACL and extended ACL? Any idea?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please tell me. Please help me.
Sir, in standard ACL, it is going to filter the traffic on the basis of source IP address.
Perfect. Source IP, right?
Yeah.
Only source IP.
Only source IP address. In
Yes.
the extended list, we can filter the traffic on the base of source IP, destination IP, source port, destination port, and protocol.
Yes. So extended is what? In extended, we can filter our traffic based on source, destination, service, or protocol. Right, Mustafa, Rohan? Okay, so this is the concept from CCNA, route. This is CCNA course. But now in firewall, there is no any numbered ACL concept and no standard ACL. In Cisco ASA firewall, you will discuss only named access list. This is the concept only. It support named access list, and in named access list, you can configure only extended access list. Only extended access list. Okay, clear my point?
Yes, sir.
So now let's configure extended access list. If you guys remember the syntax, so otherwise no problem, I will tell you. See, you can go on your Cisco ASA firewall box and let's try to create a ACL route. Wait, ACL route. So command syntax access list, and if you type question mark, you can see you can give a name. You can give a name. If you type anything, name or number, it's a name. If you type 24, it will take as a name. So for example, I'm using a name outside. It's just a name. Outside hyphen rule. It's just a name. Access list name. Now question mark, you can take an action, deny or permit. So I want to permit my traffic. My task is what? As per my task, my source IP address is 10.1.32.10. Destination IP is 10. No. Destination IP address is 200.200.200.10. Service and protocol. So I want to allow telnet service, for example. So now, as per our task, we have source IP address, destination IP address, service and protocol information. So source IP, host, wait, permit, I want to permit. And now you can define your TCP and UDP traffic. So telnet is a TCP traffic. So TCP, and now he's asking for source IP address. So source, right now we have a single IP address. So host 10.1.32.10 question mark, you can see is asking for destination IP address. So host destination IP address is 200.200.200.10. And now you can define your service or protocol with equal to command. So EQ and port number for telnet 23. Done. Our configuration. You can check show run access list. See, show run access list. We have a rule. Any problem into the syntax? Mustafa, Rohan, Sachin?
No, sir.
Sir,
Okay.
what is the use of that equalator command, that EQ?
EQ. It will match.
Yes.
Wait. We have two syntax. If you remember, we have two syntax: equal to and not equal to. So equal to means what? Please match this particular port number.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm trying to match port number 23. That's why with equal to, you can type your exact port number. So please match port number 23.
Okay,
Yeah.
sir. Understood.
Now you can check your access list entry, show run access list. So you have a rule. And now, if you guys remember, once you create your access list rule, so you have to apply on interface. If you remember in Cisco router, you can go into the interface and you can use a command IP access group. In Cisco ASA firewall box, what we can do, we are in global configuration mode. Here we can use a command. Command is access group, not access list, access group. Now you can give a name, access list name here. So access group and access list name is outside hyphen rule. Outside hyphen rule question mark. Now you can decide. So in question mark, interface, and I want to apply this access list on outside interface. Why? Because this traffic is coming, traffic is initiated from the outside. So interfaces, if you type question mark, you have three interfaces, DMZ, inside and outside. So I'm trying to apply this ACL rule on outside interface. Done. Now you can check show access list. Access list, you have a rule. Hit count is 0 right now. Let's initiate our traffic. If I'm trying to access telnet service again, if I'm trying to access this time, Mustafa, Rohan, Sachin, see?
Yes, sir.
This time traffic is traveling. Password, CCI 123. CCIE 123. You can see it. Yes, I can access R1. And if traffic is traveling through the firewall device, if you guys remember, if traffic is traveling through the firewall box, then firewall will maintain the state of connection in a table. It's called connection table or state table. State table, okay? So show connection. You can see, guys, TCP traffic. TCP traffic is initiated from the outside. Source port number trying to go on inside network. Okay, destination IP and destination port number. Clear now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Rohan, Sachin, Mustafa.
Yes, okay.
So like this, guys, you can create multiple ACL rule. Multiple ACL rule. For example, in case if I want to allow web services, I want to allow FTP services, I want to allow DNS services, SMTP. So yes, you can configure. How to configure multiple rule? I can tell you in NAT configuration, because in NAT configuration it's required. It's required. We can configure multiple ACL rule. I will tell you, but this is the syntax. Try to go with syntax option. This is the syntax. What you can do? You can use access list name, and now permit TCP, and now you can define your source, destination, equal to, and port number. For example, in case if I want to allow web services, for example, so access list, and in same rule, I'm configuring other entry. So outside -rule, permit TCP, source is 10.1.32.10. Destination is 200, just example, okay, 210 equal to port number 80 or 443. Then entry for web services. Show run access list. You can verify your entry for web services. Is that clear? How to create entry?
Yes, sir.
Now this is called access list. Now in Cisco ASA firewall box, we can focus on advanced AS. Any question?
Sir, that interface, like access list outside, and that after that in is written. So when in will be coming and when out will be coming?
See, out, if you remember your CCNA classes, so out concept we can use most of the time on LAN interfaces. On LAN interface, for example, I have 3 router, okay, R1, R2, R3. Switch 2, switch 1. So here we have a source IP, for example, okay, 200,
Yes,
200, 200.10.
Yes.
And destination is here. It's called 192.168.10.50. 192.168.10.1. 10.1.23. Network. And 200.200.200.0 network. So fast Ethernet 0/0, 0/1, 0/0, 0/1. So now, in case if my task is I want to allow this source IP address to access this destination IP address for telnet service, for example. Sachin.
Okay, sir. Yes.
So what is your configuration? What is your configuration on Cisco router, for example? Wait. What is your configuration? What you can do? You can use a command access list,
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
Then you can give a name, then permit, then
source IP host,
permit TCP host
200.200.10.
Host destination is
192.168.10.50
equal to port number 23. Right? Now, so where you will configure this ACL route? Can you tell me? We have R1 and R2,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
so I want to
near to the destination R2.
Perfect.
On R2.
Perfect. On R2.
R2.
So we need to configure ACL route on R2. Now, after configuration, you have to apply this ACL route, right?
Yes.
So if traffic is initiated and going to hit onto this interface, in case if you will apply this here, for example. So what? See, we have two concepts, in and
out.
So with out option, what I'm doing with out option, I'm saying, please check routing table first.
Yes.
Without syntax, what I'm saying, please check routing table first. If entry is available, after that check ACL. So without, it will check routing table, then it will check ACL. With in option, please check ACL directly. No need to utilize the resources. No need to go for the routing table. Just check ACL entry directly.
Okay.
So what you can do, so if you want to apply it here, so you can apply with in command.
In command, yes.
But the point is, if traffic is going to hit onto the firewall box, so you need, and you are moving on to the another device. You are moving on to the another device. So it's required to check the routing table. Okay, destination is available or not. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
That's why what we can do, we are not going to apply here. We can apply on LAN interface here without command, without syntax. Why? Because when the traffic is going to hit onto this interface, without command, what you are saying, please check routing table. So it will verify, okay, yes, I have a route for complete subnet. After routing table, it will check ACL entry. Clear my point? So most of the time, indirection we are using for to check direct ACL entry. Let me give you another example. Okay, wait.
Yes, sir.
So another example. So let's talk about another task. So if 200.210, if I want to block this machine to access 10.1.23.10, or let's try to allow Rohan, sorry, Sachin.
Yes, sir.
Source IP address, this is destination. Now if traffic is going to hit onto this firewall box and directly onto this interface, and we are using 10.1.23.10, so I want to allow to access 200.10 to access 10.1.23.10 for telnet service. So After ACL configuration, you can apply ACL here.
Yes.
With indirection.
In direction.
Why? Because it's a not required right now, because IP address is available here. You are
Correct.
trying to hit 10.1.23.10, and this IP address is available onto this interface. So routing table is not required. Okay,
correct.
In command you can tell, please check ACL directly. Clear my point?
Clear, sir.
Okay. If you want more discussion, okay, with ACL concept, so please go onto the channel. We have a dedicated video, 2-hour session video on ACL topic only. Okay.
Okay, sir.
You can check.
Suppose, sir, one question is that, suppose that rule will be like deny. So is it necessary to check the routing table?
It's deny. No.
Yeah.
No.
No. So directly we can write the command into that incoming interface.
It's depend upon scenario. Okay.
Yeah.
Right now, as per this task, for example, I want to deny if this piece trying to access this 10 dot, I want to allow, for example. So it will here, it will check this information. I want to go with the in. So not required here to check the routing because traffic is going onto this interface. It's not traveling through the router.
Yes.
So it's depend upon your scenario, okay, where you can use your in or where you can use out. But most of the time, see, out we are using with out command. We are telling to router, please check your routing table. After that, check ACL. Mustafa, any question? Rohan?
No, sir.
Okay. If you guys face any problem in ACL rule, ACL concept, so we have a video on our YouTube channel on ACL concept only. You can go, you can watch, no problem. So this is what ACL concept. Now let's talk about advanced ACL. In Cisco ASA, we can talk about advanced ACL. This concept is called object group. Concept is called what? Object group. So where we can use this advanced ACL concept, let's talk about such scenario. The scenario is what? Here we have a Cisco ASA firewall box. Okay, outside ISP connection. This portion is DMZ, for example. Switch. And now web server, SMTP server, DNS server, FTP server, for example. So web, DNS server, SMTP, and FTP. Or let's change scenario. I have only 3 servers, for example. I have only 3 servers. And on each server, I'm using 3 services. For example, this is 192.168.10.10. And onto the server, we are using web service, DNS service, and FTP service, for example. Second server, we have 192.168.10.11, web services, DNS, and FTP. 192.168.10.12, and 3 services we have. It's called FTP, web, and DNS service, for example. So I want to allow some traffic from the outside network. This is outside. This is fast Ethernet 0/0. This is fast Ethernet 0/1. This is your outside network. So I want to allow some traffic. For example, these users I want to allow from outside. So IP address, for example, 10.1.23.10. Okay, 10.1.32.10 network, 10.1.43.10. So If I want to allow this 10.1.23.10 IP address to access this web server, for example, everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So please help me, okay? If I want to allow this source IP address to access this destination IP address for these services. So what is ACL rule? What I can do? I can create a ACL rule, access list, chain Mustafa, Rohan, access list, what? Side, TCP, host 10.1.23.10, then host 192.168
10.10
equal to port number 80, right? Then for HTTPS server, then equal to 443. For DNS, same access list, everything is same and equal to port number 53. And for FTP service, same source dash
21.
everything same, then equal to
21.
20. Yes or no, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, Rohan, can you hear me? So in between this source and this destination, okay, for these services, we required 4 ACL loop, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 ACL entry. In case if I want to allow for this, if I want to allow 10.1.23.10 to access 11 and 12, so 4, 4, 4, 12 ACL rule entry. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
And right now we have 3 source. So multiply with 3. It means we required 36 ACL rule entry. Right?
Yes, sir.
Very difficult. My point is what? It's very difficult. If I'm working in a big scenario, big network, it's very difficult to create 36 rule. That's why what we can do into this scenario, what we can do, we can go with the concept. It's called object group, or you can say advanced ACL. In this scenario, we can use object group concept. Wait. Object group. So in object group, what we can do? I'm not creating 36 entry. Everyone, clear my point?
Yes, sir.
I'm not creating 36 entry. What I'm doing, I'm going with the object group concept. Object group concept. So I will create 3 object group here. For example, I will create a group. It's called server group. In server object group, I can define all server information. For example, we have 3 services. You can see, guys, we have 3 services, 192, 3 servers, 192.168.10.10, 10.11, 10.12. Now I will create a separate outside user entry. These are the partners, for example. So partners 10.1.23.10, 32.10, 43.10. So I can create an object group for partner. So 2 object group right now. Server object group. In server object group, I can put all servers IP address information. Partner group, I have 10.1.23.10, 32.10, and 43.10. We can create one more object group. It's called services or protocol. Services or protocol. So we have 3 services right now. Web service and DNS service, FTP service. So I'm not creating 36 entry. No. What I'm doing, I'm creating object here. And these objects we can apply in our ACL rule configuration. Let me show you, okay? Then you will get a clear picture. Wait. So our task is so we have some IP address from outside, for example, 10.1.32.15. Okay, 10.1.32.16, for example. 32.16, 10.1.32.17, and for verification, I'm using R3 IP address. R3 fast Ethernet 0/0 IP address. So 32.10. So 4 IP address from outside. 32.10 I'm using here. So for verification, so we have 4 IP address, and here we have 4 servers in DMZ network. So these are the servers and these are the partners, you can say. Okay, partners. And these are the servers. Okay, and these are the services. Clear now my point? So we have 3 information: partners, servers information, and services information. Any problem?
No, sir.
Okay, so now let's go on to the firewall box. I'm trying to delete my entry because we have our old ASL rule. So some show run access list. Let's delete this entry. Clear configure access list. Done. Show run access list now. No ACL loop. Now, or if you type show access list, no ACL entry. So now let's start our configuration. Command syntax. Command is what? Object group. Command is object group. Question mark. If you type question mark, you can see you have multiple options. ICMP type, network, protocol, security, services, multiple options. Right now, I'm trying to create network object group. So you can specify a group of host or subnet IP address. So I'm going with this option. Is called network object. Question mark. You can give a name for this object group. For example, servers. Now here you can put all servers information. Question mark. What we have? Network object. Question mark. Now you can provide your server IP address. So network object 10 dot, you can see as per your topology. As per your topology, 10.1.23.15, one server. Oh, sorry, network object host 10.1.23.15, then 23.16, 23.17, and for verification, I'm using 10.1.23.2. It's R2 IP address. Done. Exit. Let's create one more object group. Object group network syntax, network, and this object group name is partners outside IP address. So network object host 10.1.32.15, 16, 17, and for verification, I'm using 32.10. Let's create one more object, services object. So object group question mark. So this time I'm going with service command. Specify a group of TCP UDP port services. So services question mark. You can give a name for this service object group. For example, SRV1, just a name. Now question mark, you can define TCP, TCP UDP, and TCP information. So as per my scenario, it's a TCP and UDP. For example, TCP connection only. Question mark, you can press enter now, and here you can use a command port object. Port object. Port object equal to port number 80, port number 443, port number 53, port number 23. Okay, port number 25 SMTP is also. Port number 23 I'm using for verification, okay, because we can initiate our telnet traffic. Done. So you can see, guys, show run object group. So we have 3 object groups: servers entry, server group. Second is partner object group, and third is services object group. Any problem?
No, sir.
Now what we can do, we can apply this object group into ACL configuration. So let's create ACL entry. So outside hyphen rule, just a name, outside hyphen rule, question mark, permit. Now you can define your TCP, and now question mark. Now you can see I'm not going with this source IP. Now I'm going with object group command syntax. So you can see, guys, network object group for source IP address, So object group, and what is object group for source? So these servers are, no, these partners are source, right? So partner. Now question mark. Again, we have object group command. So this object group command we are using for destination. See, for destination. So object group and destination is servers. So let's go with the server option. Now question mark, again object group. This object group for destination port number. So object group and port number. So for port number we have an object group. It's called SRV1. Done. You can press enter. Done. Now this time, if you go and check your routing, if you go and check your access list, Mustafa, Rohan, Sachin.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And if you check your access list rule entry, you can see, guys, we have multiple rules. See, it's automatically create multiple entry. Clear now my point? See?
Yes, sir.
Now we need to apply this access list. So access group outside hyphen rule in interface outside, because traffic is coming from outside. Now you can initiate your traffic. So from outside, I'm trying to access telnet service for 10.1.23.2. See, password required, but none set. Clear now? This practical.
Yes, sir. Clear.
Object group concept.
Yes, sir.
Mustafa, Sachin, Rohan. So
yes, sir. Clear.
We can configure multiple ACL rule again, but in NAT configuration. Again, we will discuss ACL entry, how to create multiple ACL entry in firewall box, but in NAT configuration. Let's start our NAT discussion tomorrow. Tomorrow we can discuss source NAT option and destination NAT and configuration. Okay, Rohan, Mustafa, Sachin.
Yes.
Bye, guys.
Yes, sir.
Take care. Tomorrow, same time. Okay.
Bye, sir.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Bye. Bye. everyone. So in this portion of this video, we will discuss how to install racks. Okay, so now I'm going to install all the devices in rack. So let me introduce some components which I will use here. So the first component which I will use in my rack installation, and that is called what? Mount point. So these mount points I will use here to install my devices like this. You can get this one as an example. So yes, we have mount point for device installation, and these are the screws, so I can use for installation. So let's start, guys. Okay. So we already set our mount points, so it's easy to install. So first device which we are mounting or we are installing in our rack, that is Cisco 1841 series of router. Wow, first device is completed. Now let's discuss how to install a mount point in our rack. So can you please install any mount point on any port? No problem. That's for example for student. Okay, so that is the mount point. You can use it. Now we can go for the yes. Take back. Perfect. So now we can go for the next device installation. Now, please go, guys. Perfect. So we completed our second device installation. A third device which I want to install. So the third device with this router I want to install. So we need to attach it. I already installed my mount point here. You can see, guys. So let's install the next device. Next device installation. So now everyone, now we have completed our third device. So let's install a switch.
Layer 2 switch.
A layer 2 switch.
So this one switch connect in a rack mount. Okay. So this layer 2 switch connect in a fourth portion. Okay. So in this scenario, this mount point will be connected here. So this type of mounting layer 2 device.
So guys, you can face little difficulties to install device. Let's go for the next device.
This one.
I think we are going to install our next device, and I think it's a layer 3, right?
Layer 3, multi-layer switch, 2950. So this one connected fifth position. Okay. So map one this time. Okay. So first attach this one. So slowly make this one. Okay?
Perfect.
So done. Layer 2 and layer 3 switches. Okay. Now we are attaching up one more layer 3 switch. Okay.
Ready?
हाँ रुको 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 मैं लगाता हूँ. Hold on. So it's completed. Layer 2, layer 3, layer 3 and layer 2. So 4 switches added. Okay, so upper layer 3, 3 switches and 3 router, R1, R2, R3. Okay, now layer 2 switch, multi-layer, then layer 2 switch. Then we connect again 7200 routers. Okay, so last router R4. छोड़ने से आराम से छोड़ना. हो गया? ये लास्ट का बात है. ये कसो. रिजल्ट भी ये पाऊंगा वैसे ऐसे So finally attach terminal server. Okay, so we are attaching terminal server, so we can configure here. So R1, R2, R3, so you can attach last one or between in R1 and R2. So here we attach terminal server. Okay, this type. So first mount, attach mount point. So you can attach here. So this one, yeah, this one. Space 1, then again mount point. This one, clear? So move on here. So this one, first this one. Okay. One space, again mount. Good. Okay, so attach terminal server. So this one type. Hold on. Take out the screw. Screw this one. इधर है. ऐसे करो थोड़ा सा. So one more screw here, so you can connect this one. So just last point. Completed. Okay, hello guys. Okay, done. So installation completed. Okay, so physically all devices connected. It's a R1 1841 model routers. Okay, then R2, then R3, 3 routers in upper layer. Then in between layer 2 and router we are connected terminal server. It's a 2500 series. Okay, so terminal server have port. It's called async connector. Okay, so async connector connect your octa cables. So if you want to connect a multiple device with the help of octa cable, so you can connect terminal server with this cable. So okay, so this is your async connector to connect multiple devices. So how to connect? Just go to backside. Okay, so So you have two ports, async 1 to 8 series, async 9 to 60. So I'm just connected async 1 to 8 port. Okay. So cable attach. Okay, just screw up. Okay, clear. So octa cable connected here. So last point is, so connect your devices with the help of this console cable. So first number port is, you can check here, tag number. So first port number is 82351. So it's one number. So connect with R1 router. Okay. So you can connect R1 router. So just this type of connecting. Okay. So this cable will connect console port. Okay. So that means terminal server will access R1 router. Okay. Directly with the help of octa cable you can connect. So 1, 2, 3, then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Clear? So you can connect here.
Specify the ports and attach with respective router. Is it port 2?
Yes.
Perfect. So you guys, you can attach with console port. On switches, we have our console port here, so we can attach it. Yeah. One, two, three, four, and I think five. This one is 5.
Connect this one 4.
Yes.
5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
This one. Perfect. I think this one is 8 or 7.
8.
This one 8, so this one is 7. Yeah. Perfect. Now guys, octa cable are connected now. So now let me explain again. So we have routers in our rack. You can see guys, we have 4 routers and 4 switches and 1 terminal device. So now we connected octa cable. Now we are going to move to install cable. Okay. So in our topology, we are using what? Crossover cable and straight through cable. So yes, we have. So let's start guys. Okay. So now we are installing power cables. now let's install cables in our rack. Dear all students, this is our physical topology. What logical topology I am using, I will show you in this video, sure.
Let's start our discussion. Jitendra?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, let's start our discussion now, okay?
Okay.
So today we will focus on the topic discussion. So please, so wait. So our focus is on Palo Alto Firewall, right? How to work with the Palo Alto Firewall box, and see the target audience to start this training is security engineer, security administrator, security operations specialist, or network engineer. So they can start this firewall training, this Palo Alto firewall training. And what is the requirement to start this firewall training? So you need to have the idea about the basic routing and switching concept, like what is basic routing, what is switching concept, what is IP address. Okay, you need to know the basic concept about routing and switching. Clear my point? Right. Now, if you have a basic idea about security technologies like what is IPS, what is proxy, what is content filtering, so that's good. If you don't know, so no problem, I will tell you, okay? No problem. This is our topic. Mustafa, dear, can you hear me? Good morning.
Hi, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, dear. Okay, so in our complete Palo Alto firewall training, we have 16 modules. Guys, you can see we have 16 modules. This complete training will take minimum 28 hours. 28 hours to 30 hours. What I can provide you from my side, I can provide you slides, notes, lab setup software, where you guys can do all the labs, all the practicals. So let's just start our discussion, topic discussion, you can say, okay? Topic discussion. Jatinder, Mustafa?
Yes.
Okay. So the first topic is called what? Next generation security platform and architecture. So, you know, guys, in market, we have multiple vendors for next generation firewall features. Let me show you. If you go with the Gartner report, so guys, you can see these are the vendors. These are the vendors for next generation firewall. See, Palo Alto, Fortinet, Checkpoint, Cisco, Huawei, Juniper, okay, WatchGuard, Sophos, multiple vendors. And as per Gartner report, Gartner divided all the vendors, all the next generation firewall vendors into the 4 categories. The first one is called leader in the market, challenger we have, nice player, visionaries.
Okay.
Our focus is on leader, right? So Palo Alto, Fortinet, Checkpoint, these are the leader in the market. Yes, Jatinder, any question?
I'm surprised why Cisco is not in the leader in this.
Cisco, why? Because of FTD.
Okay.
Because of FTD. Okay, it's firepower threat defense because the cost is very high for FTD.
Okay.
Okay, in single FTD cost, you can get 2 Fortinet firewall box with same feature.
Okay.
That is the reason Cisco is not a leader. Yes, but he's a challenger. He is a challenger.
Okay.
So our focus right now, our focus is on Palo Alto network, Palo Alto firewall box, and Palo Alto is a leader in the market. Palo Alto, Fortinet, and Checkpoint. So let's start our discussion on Palo Alto firewall box. So the first topic is called next generation security platform and architecture. So like other vendor, guys, like other vendors, see, we all are familiar with the router and switches, right? We all know the series of router. We all know the series of switches. It's the same. Like if I'm working with any firewall box, so I need to know the product family. I need to know the series. Which series is good for my organization? For example, I'm working in a small network. Hello, Veer. Good morning, dear. Can you hear me? Good morning, dear. Can you hear me?
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I am here.
Just started, okay? Just started. And right now I'm talking about topic discussion. Okay? Please turn off your mic, everyone. If you have any question, you can unmute.
Okay.
Veer, Jatinder, okay. Please turn off your mic. If you have any question, you can unmute, no problem. So what we can discuss, the first we can focus on product family, because we need to know, because see guys, if I'm working in a small network, if I'm working with 50 computers, 100 computers, so which series of the firewall box is good for me? Okay, because we have multiple series in Palo Alto. So product family we can discuss, and we can focus on next generation security architecture. See, Palo Alto is using SP3 architecture to forward the traffic. What is SP3? It's called single path parallel processing. So this technique is developed by Palo Alto, but now every vendor using this concept. It's called SP3 architecture. So what is SP3 architecture? What is control plane in Palo Alto? What is data plane in Palo Alto? What is the default configuration? We can discuss these options in next generation security platform and architecture. After that, we can go on to the deployment method. Like I want to deploy my Palo Alto box in AWS scenario, okay, in VMware scenario. So how you can deploy your firewall box, virtual deployment and cloud deployment. After that, we can go on to the initial configuration, or you can say day one on Palo Alto firewall. Day one. In initial configuration, I will tell you how to access your Palo Alto firewall box through console, through management, and how to access, how to manage your Palo Alto box through CLI. After that, yes, we can go on to the graphical page, because guys, to configure your complete firewall, not only Palo Alto, Fortinet, Checkpoint, Cisco AS, Cisco FTD, Cisco ASA, you guys can manage through graphical. 95% configuration we can do with the graphical page. CLI is not required. But yes, I will tell you some CLI options also. Okay, but this is the option. What we can do, we can go with the CLI configuration. We can go with the graphical page. So in initial configuration, you can focus on how to take backup, how to upgrade operating system, how to install license, how to create multiple firewall administrator. Maybe in my organization, to manage my Palo Alto firewall box, we have 2 administrator or 3 administrator, for example. So how to create multiple administrator, and I want to define different level of access for each administrator. So this is the part of initial configuration: backup, restore, upgrade. Okay, these are the options. After initial configuration, you can, and see, we can also discuss how to download signature update. How to download, because see guys, Palo Alto is a next generation firewall. And if you want to utilize next generation firewall features, so you need to download latest signature update. So how to download signature update? Yes, we will discuss in initial configuration. After that, we can go on to the interface configuration, and like other firewall box, we can configure physical interfaces, we can configure logical interfaces. What is logical interface, everyone? Like tunnel interface, right? Tunnel interface or loop back interface, right? These are the options. Loop back sub interfaces, you can say sub interfaces, how to create sub interfaces. So logical interfaces we can create, like other vendor, we can create logical interface. But in physical interface configuration, we can focus on Palo Alto interface type. We can focus on interface type because in Palo Alto we have multiple interface type. For example, L3 interface, L2 interface, tab interface. In Palo Alto, you can say tab interface. In Fortinet, you can say one arm sniffer interface. So tab interface, then we can focus on virtual wire interface, then HA interface. It's called high availability interface. So in interface configuration option, we need to know each interface type. What is L3, where we can use, what is L2 interface, where we can use, what is the use of tab interface. In this scenario, we can use our interface as a tab interface. Or what is the concept of virtual wire interface? So interface configuration is a big topic. It means only this topic will take minimum 3 to 4 hours. Only this module number 4. Okay, see guys, if you verify here, everyone, if you verify, you can see guys, after module number 4, we have module number 5, and it's related with security policy and net policy. There is no any routing concept. Jatinder, Mustafa, right everyone?
Yes.
We don't have any routing concept. Why? See guys, we can configure routing, no problem, because it's a firewall, it's an L3 device. So we can configure routing. It's required. See, for example, if I'm working in a small network, I have a single firewall box, and I want to connect my firewall box with internet in case. So yes, I need to configure default routing or static routing or any dynamic routing option I need to use. But it's a firewall. So our focus is on firewall feature, to utilize firewall feature. But yes, in interface configuration, we can also discuss one more concept. After physical and logical interface configuration, we can focus on routing. I'm not telling you what is static routing, default routing, what is dynamic RIP, EIGRP, OSP. No, it's not our task. Here I'm telling you how to configure it. So you can learn how to configure static routing, how to configure default routing, how to configure dynamic routing. Dynamic routing, for example, what we have in dynamic routing, for example, you have a RIP, right? RIP protocol, EIGRP, OSPF. But this is not our task, okay? I will give you the option. I will give you the idea how to configure for connectivity. Clear, Mustafa?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So after interface configuration, we will get an idea about how to configure physical interfaces, how to configure logical interfaces, how to configure routing option. We can get an idea. After that, we can go on to the module number 5, and it's related with 2 topics. In module number 5, you can focus on 2 concepts. You can focus on 2 concepts. It's called security policy, and second is called net policy. So we have 2 topics here in module number 5. What is security policy? See, in Palo Alto Firewall box, you can say security policy. In Fortinet, you can say firewall policy. In Checkpoint Firewall box, you can say access control policy. In Cisco FTD, you can say access policy. In Cisco ASA Firewall box, you can say ACL concept. ACL. So it's the same. To allow our traffic. See, guys, wait. Right now, we are working with Palo Alto, right? So Palo Alto, see, remember always, Palo Alto, Checkpoint Firewall box, and Cisco FTD. These are what? These are JBF firewall box. These are called JBF. It's called zone-based firewall. What is zone-based firewall box? I will tell you. Okay, I will tell you later. We will discuss in our security policy configuration. But right now, I'm giving you the basic idea. In case if you guys are working with any zone-based firewall, so the concept is if you want to allow traffic from one zone to another zone, for example, this is your Palo Alto, this side is your LAN zone, this side is it's called your WAN zone. So if you want to allow traffic from one zone to another zone, you need to configure security policy. Fortinet is not a zone-based firewall. Cisco ASA, it's not a zone-based firewall. Okay. Palo Alto, Checkpoint, Cisco FTD, they all are working with JBF concept. It's called zone-based firewall. So if you want to allow traffic from one zone to another zone, from LAN to WAN, or from WAN to LAN, or from WAN to DMZ, you need to configure security policy. So how to create security policy rule in case if I'm working in a big network, I want to create 500 policies rule, how to work with these policies, how to arrange, how to delete, how to edit. Yes, we will discuss security policy concept. Okay, but security policy concept, it's only you can use to allow your traffic from one zone to another zone. But see guys, if traffic is traveling from private network to public network, we need one more concept here. It's called NAT, right? We need translation. Yes or no?
Yes.
Mustafa, if traffic is traveling from private network to public network, what we require translation method.
Right.
We need to translate our IP address. So here in module number 5, we can focus on NAT policy for translation. And in NAT, see guys, we are familiar with, if you guys remember CCNA classes, CCNA concept, so we all are familiar with static NAT, right? Dynamic NAT concept, and what? PAT. But in firewall, we will discuss two type of NAT. The first one is called SNAT. It's called source NAT. And second is called DNAT concept. It's called destination NAT. So here we will focus on source NAT concept, destination NAT concept. So what is the scenario where we can use source NAT concept, where we can configure source NAT, and what is the scenario to use DNAT concept? We have a topic. I will tell you. With theoretical, with practical implementation, I will tell you. See, in source NAT, you can discuss static NAT option, dynamic NAT, and PAT. So remember always, these are called source NAT. So static, dynamic, PAT configuration, these are what? These are the source NAT example. What is destination NAT? I will tell you in class, but right now I'm giving you the basic idea. In NAT, we can focus on two type of NAT option, source NAT and destination NAT. Okay, so to allow our traffic from one zone to another zone, yes, we have a security policy. To translate our private IP address into public IP, yes, we have a NAT policy. So with this after module number 5, you will get an idea how to allow traffic through Palo Alto Firewall. Now, so as per your security policy, see, here we have a firewall. And as per your security policy, traffic is traveling. For example, this is inside machine. And he's trying to go on to the outside. He's trying to access the server. So as per your security policy, you have a security policy rule. And as per your security policy rule, traffic is traveling from LAN to WAN. Traffic is traveling LAN to WAN. So this inside machine, he's trying, let's take example, this inside machine, he's trying to download a file from this outside server. He's trying to download a file. And maybe this file is infected with some malicious code. Maybe. As per your security policy, your firewall will check what? As per your security policy, your firewall will check source IP, destination IP, source zone, destination zone, then allow traffic. Traffic is traveling. But maybe this inside machine, he's trying to download within a session, he's trying to download malicious information. Malicious information. Then your security, only your security policy cannot block this connection, cannot block this malicious information. No. What you need to do, you need to discuss content ID. You need to create security profiles here. You need to create security profiles. So here we can discuss next generation firewall feature. Next generation firewall feature. What we can do, we can create security profile, and these profiles we can attach with our security policy. For example, right now, as per this discussion, I need to create antivirus profile. We can create multiple profiles here. Okay, what are these? I will tell you in detail. Okay, but right now I'm giving you the basic idea. We can create antivirus profile. We can create anti-spyware profile. We can create vulnerability protection, then file blocking, then URL filtering profile. So these are what security profiles. Right now, I'm trying to create antivirus profile, and I can attach with our security policy. As for your antivirus profile, now your firewall can detect within a session, your firewall can detect malicious information. On behalf of antivirus signature database, your firewall can detect viruses and can take action. Clear my point, Jatinder, Mustafa, Veer?
Yeah.
See guys, we have a dedicated session for each security profile option. See, we have a dedicated session for each security profile. So module number 7 and module number 8, these topics are related with security profile. We can create security profiles. These are next generation firewall features. We can create and we can attach with security policy. Now, Palo Alto is a next generation firewall box. So yes, this firewall can detect applications. For example, in your organization, you want to block Facebook application. You want to block Facebook chat, for example. You want to block LinkedIn application. You want to block all gaming category application. Yes, you can do this with app ID concept. So in Palo Alto, we have a concept is called application identification. You can say app ID. In Fortinet, you can say application control. Okay, here you can say application identification. So your firewall can detect application and can take an action as per your configuration. So you want to monitor, you want to block, you want to allow, it's up to you. So through app ID, firewall can detect application, can take an action. With security profiles option, your firewall can detect malicious information, malware, spyware, okay, Trojan attack. So these module number 7 and 8, these topics are related with security profiles. Now, after that, we can go on to the decryption. Why decryption is required? Why decryption is required in Palo Alto? See, I told you, we have a Palo Alto box, and as per your security policy, traffic is traveling, no problem. As per your security policy, traffic is traveling. This inside machine can communicate to outside. And yes, one more option. I'm using antivirus profile this time because we know now as per content ID, as per security profile. See, and we can create antivirus profile, and this antivirus profile can detect viruses. So, for example, this inside machine is trying to download virus information. He's trying to download malicious information. So your antivirus profile can detect and can take an action. But here we have some drawback. Here we have some drawback in antivirus profile. If this complete connection is HTTP, then yes, your antivirus profile can detect and can take action. But if this connection is Jatinder, HTTP, Veer, Mustafa, clear my point, everyone?
Yes.
But the point is what, see, in case if this connection is not HTTP, if this connection is HTTPS, then this complete traffic is encrypted. This complete traffic is encrypted, and your antivirus profile, you have up-to-date signature. You have up-to-date antivirus signature, but your antivirus profile cannot detect because this complete connection is HTTPS. So remember always, if inside machine is trying to download malicious information through HTTPS connection, your antivirus profile cannot detect. That is the issue. That is the problem. Mustafa, clear?
Yes, sir.
So in that case, what we can do, we can create a decryption policy. The good thing with the Palo Alto is what we can create decryption policy, like security policy, NAT policy. We can create decryption policy. So Palo Alto can decrypt HTTPS connection, guys. It's a great feature. The Palo Alto Firewall can decrypt HTTPS connection. What you can do, you can decrypt, you can create a decryption policy. As per decryption policy, your Palo Alto Firewall box can decrypt HTTPS connection, then it will look like normal HTTP. And once it will look like normal HTTP, then yes, your antivirus profile can detect and now can take action. So that is the great feature. What is decryption policy?
So this is not available in Fortinet and FTT, sir?
No, in Fortinet we have, Mustafa. It's called deep inspection. If you remember your Fortinet classes, in firewall policy, there is a concept. When you add your security profile, Mustafa, there is an option, deep inspection.
Yes.
Clear?
Yes.
Okay, everyone, clear my point? Veer, Jatinder?
Yes.
So with decryption policy, we can decrypt Palo Alto firewalls can decrypt HTTPS connection. So yes, we can focus on decryption policy. After that, wildfire. In Palo Alto, you can say wildfire concept. In other vendor, for example, in Fortinet, you can say sandboxing technology. So what is wildfire? See guys. See, for example, I told you, as per our antivirus signature, our antivirus profile can detect malicious information within a session and can take a action. Perfect, no problem. But in case if this attack, for example, this inside machine is trying to download malicious information, and the file is infected with malicious code, and this is a new attack, it's a latest attack, and you don't have signature in your Palo Alto box, you don't have signatures about this attack, for example, it's a latest attack, it's a brand new attack, then your antivirus profile cannot detect, and this inside machine is infected. In this scenario, this is called zero-day attack. This is called what? Zero-day attack. When you don't have signatures about the attack, maybe it's a latest attack. So this is called what? Zero-day attack. So to prevent zero-day attack, we can use a technology, we can discuss wildfire concept. Into this training, we can focus on the concept only. Wildfire is a separate device. If you go and check on Palo Alto website, it's a dedicated box, everyone. But here I will tell you the concept. Yes?
But I have seen this wildfire license in the Palo Alto.
Exactly, but see, license you can use to send your file to wildfire cloud only, Jatinder.
Okay. I mean if we need the information for any latest the vulnerability, in that this wildfire license can help us, right?
See, wildfire license is required when you want to send your copy of the packet. For example, you can connect your Palo Alto with cloud, with Wildfire public cloud. So to create a connection, what you need Wildfire license.
Okay.
But see, we have two options. Either you can go with the public Wildfire cloud, or you can go with the private Wildfire cloud. Private Wildfire cloud is what? It's a device. It's a product. Okay, so no need to go with the public cloud connection, or not required. In case if you want to use a Wildfire product, so you can purchase, you can deploy in your network.
Okay.
Clear now?
Yes.
Now, so we can focus on what is Wildfire concept, how it's work, what is the operation, what is the method. We can discuss two scenarios, okay, in Wildfire. Now, user ID concept. What is user ID? See guys, as per our security policy, this inside machine is traveling to outside. So I have a security policy rule, and in my security policy rule, my source zone is LAN, destination zone is WAN, and source IP address, for example, 200.0/24. Destination is area. So I have some information in my security policy, and now traffic is permit. Traffic is traveling. And this policy name is called Rule 1, for example. This is security policy rule name. So as per this rule 1, traffic is traveling. But now, if I want to verify log message, if I go and check my log or traffic information, if someone will hit onto this rule, so in log, I can get only IP address information. You can see as per your policy, what you want to check your source zone, your destination zone. It means LAN or WAN, source IP, destination IP, and now traffic is traveling. So in log message, what you can get only IP address information. Source IP you can say, destination IP you can say only. But you don't have full visibility. For example, maybe onto this machine, there are multiple users. Working onto this PC, maybe 2 or 3 users. So you don't know which user is trying to access malicious file, which user is trying to click onto this malicious URL or malicious link. You don't know. You have only IP address information. So you don't have full visibility. That is the issue. In that case, we can go with the user ID concept. What we can do, we go with the user ID concept. We can add user account information with our security policy rule. So if inside machine is trying to access, your firewall will check user information with IP address. It will check user information also. So for user ID, there is a 2 options. Either you can create user account in local database, or you can go with the remote authentication server. So we have multiple remote authentication servers like Radius, or you can go with the TechX, or you can go with the LDAP. So we have multiple remote authentication server where you can create user account. So my point is what we can attach our user account information with our firewall policy for full visibility. So with IP address, now I have user account information. So now we have a session to discuss user ID concept in detail. Now chapter number 12 and 13, these 2 topics are related with VPN concept. Virtual private network. So here first I will tell you what is the VPN, why we are using, and what is the feature to use VPN concept. What is the feature? What is phase 1? What is phase 2? What is ESP protocol? What is AH? What is encryption, hashing, authentication, pre-share method? We'll discuss everything. So first we can focus on the basic idea about the VPN. After that, if you talk about implementation, so if you talk about implementation, so we have two types of VPN to discuss. First, we can talk about IPsec VPN. IPsec VPN. IPsec VPN we are using for site to site VPN connectivity. For example, if you have multiple branch office A, branch office B, branch office C, and if you want to connect these branch office with each other in a secure manner, like branch to branch connectivity over this public network, over this untrusted network, if you want to create a secure connection, so yes, you can go with the IPsec site-to-site VPN. So for site-to-site, you can go with the IPsec. But we have another kind of VPN. It's called remote access VPN. What is remote access VPN? In remote access VPN, this home user, you can say, or this remote user, this home user, he has a simple Wi-Fi modem at his home, or you can say he has a simple internet connectivity. And this outside machine, he is trying to access company private resources. For example, here we have in our JNtech network, we have web server or DNS server or FTP server or SMTP server. This outside machine, he is trying to access company private resources over this public network, over this untrusted network. So he need to establish a connection first with his mobile phone, laptop, desktop, tablet. He need to create a connection first. And this connection is called remote access VPN connection. And once this connection will establish, then yes, he is allowed. He can access complete private resources over this public network. And the complete traffic is encrypted in between his laptop and this VPN gateway device. This complete traffic is encrypted, is secure. So to configure site-to-site, we have IPsec. But to configure remote access, either you can go with the IPsec option or you can go with the SSL VPN. So you have two options for remote access VPN configuration. Either you can go with the IPsec or you can go with the SSL VPN option. We'll discuss both, no problem. We'll discuss both IPsec site-to-site and IPsec for remote access configuration. And for remote access, yes, we have two options, SSL and IPsec. Only this chapter number 12 and 13. Only these two topics will take minimum 5 to 6 hours. Only these two topics. 5 to 6 hours. Only chapter number 12 and 13. After that, we can go on to the monitoring. Why monitoring is required? Monitoring is required. See, once you configure everything is working fine. For example, you have a security policy to allow your traffic. You have a NAT policy to translate your private network into public. You have a routing configuration, for example. You have security profiles. Everything is working fine. VPN, site-to-site VPN tunnel is up. Now you want to monitor your traffic. If someone will hit on your policy, I want to verify. If someone will hit on my antivirus profile, I want to verify. If someone will hit on decryption policy, I want to verify. So here you can go with the monitoring and reporting. So if traffic is traveling through the firewall box or trying to hit onto the firewall box, this activity is recorded. Okay, and this activity will be stored into the log message. And this log message you can store, either you can store in a local database or you can store on a remote logging server. So here we can talk about logs. We can talk about logs. We can talk about traffic information, threat information. So here we are not configuring. In monitoring and reporting, we are not configuring anything. Here we are only verifying, trying to verify the information. If someone will hit on your URL filtering profile, if someone will hit on your antivirus profile, you can see the log message here. And I will tell you the two options. In case if you want to store your log in local database, for example. Local database means what? I want to store all my logs in Palo Alto Firewall. But in case if you want to send all your logs on a remote logging servers like syslog server or SNMP, so yes, I can tell you. I will show you with practical how to send your logs on syslog server. I will show you. So monitoring and reporting, in monitoring and reporting, we are not configuring anything. We are trying to verify only the information. Jatinder, clear? Mustafa, Veer?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, chapter number 15 it's related with high availability, or you can say failover concept. What is high availability or failover? See, for example, I'm working this Palo Alto firewall. This firewall is connected with LAN side, WAN side. Everything is working fine into this topology. For example, here we have IP address on fast Ethernet 0/0 on 0/1 IP address, for example, 192.168.10.1. On WAN side, I'm using 23.1. So everything is working fine into this topology. You have a routing configuration here, policy here, NAT, okay, VPN, everything is working fine. You can see traffic is traveling. Traffic is traveling. But into this topology, you are working with single firewall device. You are working with single firewall device. In case if this box down, then you will lost your connectivity. Your LAN user, they cannot go onto the internet site, right? Jatinder, first of all.
Right. Right.
So that's why what we can do, we can add one more firewall. We can add one more firewall. This is firewall box 2, this is firewall box 1. And if you add one more firewall box, so you need to change your topology. This is your switch number 2, this is your switch number 1. Right now, I'm giving you the basic idea. This is not a topic discussion, okay? So you can connect your ISP connection and LAN connection. So second firewall box I'm using for high availability. You can see here in our training, we can focus on active, passive, high availability, but no problem. If you want to configure active, I will give you the idea. No problem. It's not a big deal. So what is active, passive? It's a mode, everyone. If you talk about high availability, HA concept. So we have two modes. Either you can go with the active, passive, high availability, or you can go with the active, high availability. These are what mode. Okay, one more thing. In between firewall box 1 and firewall box 2, we are using a link is called HA link. It's called high availability link. In case if you are working with Palo Alto, so you require two link. It's called HA1 and HA2. It's called control link. This is called data link. What is control link? What is data link? I will tell you in detail. But right now I'm giving you the basic idea. So we need two link. In case if you guys are working with Palo Alto, you require two link, HA1, HA2. In case if you are working with Fortinet or Cisco firewall box, you require single failover link. But here at Palo Alto, you require two separate links. It's called HA1, HA2. HA1 is called control link, HA2 is called data link. So second firewall box I'm using for backup. So if you talk about active passive mode, one firewall box is acting as an active box and the second firewall box is acting as a passive. Passive means what? It's a backup. Jatinder, Veer, Mustafa, passive means what? It's a backup firewall box.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So in active passive mode, all the traffic is traveling via this active firewall box. It's called forwarded firewall box. All the traffic is traveling via active box. In case if active box down, then this passive box will become active. And now automatically traffic is traveling via this site. This is called what? Active passive high availability. In active passive high availability, you can utilize only one firewall box into your configuration into your high availability. Only one firewall box at a time. It means this device is acting as active, this device is acting as a passive.
So question is, if there is any specific traffic which I want to move via passive device, so is there any possibility in the Palo Alto?
No, you need to go with the active.
Okay.
This is a copy, Jatinder, okay? It's a complete inactive passive. It's a complete copy of this firewall box.
Okay, got it.
If you are configuring IP address here, IP address, same IP address is available, 192.168.10.1. And same IP address is available here on WAN interface, 10.1.23. But this box you cannot utilize because this box mode is what? Passive. It's a complete firewall box, one Jatinder.
Yes, but actually, why I have raised this question, because there is another one cable connected between both the Palo Alto, like data link cable.
Okay, these are only for high availability information exchange. This is only for high availability information. Okay, this is the link. For example, control link for hello packet and data link for data traffic information. For example, if traffic is traveling. If traffic is traveling through the firewall box, then firewall is what? Firewall is Palo Alto is a stateful firewall device. If traffic is traveling, then firewall will maintain the state of connection, and this state of connection information you can send via this HA2 link. Clear?
Okay.
Through control link, your firewall box 1 is sending only hello packet information, HA status information.
Actually, I was confused in the DL link. So that's
sorry.
I'm saying I was confused with the DL link. So I thought that the DL link belongs to the traffic passing.
No, it's not a traffic.
Okay, got it.
For data link, firewall box 1 will send IP security, association information, ARP table information, okay, connection table information. I will tell you, okay, in configuration.
Okay.
But is that clear, the concept? In active passive, you can only utilize one firewall box.
Yes.
Okay. In case, if you want to utilize both the firewall box, guys, for example, if you want to utilize both the firewall box in the cluster, then you can go with the active. In active, you can use both the firewall box as a active box. Here we have a load balancing technique. So we can use both the device as an active. So some traffic I'm sending via firewall box 1, other traffic you can send via firewall box 2. So this is called active concept. Only this high availability, this concept will take minimum 2 to 3 hours. Minimum 3 to 4 hours, you can say. So this is called high availability. Now, chapter number 16, here I can share some dumb questions. You can do some practice. If you have any problem, you can discuss with me. So these are the modules. Module number 1, module number 16. Now let's start our topic, everyone. So can we take a break for 5 minutes? Mustafa, Jatinder, Veer. Let's take a break, everyone, 5-minute break. Then we can start at 10:25. Please turn off your mic, everyone.
Okay.
Please turn off your mic. Everyone, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Jatinder, Mustafa, let's just start our topic now, everyone.
I am back now.
Okay. So now let's start our discussion with platform and architecture. So like other vendor, we need to know the hardware module, right? Hardware model for my organization. So these are the models. These are the models are available in Palo Alto Firewall proxy. If in case if you are working in a data center or in a big enterprise organization, so you can go with the PS 7000, 5200 or 5000 series of the firewall box. In medium-sized network, yes, you can go with the PA 3000 series, 800 and 500. Guys, these are some examples. Okay, if you go and check on Palo Alto website, you can get other series also. So right now in my slide, I have some examples. So PA 3000, 800, 500, you can use for a medium side of the network, and for small organization, you can go with the PA 200 series of the firewall box, like PA 200 or PA 220. Let me show you this physical device, this physical hardware. Palo Alto 200. So this is the example, everyone. This is the example for PA 200 firewall box. PA 200, you can see in PA 200 firewall box, you can get 4 data interfaces. These are what? Data interfaces. Data interface. And you have 1 management port. So what you can do, you can connect your management PC, management laptop or desktop with this management port, and you can access this complete firewall box. You can manage this complete firewall box with this management port. Like you can manage through SSH, you can manage through telnet, you can manage through graphical page. Console, yes, like other devices, we have a console port. So for first time configuration, yes, we can use console. So you can see, guys, if in case if I have PA 200 firewall box, so I have 4 data interfaces. If you go with the PA 220, PA 220, so you can see, guys, we have 8 data interfaces. 8 data interfaces. 1 port is dedicated for management and 1 port is dedicated for console. So you can, like this, you can search other series. So what we have these firewall box. PA 200 we can use for a small organization. PA 3000, 800, 500 we can use for a medium size of network. And for data center or for large deployment, we can go with the PA 5000 or 7000 series. See, these are some example, everyone. If you want to know about product information, if you want to know about other firewall series, so you can go on to the paloaltonetworks.com/product/secure the network/next generation firewall. So let's talk about capabilities, for example. Capabilities, see, here we have some example. You can start your discussion with PA 200, like small firewall device. In case if you have PA 200, so you can get firewall throughput 100 Mbps. PA 200 will provide you firewall throughput 100 Mbps, and 50 Mbps is dedicated for threat prevention technique. What is threat prevention technique? So if you remember, guys, I told you, if you remember, we can create profiles, right? We can create antivirus profile, we can create URL filtering profile. So in content ID, you can discuss what is threat prevention technique. What is threat prevention technique? But right now I'm giving you idea. You can see with this box what we have. 50 Mbps is dedicated for threat prevention technique. 64,000 session this firewall can support, and we have 4 copper gigabit port onto this PA200. If you want to go for the higher series, like for example PA500, so this will provide you 250 Mbps firewall throughput. 100 Mbps is dedicated for threat prevention technique. It supports 64,000 sessions and 8 copper gigabit port. You can go for the higher. If it's required, PA3000, PA3050, PA5020, for example. This can provide you 5 Gbps firewall throughput, 2 Gbps dedicated for threat prevention technique, and it can support approximately 10 lakh sessions. 12 copper gigabit port and 8 SFP port. So these are the physical hardware. In case like other vendor, for example in Cisco, we have Cisco ASA and ASA with a small v. So in ASA, either you can go with the physical box or you can go with the VM firewall box. It's a complete firewall, everyone. ASA with a small v, it's a complete firewall. This firewall box you can deploy in a data center in a virtualization scenario. So like other vendor, Palo Alto is giving you the option for VM firewall box. Either you can go with the physical boxes or you can go with the VM firewall box. Everyone see, this is the series for VM firewall box: PAVM 500, PAVM 1000, HV 300, 100, and PAVM 50. Jatinder, clear my point? Mustafa, Veer, everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so these are the hardware. These are some examples, everyone. You can go and check on Palo Alto website. You can get some other series. You can get some complete feature information you can get. Now, we need to discuss about architecture of the Palo Alto firewall box. Architecture. We need to know the architecture now. So this is your complete firewall box. Mustafa, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, this is your complete firewall box. This is PA200, you can say. Complete Palo Alto box. And this complete Palo Alto box is divided into 2 different planes. It's called control plane and data plane. Control plane and data plane. So right now, our topic is what? We need to discuss. We are trying to focus on SP3 architecture. You can say Palo Alto SP3 architecture. What is the topic? SP3, single path parallel processing. So in SP3 architecture, we are talking about first control plane and data plane. So your complete Palo Alto firewall box is divided into 2 different planes. It's called control plane and data plane. In control plane, you will get a dedicated CPU, RAM, hard disk, dedicated. And your management port, yes, P, any question?
No.
Okay. So see, your management port is a part of control plane. Remember always, your management port is a part of control plane. So you can connect your management PC with control plane. Data plane for data traffic like LAN interface, WAN interface, DMZ interface. Okay, so what is data plane? In data plane, what we have? In data plane, we have 3 separate processors. You can say 3 separate engine in data plane. What we have? We have signature match processor, signature match processor, multi-core security processor, and networking processor. So in data plane, we have 3 separate processors. And now if traffic is going to hit onto the firewall ingress interface, for example, traffic is coming from LAN site. So if traffic is going to hit on any ingress interface, then what firewall will do? Firewall will create a copy of this packet. It will create 3 copies of this packet and then send it to each processor. Now what they will do? They will do processing. They will do parallel processing. It's not one by one task. It's not a one by one task. Like if you guys
if you guys are familiar with the UTM devices. Any idea about UTM? Jatinder, Mustafa, Veer?
No, sir.
No problem, no problem. See, you know, there was devices called UTM, Unified Threat Management. So the single box you can deploy, single box for multiple solution, you can say. So companies, they were using this UTM device. The single box can provide you multiple features. For example, into this box, you have routing features. Into this box, you have firewall feature. Into this box, you have IPS technology, antivirus, other engines, for example. So no need to purchase separate boxes for different features. With the UTM technology, your single box can handle multiple tasks. It means in single box, you have multiple engines. So in that case, if traffic is trying to hit on any ingress interface, so in UTM box, if traffic is going to hit on any ingress interface, so for example, this router engine, this routing engine, it will do some processing. Let's take example, it will take 1 second to process your traffic. Once it will process the traffic, then it will send to the next engine, that it will send to the next engine, that it will send to the next engine, then next engine. Let's take example, everyone. If every engine is taking 1 second to process your traffic, so it's required, total it's required 5 seconds to process your traffic, right? Clear the issue? Because it's a one-by-one process. Jatinder, Mustafa, Veer, it's a one-by-one process.
Yeah, right.
But so that was the issue. That's why Palo Alto is not using this concept. Palo Alto is using SP3 architecture. It's called single path parallel processing. It means if any traffic is going to hit onto this ingress interface, then firewall will create 3 copies of this packet, 3 copies, and it will send to the each engine, and they will process this traffic parallelly. It's not a one-by-one process. See, we have 3 engines: signature match processor, multi-core security processor, and networking processor. So they will process the traffic parallelly. It's not a one-by-one. That's why it's called parallel processing. So they are processing your traffic parallelly. So it will take only 1 second to process your traffic. Right, Mustafa? Veer, Jatinder?
Yes.
Mustafa, can you hear me?
As of now, only Palo Alto giving this feature, right?
No, Jatinder. Every vendor is using now. But this architecture is developed by Palo Alto.
So I worked with the Fortinet, but that time it was not there in the Fortinet.
No, every device now using this kind of architecture. See, there are some differences, Jatinder. In every vendor, they have some different features, but they are processing your traffic parallelly. Okay. I'm not saying Fortinet is using same kind of architecture. No. But my point is what they are processing your traffic parallelly. Okay. So now let's talk about in detail. Okay, let's talk about in detail about SP3 architecture. Okay, so SP3 is called single pass parallel processing. So I told you guys, you Palo Alto firewall box. Your Palo Alto is divided into 2 different planes. It's called control plane and data plane. In control plane, your management is a part of control plane. So in control plane, we have management processor. Now, in data plane, what we have? Networking processor, security processor, and content processor. Don't confuse. Content processor is called what? The signature match processor is also called content processor. So don't confuse, both are the same. So what we have, 3 processor in data plane: networking processor, security processor, and content processor. So let's talk about each processor task, what they can do. So networking processor is responsible for routing, flow lookup, status counting, NAT configuration, and similar functions are performed on network specific hardware. So all routing related tasks, NAT related tasks is performed by networking processor. Okay, now user ID, app ID, policy configuration. Okay, these are the part of multi-core security processor. Encryption, decryption is a part of multi-core security processor. Now content ID. So here we have a dedicated topic for content ID, chapter number 7 and chapter number 8. These 2 topics are related with content ID concept. Content ID. So for content ID, you can say for security profile, we have a dedicated engine is called content ID processor, or you can say signature match processor. Now, what about control plane? So in control plane, we have a dedicated management processor for management related tasks. Jatinder, clear? Mustafa, Veer? Everyone?
Yes.
What is SP3 architecture? If traffic is going to hit on Palo Alto Firewall box, then firewall will create a copy of the packet. It will create 3 copies of the packet and then send it to each processor, each engine. And they will do parallel processing. That's why this is called single path parallel processing. Now, let's talk about again control plane and data plane. Let's talk about again. So what is control plane again? Palo Alto is divided into 2 different planes. It's called control plane and data plane. Let's talk about control plane again. So control plane only for to traffic, everyone, to the firewall box. Only for to traffic used for management. In case if you are working with high availability, so for its control plane is also responsible for high availability, responsible for HA, session synchronization. I told you in between firewall box 1, firewall box 2, what you have? High availability link. So here we have control link and data link. So all session synchronization is responsible for control plane. Logging, for example, here we have a Palo Alto box. And this side we have a switch. With switch, we have a management PC. And okay, let's go with the management PC right now. So we have management PC. MGMT PC. So logging, if someone will hit on your firewall, if any activity is happen on your firewall, so you can send your logs on remote logging server. So let's take an example. You have your remote logging server on your control plane side, where you have control plane. This is your control plane scenario, control plane. So by default, this logging is a part of control plane. So here we have a syslog server, for example, or we have SNMP server, for example. But see, it's a default concept. Maybe in your network, you have your SNMP or syslog server onto DNZ side, maybe. So I will tell you how to, in case if a logging server is a part of DMZ network, so how to configure, I will tell you. But by default, loggings are related with control plane. It's a part of control plane, but you can change this behavior. Signature update. Palo Alto is a next generation firewall. So if you want to use next generation firewall feature, so yes, you need to download latest signatures from updates.paloaltonetworks.com. So what we need, see, signature update is a part of control plane. So what we need? I need a separate ISP connection. This is Wi-Fi modem. I need a separate Wi-Fi connection for my Palo Alto. Okay, so what we have? This is management port, MGMT port. So like this PC, if this PC is trying to go on google.com or trying to go on internet site, it's required IP address, mask, gateway, DNS entry, same. If this Palo Alto box is trying to go on outside, trying to download latest signature update from updates.paloaltonetworks.com, this box is also required IP address, mask, gateway, DNS entry. So in control plane, you need to attach your separate internet connection in control plane to download latest signature update. But maybe in your organization, you don't have multiple ISP connection. Maybe you have ISP connection on your data interface, right? Jatinder, Mustafa, maybe you have your ISP connection on data interface side.
Yes.
So you can change this behavior, everyone. No problem. I will show you. You can change this behavior. For example, I want to download latest signature update from with this data interface. So yes, you can do this. No problem. You will change this behavior. I will tell you. Now, what about data interface? Data interface is used for through traffic. For example, your LAN interface is a data interface. Your DMZ is a data interface. Your outside is a data interface. Now, Palo Alto operating system is known as PAN-OS, like Fortinet, FortiOS, Checkpoint, Gaia operating system, Cisco, iOS. So here in Palo Alto operating system is known as PAN-OS, and it's a Linux-based operating system. Palo Alto is an object-oriented firewall. Not only Palo Alto, Fortinet, ASA, FTD, Checkpoint, Cisco, Palo Alto, these are what? These are the zone-based firewall. No, sorry. I'm mistaken. I'm talking about object-oriented first. So your Cisco ASA, Fortinet, Palo Alto, Checkpoint, FTD, these are what? These are the object-oriented firewall. These are object. What is object? So into these firewall box, we can create object here, and these objects we can use in our configuration. What is the object? How to create? I will tell you in configuration. But remember always, ASA, Fortinet, Palo Alto, Checkpoint, FTD, these are what? These are object-oriented firewall. Now, Palo Alto is a zone-based firewall box. So Palo Alto, Checkpoint, and Cisco FTD, they are what? They are zone-based firewall. So I told you guys, remember, if you want to allow traffic from one zone, for example, if you want to allow traffic from LAN zone to WAN zone, so you need to configure security policy. So in zone-based firewall box, if you want to allow traffic from one zone to another zone, you need to configure security policy. Everything you need to configure manually. My point is what? For example, if you are working with Cisco ASA, so Cisco ASA is not a zone-based firewall box. In Cisco ASA, it's work with a concept is called security level. Security level. And here what we have a concept, traffic is by default allowed from higher security level to lower security level. No need to configure any policy. It's a by default allowed from higher security level to lower security level on Cisco ASA firewall. But on Palo Alto, no. Everything is denied. If you want to allow anything, if you want to allow traffic from LAN to WAN, WAN to LAN, WAN to DMZ, you need to configure policy manually. Jatinder, Mustafa, we clear?
Okay.
Okay, so now interfaces should be configured to the respective zone. So yes, we can create multiple zone like LAN zone, WAN zone, and we can put our interface to their respective zone. Okay, by default, any services like ping, SSH, and HTTPS are not enabled on data interface. So this is your data interface. This is your data interface. DMZ is a data interface. So by default, nothing is allowed. Everything is denied onto this interface. For example, if you connect your PC, okay, here is the IP address. If you are using same series of IP address here, and if you're trying to ping your directly connected gateway, you cannot ping, because by default, everything, every service is denied onto this interface. It's the same, like Mustafa, remember your Fortinet classes? You need
Yes.
to attach your services, right? Remember interface configuration on Fortinet?
Yes.
You need
Allow
to
access.
attach your services, right? Same. So here data on data interfaces, nothing is allowed. Okay, what about management port? What about management port? So on management port, by default, onto this port, by default, ping, SSH, and HTTPS. These services are enabled by default. So from this management PC, you can ping. If you want to access this firewall box, so you can manage through SSH. For CLI, for graphical, you can use HTTP services. So by default, it's enabled on management port. Security policies should be configured to communicate between multiple zones. So if you want to allow traffic from one zone to another zone, so you need to configure security policy. And remember always, traffic is always unidirectional from source to destination. So if you want to allow traffic from LAN to WAN, you need to configure separate policy. And if you want to allow traffic from WAN to LAN, you need to configure separate policy. So traffic is always unidirectional. In case if you have policy-based forwarding, so here we have a concept is called what? Policy-based routing, you can say, or policy-based forwarding. So if there is any entry in policy-based forwarding, this can be done which overrides security policy. So what is policy-based forwarding? I will tell you in the configuration. But the point is what? If any configuration is available, if any entry available in policy-based forwarding, so it's not going to check your security policy rule. It will check policy-based forwarding and can allow the traffic. It's not going to check any traffic information in security policy. What is policy-based forwarding? I will tell you. Give me some time. Okay, so now we need to talk about packet flow. Guys, let's discuss this packet flow tomorrow, everyone. Okay? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's discuss this packet flow tomorrow, and tomorrow we can do our session at 9 a.m. Is it good?
Yeah, it's fine.
9 a.m. I still have Veer, Jatinder.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm sharing this today's session video in evening because I have another batch right now. So I will share in afternoon, no problem. Please share your email ID everyone in group, and we can set up our lab. See, this Saturday and Sunday, today and tomorrow, we will discuss only the topic, and I will set up the lab. I can help you guys to set up the lab on 18. I'm not available, but yes, I'm available on 19. So we can set up our lab on 19. Okay, everyone. So today and tomorrow, we will focus on topic. Jatinder, Veer, Mustafa.
Okay.
Yes.
Bye, everyone. Take care, guys.
But I have a question actually. I mean, do you have any video in which you have explained the lab configuration kind of thing,
Yes,
so that we can?
I can share Jatinder, no problem.
Yeah, please send it.
I can share another batch lab setup video, no problem.
Sure. We'll try our own self. If we stuck somewhere, then we'll get back to you.
Sure. Okay. Bye, everyone. Take care, guys. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Take care. Bye.
Please turn off your mic, everyone. If you have any question, you can unmute. No problem. So remember our last discussion, everyone, control plane, data plane.
this discussion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we can talk about today, it's called packet flow. See, right now I'm giving you the basic idea about the packet flow, but if you go in deep, so we have a topic here to discuss our packet flow in Palo Alto Firewall. See, we have a proper concept. We can discuss this concept, how traffic is traveling through the Palo Alto Firewall box. But right now I'm giving you the basic idea about packet flow, how traffic is traveling through the Palo Alto Firewall box. So let's start our discussion. So this is our complete Palo Alto Firewall box. Mustafa, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
This is our complete Palo Alto Firewall box. And now, everyone, if traffic is going to hit on any ingress interface, then Palo Alto Firewall box will do initial packet processing first. It will first do initial packet processing in background. What is initial packet processing? In initial packet processing, your Palo Alto Firewall box will identify source zone information. It's trying to verify source zone or source IP address information. For example, here is a machine, inside machine, and this is your firewall. Okay, so this inside machine is trying to communicate with a server is called 8.8.8.8. So this traffic will go and hit onto the firewall box. Palo Alto Firewall box will do initial packet processing. In initial packet processing, your Palo Alto Firewall box is trying to verify or identify source IP address. So let's take example. Source IP address is 192.168.10.10. And he's trying to communicate with 8.8.8. So this traffic will go and hit onto the firewall box. So firewall can verify, okay, this is the source IP address. And this traffic is coming from LAN zone. So two information your firewall can identify, can verify source zone and source address. After that, it's a firewall device. It's a NAT mode firewall. So to go on any destination IP address, firewall will verify routing table information. Is there any entry available in my routing table to go on to this 8.8.8? So for example, you are using default route. Let's take example. You are using default route. So firewall will verify will check forwarding lookup or policy-based forwarding. What is policy-based forwarding? I will tell you in configuration. But the point is what? Firewall will verify routing table information, forwarding lookup information. So as per entry, firewall can identify, okay, I have an entry to go on any unknown destination. Let's take example, guys. You are using default route towards ISP. So firewall can identify, okay, for any unknown destination, I have a gateway. Gateway is what? Gateway, for example, 10.1.23.10 and exit interface is fast Ethernet 0/1. So firewall can identify, okay, gateway is this and exit interface is this. And this exit interface, Mustafa, is a part of destination zone. Jatinder, Veer, clear my point?
Yes.
So behalf of
can you repeat this again?
Okay, no problem. See, traffic will go and hit onto the firewall box. Firewall will verify source IP address information and source zone information. After that, to go on to this particular destination, 8.8.8, firewall will verify, is there any entry available in my routing table? Is there any entry available to go on to this destination?
Okay.
So firewall has a default route towards ISP. You are using default routing. So default routing syntax is what, Jatinder? Any network,
going anywhere.
Next hop IP, yes or no?
Yes.
So for example, 23.10 is a next hop IP. Behalf of this next hop IP address, your firewall can identify, okay, this is the exit interface. Because if you check your routing table, you will get what? You will get next hop IP and exit interface information, right? In routing table, if you check routing table information on Cisco router, what you have, you can get next hop IP and exit interface information, right? So as per exit interface information, firewall can identify, okay, this traffic is a part of, this interface is a part of WAN zone. So now firewall can identify what? Destination zone. Clear?
Clear.
Very clear for you?
Yes, sir, clear.
Top of this exit interface, your firewall can identify destination zone. So now what firewall has? Source zone, destination zone. So it means traffic is coming from LAN side and trying to go on to the WAN side. So it means traffic is coming from private network, trying to go on to the public network. So we need translation. Now firewall will verify NAT policy. So it will check for the NAT policy. Is there any entry available for this traffic flow? Because traffic is trying to travel from private to public. So firewall will verify NAT policy, check NAT policy information. Then it will go for the security pre-policy. In security pre-policy, it will check allow port information. For example, the services are allowed. Now traffic is trying to travel. If traffic is trying to travel, then it will create a session, because Palo Alto is a stateful firewall. Palo Alto, Fortinet, Checkpoint, Cisco ASA, Cisco FTD. It's a stateful firewall device. So if traffic is traveling through the firewall box, firewall will maintain the state of connection in a table. And table is called what? Connection table, or you can say session table. So it will create session created. Right now, I'm not talking about this app ID option and this security profile option. Mustafa, wait, Jatinder. Because you guys don't know anything about app ID or security profile. So I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about the basic packet flow. Basic packet flow means what? If traffic will hit onto the firewall box, firewall will verify traffic is coming from which zone, trying to go onto the which zone. NAT policy will verify if there is a NAT route. For example, traffic is traveling from LAN to WAN. So this is the traffic flow. So is there any entry available in NAT? So if entry available, then NAT policy applied, and then it will forward the packet to the egress interface. Clear now? This basic packet flow, Jatinder, Mustafa.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Now, see. Now let's try to access our firewall device. So this is just example, everyone. Okay, this is just example. I have a Palo Alto firewall box, and this interface I'm using as a management port. So what I can do, I can connect my management PC. With this management port. By default, we have an IP address. Onto this port. By default IP address is 192.168.1.1. Default username is admin, default password is admin. And if you don't have any IP address, no problem. I can show you how to configure it. In case if you don't have any IP address on your management port. So how to configure? Wait. So here I have a small topology for basic lab, everyone. Veer, Jatinder, Mustafa.
Okay.
I have a small topology, everyone, for basic lab. Small topology means what? I have one Palo Alto firewall box and one management PC. That's it. 2 devices. Palo Alto firewall and management PC. So you can open this Palo Alto firewall box console. This is what? Console page. Once you start your Palo Alto box, it will take time. 5 to 10 minutes, it will take time. After that, you will get this login page. Login page, username is what? Admin, password admin. You can log in. Now you are in Palo Alto Firewall box. Here you can here you can type multiple commands. See, you can type question mark, you can get command information. So let's verify our IP address information on management port first. So show interface management is a command. Show interface management to verify IP address information on management port. So you can see, guys, IP address is unknown. So right now there is no any IP address onto this management port. No IP, no mask, no gateway. So let's try to configure IP address on management port. So this is the console page. This is what? Console page. So to configure anything, you can go into the configuration mode. If you remember, guys, in Cisco, you can go into the global configuration mode to configure anything, right? In Fortinet, we can use a command configure. Same here, you need to go into the configuration mode. Now you can, yes, any question?
No.
Okay. So now I'm trying to configure IP address on management port. So set device config system type static. Why static? Because by default DHCP service is enabled onto this management port. It means if you connect your management port with any DHCP server, so this port can get IP address automatically. But right now I'm trying to configure IP address statically. That's why I'm using this method is called static. So let's try to configure IP address static. You can press enter. Now you can configure set device config system IP address. And I'm trying to configure 199.199.199.10.1. See, in my small topology, I'm using this series of IP in management side. So 199.199.199.1 net mask 255.255.255.0. Press enter. Whenever you configure anything in Palo Alto box, whenever you configure anything, if you want to save your configuration or if you want to live your configuration, you need to use a command commit. Mustafa, it's not a Fortinet.
Yes.
If you go into the Fortinet, if you click on OK button, only OK button, configuration is live. It's like a Juniper. Jatinder, it's like a Juniper. Guys, remember Juniper devices? Whenever you configure anything, you need to commit your configuration, right? Same.
No, okay.
Same. In Palo Alto, whenever you change anything, whenever you configure anything, if you want to save, you need to type a command commit. So I'm trying to save my configuration. I want to live my configuration. So this will take time. So let's go on to the management PC. This is our management PC. So let's check IP address information here, because I will manage this Palo Alto Firewall box from this PC. So I'm using 199.199.199.10. Same series of IP address I'm using. So configuration committed successfully. So there is no any error. Now, in case if you want to verify your information, IP address information on management port, so show interface management. You can see, guys, we are using 199 here, 199.199.1 and /24. So if I have a IP address, guys, I told you, remember, by default onto this management port, three services are enabled by default. Three services are enabled: ping, right? Everyone, ping and SSH, with HTTPS,
HTTPS,
right? So in case, if I'm trying to verify my connectivity from this management PC, if I'm trying to verify my connectivity, ping 199.199.199.1. If I'm trying to ping, I can ping. So if you have a connectivity, then you can open your browser, any browser. For example, I'm using Google Chrome. So you can open your browser and you can type here 199.1 HTTPS 199.199.199.1. So default username is admin and password is admin. Click on advanced, click on proceed. And this is your login page. Palo Alto Firewall box login page. So username is admin. Password is admin. If I'm trying to log in here, so I'm getting a warning page. I'm getting a warning page here. Your device is still configured with the default admin account credential. So try to change, okay, because right now you are using default username and default password. So try to change. This is the warning message. Now you can log in. So this login page will take time. So let's go on to the CLI console. So in case, if you want to restart your Palo Alto Firewall box through CLI, command is request shutdown system. You can press enter. I'm not using this command, but you can use in your practical scenario. But this is the command: request shutdown system to shut down your Palo Alto Firewall box. Restart request restart system. You can press enter. For example, in case if I want to reset my firewall device, default factory reset. So command is request private data. Wait. Give me 2 minutes. Command is request system private data reset. Guys, this command you can use to reset your firewall box. I'm not using this command. You can press enter. It will ask you yes or no. And after that, it will restart. It will erase all your configuration. So for default factory reset, you can use this command, request system private data reset. Clear now, Jatinder, Veer, Mustafa?
Yes, clear.
Yes. Now let's go on to the graphical page. So this is your graphical page. You can click on close and you can see, guys, we have multiple options. We have multiple options, for example, dashboard, ACC, monitor, policy, object, network, devices. Multiple options are there. Let's start our discussion with dashboard first. Dashboard. So dashboard we are using for monitoring. We are using for...
I'm not able to see the dashboard. I mean, I can see only the CLI window and the browser window.
Mustafa, you?
Yes, I can see.
Yes,
I can also see.
Okay.
Okay. I think
now
I can see. I think there is some issue in the network. Okay.
Okay, now?
I can see. Yes, I'm able to see.
So now see, this is your dashboard, guys. Dashboard we are using for monitoring. So let's talk about dashboard. So on dashboard, you can verify your general information. In general information, you can get device information, management IP address information, license information, software version, uptime. See, you can get device name, PAVM, So default name, management IP address, we are using 199.199.1 mask. Now, wait. Model PA VM serial number is unknown. CPU ID, UU ID, license none. Okay, software version we are using 9.x. Uptime you can see uptime. So some general information you can verify onto this dashboard page. Now system resources, yes, we have system resources information. See, management CPU and data plane CPU utilization. You can see here. Logged in admin, so you can get administrators information. So yes, admin user is trying to manage this Palo Alto Firewall box through console and through graphical page. Data logs, so right now there is no any data log because traffic is not traveling. System log information, yes, you can get system logs information, system generated logs, configuration log information, logs information, ACC. It's a new firewall box, so right now we have limited information. Okay, now these are the default options on dashboard. If you want to add more information on your dashboard, so you can click on here. You can click on application. For example, I want to verify top application information. You can select, I want to verify top high risk application traveling through the Palo Alto box. In case if I want to verify interface information on dashboard, high availability information, you can add. Okay, I want to verify threat log information on dashboard, URL filtering log, you can see. You can arrange these options. For example, threat log and URL filtering log, I want to verify here. So you can arrange your information on dashboard. Clear now, Mustafa?
Yes, I clear.
Yes, I clear.
Now guys, let's click on device tab. Now let's click on device tab. If you click on device tab, you can click on setup. You can click on setup. In setup, you can go into the general setting. Right now, this is the path. Device, setup, and then management. So in management, you can go in general setting. For example, I want to change my host name. So you can click on here. You can click on edit. You can click on edit. And for example, I'm using PA-VM. I'm using a name PA-VM5555. For example, login banner. Yes. Welcome to Palo Alto Firewall. You can set login banner. You can change time zone as per your requirement. You can click on OK. I told you guys, whenever you change anything, whenever you configure anything, you need to commit your configuration. So right now, this information is available onto this graphical page. It's not available or it's not live on Palo Alto Firewall. See, if you check here, hostname information. So right now we have default hostname PA-VM. Default hostname. So, but I'm using what? PA-VM 555. So we need to commit our configuration. So here is the option commit. You can click on commit. You can click on commit button. See, commit. So whenever you change anything, you can commit your configuration. See, here we have some option. It's called operation commit, status active, result pending, progress report is 0%, detailed information. And if any warning message, you can get warning message here. Wait. So this will take time. Now you can go and verify your hostname information again. Now host name is changed, PA-VM 555, and you can see operation is commit, status is active, and result, wait. Result is now successful. And there is no any warning message. So whenever you change anything, you can commit your configuration. You can click on close. Now let's go on to the interface tab. So this is our management port, everyone. This is our management port. You can click onto this management interface. And let's take example. I want to change my IP address. Right now we are using 199.199.199.1 and I want to change. You can change here, no problem. Through graphical page, you can change. You can set gateway information. For example, gateway is 199.199.199.110. For example, you can set a gateway information. And these are the services. These are the services. Everyone, you can enable or disable as per your requirement. Jatinder, Mustafa, Veer. I told you guys by default, these services are enabled. Remember?
Yes.
Everyone, HTTPS, SSH, and ping. Only these services are enabled onto this management port. Let's take example. I want to enable HTTP service. So you can just select this checkbox. Done. Done. You can click on OK. Now you get OK. Here we have one more information, permitted IP address. So you can add trusted host or trusted subnet information. For example, only this specific machine can access this Palo Alto Firewall. So yes, you can define here, for example, 199.199.199.45/32. It means only this specific machine can access this Palo Alto Firewall. So 45, you can click on OK. And now let's commit our configuration. Whenever you change anything, you need to commit. So you can commit your configuration. So this will take time. So let's verify IP address information this time. ipconfig 199.199.199.10 I'm using right now. Jatinder, right? Mustafa, Veer. Right now I'm using 199.199.199.10. And as per our discussion, as per our configuration, only 45 can access. So let's close this. And now this time, I'm trying to ping again. Ping 199.199.1. So again, I'm trying to ping from this 199.199.199.10. And see, I'm not getting reply this time. See, I'm not getting reply. If you are trying to access through graphical page, 199.199.199.1, I cannot access because as per our configuration, only 45.45 can access this Palo Alto Firewall box. So, see, clear now? We cannot access. See, we are facing.
Yes.
Let's change IP address. See, web page is not available. Let's change IP address here. So, IP address, I'm configuring here 45.45. So 199.199.199.45. Click on OK. Click on close. So this time, if I'm trying to verify my connectivity, 45. This time, if I'm trying to ping, I can ping. If I'm trying to access graphical page, I can. Click on advanced, click on proceed. Now I can access. I can ping, I can access. And see, remember our login banner, welcome to Palo Alto. This is login banner. So now username is admin. Password is admin. Click on OK.
Okay, now, so let's go on to the, again, a device tab. Click on close, click on device tab. Interface. So to enable any services, for example, HTTP, you can just select this checkbox, Mustafa, Veer, just select this checkbox and click on OK, right? Jatinder? But in case everyone, in case if I want to enable this service, this telnet service, but with CLI console, with CLI, not console, CLI, what we can do? We can go into the configuration mode and I want to enable this telnet service. Right now, you can see, guys, you can see only these services are enabled. Right now, these services are enabled, but I want to enable telnet service now through CLI. So set device config system service, and now you can type question mark. If you type question mark, you can get all services information. These are what? These are the services. Right now, I want to enable telnet service. So yes, disable telnet. You can use a command disable telnet. And command syntax is no. Command syntax is no. What is the command? Set device config system service disable telnet no. Now you can press enter, and whenever you change anything, you need to commit your configuration. Now let's go and verify onto this graphical page. Wait, this will take time. Now let's refresh our page. And this time you can see, guys, we have telnet service. Clear now? Veer, Jatinder, Mustafa?
Yes.
Yes, clear.
Okay. Now let's go on to the slide. So to enable any services, you guys can use set device config system services, disable. You can use a services information and action no. Now, if you want to verify services information, so see, so device config system service. Now let's talk about next option. It's called running configuration and candidate configuration. So in Palo Alto Firewall box, we have two type of configuration. Configuration type, you can say it's called candidate configuration and running configuration. What is candidate configuration? It's the same like a startup configuration and running configuration in Cisco. Jatinder, Mustafa, Veer.
Yes.
In Cisco,
Okay.
we accept startup configuration and running configuration. So what is candidate configuration? Candidate configuration is what? Whenever you make any changes or whenever you configure anything, for example, you are configuring virtual routers, you are creating zone, you are configuring your interfaces, you are creating policies, security policies, NAT policies. And if you click on OK only, for example, if you go here, for example, let's go on to the management port and you can click on edit. So whenever you change anything, and if you click on OK, it's not a Fortinet, Mustafa. In Fortinet, if you click on OK, configuration is live, remember?
Correct, sir. Yeah.
But in Palo Alto, it's, see, if you click on OK, for example, if I'm using host name, PAVM, for example, 6666, you can click on OK. If you click on OK, so this configuration is not available, it's not live, see? Host name is again PAVM555, Veer.
So whenever you configure anything, and if you click on OK, this configuration is available in candidate configuration. It means this configuration is not live. Clear now, Jatinder?
Yes.
And when you click on commit button, so your configuration is live. It means now it's a part of running configuration. Okay, why it's required? Why candidate configuration is required in Palo Alto? See, for example, I am an administrator. What is the benefit of candidate configuration? So for example, I am an administrator. I want to configure multiple things. I want to create multiple policies. I want to create zones. I want to configure interfaces. Okay. But I will commit my configuration in evening. When there is no any traffic, any traffic is traveling through the firewall box. So what I can do, I can configure multiple things and I will commit later. I will commit tomorrow, for example. So yes, you can do this. For example, PAVM 686, this configuration is available in candidate configuration. In case if you want to verify candidate configuration information, then so you can go into the device, you can click on config audit. In config audit, you can see you have two options, running config and candidate config. Running config and candidate config. So you can compare both. Is there any information available? As an administrator, I want to verify, is there any information available in candidate configuration? So yes, you can compare. You can click on here. You can see. You can compare with last 5 changes. You can compare with the last 10 changes or all. So I want to compare with last 5 changes. You can click on go. So this can show you both information, everyone. This can show you your running configuration information and your candidate configuration information. So right now into our running configuration, we have host name PAVM555, right? And in our candidate configuration, host name is changed now. And it's done by this administrator is called admin. Date and time information. Now, if you click on commit, for example, if you click on commit, if you commit your configuration, if you can't commit your configuration, so this candidate configuration is now available in running configuration. Let's verify. You can go onto the CLI console and we can verify our host name information again. Wait. Done. Host name is changed. Now if you go and verify, click on close. Let's verify again. Right now, there is no any configuration in candidate configuration, any entry. So I want to compare. You can click on go and let's compare. So if there is no any entry available, so you will get this message is called what? These versions are identical. This message will give you the idea what? There is no any entry available in our candidate configuration. Clear my point? Jatinder, Mustafa, we.
Yes.
Everyone clear now?
Yes, clear now.
Okay. Now let's go on to the slide again. So I hope it's clear what is candidate configuration, what is running configuration. Now we can talk about role-based. Yeah, Jatinder.
Sorry. I mean, if for example, if someone made any wrong configuration, so is there any option to roll back?
See, if there is, for example, if you want to roll back, you can revert your configuration. Last configuration you can revert. I will show you this option in backup and restore. Jatinder.
Okay.
I will show you this option. You can go into the operation and here is the option to revert your last save configuration. See. Okay. I will show you this option. Jatinder. Give me some time. I will show you this option. Revert,
Okay.
see, revert to last save configuration. Okay, so let's focus on role-based access control, everyone. Let's take a break for 5 minutes. Veer, any question?
No, okay.
Okay. Let's take a break for 5 minutes, everyone. We can continue at 10:05. Please turn off.
Okay.
Everyone, can you hear me? Jatinder, Mustafa, Veer?
Yes, I'm there.
Everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let's focus on next topic is called RBAC. It's called what? RBAC. You can say role-based access control. So what is RBAC concept? RBAC, see, for example, I have a Palo Alto Firewall box, and to manage this device, I can create multiple firewall administrators. For example, I'm trying to create admin 1 and admin 2. So I can create multiple administrator, admin 1 and admin 2. They can access this Palo Alto Firewall box. But I want to define the level of access, or I want to define the privilege. You can say, for example, this L1 admin. L1 admin is a L3 administrator. So whenever he will log in into this Palo Alto Firewall box, he can do any kind of changes. He can do any kind of changes. He can do any kind of configuration. But this admin 2, for example, this admin 2 is a L1 administrator. So he can log in into the Palo Alto Firewall box, but he cannot change anything. He can only view the configuration. It means I want to define privilege, you can say, or level of access for each administrator. For this, you can create admin profile. To define the level of access, what you can do, you can create admin profile. For example, I'm creating a profile, is called L3 admin. It's just a name, everyone. L3 admin, it's just a profile name. Into this profile, I can define the privilege. I can define the level of access. For example, into this profile, I'm using full access option, full access privilege. So this profile I can attach with admin 1. So whenever admin 1 will log in into this Palo Alto Firewall box, he has full access. He can do any kind of changes. Now, for admin 2, I am creating a profile is called L1 admin profile. It's just a name. You can use any name, your name, my name, no problem. Into this profile, I'm trying to define privilege. It's called a read only. A read only privilege, read only level of access. And this profile, yes, I can attach with admin 2. So admin 2, whenever he will log in into this Palo Alto Firewall box, he can only read the configuration. He cannot change anything. So this is called what? This concept is called RBAC. We can create multiple firewall administrator and we can define the level of access. If you go and check on your Palo Alto Firewall box, see, here is a tab. Guys, here is a tab. Administrator and admin role or admin profile. So if you click on administrator here, for example, so we have a default administrator into this Palo Alto Firewall box. It's called admin. Default administrator is called admin. And role is super user. So this is your predefined role. Jatinder, Mustafa, this is a predefined role. Okay. If any administrator has a super user profile, it's a profile name, role name, you can say, admin role. It's a predefined role. If any administrator has super user role, so he can do anything. He has full access. So we have default administrator and default admin role or admin profile. But right now I'm trying to create multiple administrator here. So yes, we can create, but let's go on to the admin role now. Let's create our admin profile or admin role. You can click on add. You can give a name for this admin role profile. For example, L3 admin. It's just a name, L3 admin. And these are the options. These are the options. Guys, you can see here, dashboard is available, ACC is available, monitor. So these are the tabs. So into this profile, I'm trying to enable everything. See, here we have 3 options. What? Enable, read only, and disable. So I'm going with the screen option. It means enable everything. And see, everything is enabled into this bit. Everything is enabled, and you can click on OK. So into this profile, I'm using everything is full access. You can click on add, and let's create one more profile. It's called L1 admin. Into this L1 admin profile, I'm trying to disable some option. For example, policy tab, I want to disable. Object tab, I want to disable. Network tab, disable. Device tab, disable. Commit option is disable. Now you can click on OK. You can click on OK. So we have 2 profile, L1 admin profile with limited access, L3 admin profile with full access. Now you can click on administrator, and let's create our administrator. For example, as per our discussion, I'm trying to create admin 1 and admin 2, admin 1, admin 2. So let's go on to the Palo Alto Firewall box, and let's create administrator account. It's called admin. Wait, administrator account is admin 1, and password I'm using 123, and now here is an option, profile. Dynamic profile is super user, but now we have 2 custom profile. So you can click on role base and you can attach your profile. So I'm trying to attach my L3 admin profile with admin 1 account. You can click on OK. Now let's create another administrator. You can click on add. You can give a name. It's called admin 2. Password 123, and now role base and profile I'm trying to attach with admin 2 is L1 admin. You can click on OK. Done. See, now let's commit our configuration. So we have 2 administrators in our local database. Into our Palo Alto Firewall local database, we have 2 administrators, admin 1 and admin 2. So let's verify. Okay, I'm trying to log out and log in again into this Palo Alto Firewall box with these administrators. Clear now my point, Jatinder, Mustafa, Veer?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so let's try to log out and log in again. Wait. So click on close, and I'm trying to log out. Here is the option to log out. You can click here. And I'm trying to log in with admin 1. Admin 1, password 123. You can click on login. You can click on login. And now remember guys, with admin 1, we have a profile is called L3 admin. Full access. It means this administrator can do any kind of changes, can go anywhere, can do any kind of configuration. Now, administrator name is admin1. You can verify here, everyone. You can verify administrator name is admin1. And now this administrator can change anything. See, all options are available. You can see device tab is available, network, object, policies. So all options are available. For example, if you want to go into the network tab, you can go into the network tab. You can configure any interface. You can select your interface. You can configure. Let's try to log out and log in again with admin 2. Admin 2. So you can click on log out. And now I'm trying to log in with admin 2 account. Admin 2. Guys, remember with admin 2, we have a profile is called L1 admin profile. In L1 admin profile, policies, object, device tab is not available. Let me show you. See, everyone, administrator account is admin 2, and see, only these options are available. I hope this lab is clear. Jatinder, Mustafa,
Yes.
only
Yes.
these options are available. Policy, object, device tab is not available here. So this is called what our lab are back. It's called rule-based access control. We can create multiple administrators and we can define the level of access. Mustafa, any question?
No, sir.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Is it possible all options are available, but the user not do anything?
Yes. You can go with this setting read only. Remember?
Yeah.
3 options are available, so you can select for permission. You can select read only. No problem.
Okay.
Right now, what in my lab, I'm trying to disable options, right? But you if you want to go with the read option, you can. Yeah, wait.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's go on to the slide. Okay, now in case if I want to configure DNS setting, let me show you. Let me tell you this option. Wait, okay, how to go with the read only option. Wait. Okay, so in profile you can select. Wait, for example, L1 admin profile. You can go with the any option. You can just click here. For example, see, for some options you need to go with the read only. For example, if you click okay, only disable, enable, wait. Policy tab. See, so in policy, some options are available to read only mode. So just click here. If you click one time, it's enable. If you click again, it's read only. If you click again, it's disable.
Okay.
It's clear?
Yeah, clear.
Now let's talk about DNS configuration, everyone. Why DNS configuration is required? What do you think, guys? Why DNS configuration is required onto this Palo Alto Firewall box? DNS configuration? Because if this Palo Alto Firewall box is trying to download latest signature updates from updates.paloaltonetworks.com, So it's required DNS entry. For example, I'm trying to open google.com, facebook.com. So I need a DNS entry. Same, if this Palo Alto Firewall box is trying to go onto the updates.paloaltonetworks.com, so it's required DNS entry. How to configure DNS in Palo Alto Firewall box? You have two options. Either you can go with the CLI or you can go with the graphical page. Let's configure with the graphical page. You can click on setup, device setup. You can click on services. And now you can click on edit here. And now you can define your primary DNS server information and secondary. So just example, guys, okay, I'm using 199, or you can say 8.8.8.8 and 4.4.2.2.2. You can click on OK. If you want to create an entry for NTP server, you can click on NTP, and you can define your primary NTP server information or secondary NTP server information. If you have it, you can define NTP server IP address and authentication type. But our focus is on DNS configuration. So yes, you can define your primary DNS server information, secondary DNS server information. You can click on OK. So you can configure through graphical page in case if you want to configure through the CLI options. So let's go on to the CLI. You can go into the global configuration mode, and command is set device config system DNS setting. System DNS setting primary. Okay, DNS setting servers primary, and primary, for example, 99.99.99.99, and secondary, just example, guys. Okay, just example. Secondary is 4.1.1.1. So right now we have this DNS server entry right now as per our graphical configuration. But now I'm trying to change through CLI. So you can use this command, set device config system DNS setting servers primary 99.99.99.99. Secondary is 4.1.1.1. You can press enter. Done. Now you can commit your configuration. Configuration committed successfully. So let's refresh this page. See, now it's changed. Clear how to configure DNS entry for primary and secondary? Jatinder, Mustafa,
Yes.
Yes,
very
yes.
clear.
I have a question related to
Sure,
the CLI.
sure.
So basically, is there any service, is there any option which can only be possible through CLI instead of GUI?
Services.
In the Palo Alto.
We're talking
Yeah,
about
anything in the Palo Alto.
Yes. See, CLI is through CLI you can configure multiple options. See, CLI is good, but for configuration, 95% time we are using graphical page. But yes, let me tell you the difference. For example, if you are trying to configure services, for example, remember our interface configuration? It's a weird question, or Jatinder?
Jatinder.
Jatinder, see, Jatinder, if you verify here services information, for example, I'm talking about interface configuration. So only these services are enabled, right? Available. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yes.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Only 10 services.
Yes.
So through graphical page, I can select only these options. I can click on OK. But through CLI option, through CLI, in case if I am trying to enable any services, so set device config system service, and if we type question mark, you can see multiple options are there, right?
Okay.
See, these options are not available. Okay, so we have these some information which is not available through graphical page. Jatinder.
Okay.
So CLI is good, but most of the time we are using graphical page because it's a simple. See, you can configure your Palo Alto Firewall box, you can monitor, you can troubleshoot with graphical page. So CLI is not required.
Okay, thank you.
See, in Palo Alto, you can configure something. In Palo Alto, you can configure something through CLI console. But if you talk about FTD, 99% configuration you can do with the graphical page. You cannot do with the CLI. In Fortinet, yes, you can configure your firewall through graphical page or through CLI console. Both options are available.
Okay.
Clear now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so let's go on to the slide now. So DNS configuration, I hope it's clear. Set device config, system DNS settings, servers, primary and secondary information you can define. Now let's talk about dynamic updates. So actually we have two options, software update and dynamic update. Dynamic update is related with signatures. So Palo Alto is a next generation firewall. If you want to utilize a next generation firewall features, so yes, you need to download latest signature update. For example, I want to detect latest virus. I want to download latest antivirus signatures. I want to detect latest application. So yes, I need to download application signature. So dynamic updates is related with signatures. But before download any signature update, guys, you need to install license first. You need to install license in your box, in your device. So in real scenario, what you can do in your organization, you have to purchase license. For example, this page I'm using as a reference only. Okay, so you can go into the device, you can go into the license tab, and here you can get all license information. If you have license in your organization on your box, like Global Protect Gateway license, PA VM license, Threat Prevention license, Global Protect Portal license, PAN-DB URL filtering, Wildfire license. So what you can do, you can purchase license first and you can install it. So and see, as a firewall administrator, if I want to verify license information, so I can go into the device, I can click on license, and I can get the detailed information about the license, like date issued, date expired. For example, threat prevention license, date issued information and date expired information I can get. So once you install your license in your box, after that you can download latest signature update from updates.paloaltonetwork.com. See, you can click on dynamic update. If your Palo Alto firewall box is connected with internet, so you can just click on check now. It will automatically fetch the information. It will automatically download the information. See, these options are available: antivirus signatures, application and threat signatures, Global Protect data file, Wildfire. And here is the option. See, option is what? You can set a time schedule. For example, I want to download antivirus signature every day at 1 p.m. And here we have a two option: download and install, or download only. So download only means what? I want to download signature update, but I will install in evening, for example, when there is no too much traffic is traveling through my firewall box, then I want to install. Download install option. This option means what? I want to download and install immediately. So two options are available. You can set a time schedule to download latest signature update. So dynamic updates are related with signature update. I hope it's clear.
Yes.
Now, what about software update?
Yes.
What about software update? Software update is related with operating system. So in Palo Alto, what we have PAN OS, right? PAN OS. If you want to upgrade your operating system, for example, you are working with 8.0.0. and now you want to upgrade your operating system, your PAN OS in 10.0.0. You want to upgrade. So you cannot upgrade directly 8.0.0 into 10.0.0. No. What you can do, you can download all available PAN OS version, and you need to follow the upgrade path. You need to follow the upgrade path. For example, if you click on check now, this will show you all the available version. Once you download all the available version, then you can follow the upgrade path. For example, if I have 8.0.0 and I want to upgrade into 10.0.0, so I need to follow this step. I can upgrade 8.0.0 into 8.0.9, then 8.0.9 into 9.0.0, then 9.0.0 into 9.0.9, then I can upgrade it 10.0. So you need to follow this upgrade path. You cannot directly upgrade. In real scenario, you need to take some time from your customer side. You need to take some time, 1 day or 2 days, to upgrade your software, to upgrade your PAN OS information. It will take time. Clear now?
Yes.
Yes. Vitinder, Mustafa, Veer. So
Yes,
software update means what? Software update means PAN OS, and a dynamic update means what? Signature update. Now we can talk about device operation. Okay, in case if you want to restart through graphical page, it's a very simple task. You can click on services and you can select, okay, wait, you can click on operation and you can select these options, reboot or shut down. If you want to restart or shut down your Palo Alto Firewall box. Now let's talk about backup and restore. I want to go for the backup and restore. So for backup and restore, here is the option. You can go into the device tab, you can go into the setup, then operation tab. In operation tab, you can use these options: save, load, export, and import. These 4 options you can use for backup and restore. For backup and restore. And see, here is another option. Here is another option, is called revert. So in case if you want to revert your last save configuration, you can just click on here. Clear my point? This revert option. Yes. Right now, our focus is on backup and restore, so we can use these options: save, load, export, and import. So in Palo Alto Firewall box, whenever you configure anything, you can take a snapshot. In Palo Alto Firewall box, what we have, whenever you configure anything, you can take a snapshot. For example, let's go on to the management. And you can see, guys, right now we have a host name. Right now we have a host name PAVM666 something, right? So let's change. Let's change hosting. Or let's take a backup first. So operation, you can click on save. You can create a snapshot. So firewall 1 backup, or firewall 1 backup. You can click on OK. So you can take a snapshot. Snapshot is stored into this Palo Alto database. Now let's change something. So whenever you change anything, you can take a snapshot. So host name, now change PAVM 9999 something. You can click on OK. You can click on commit. You can click on commit. Now let's verify our host name information again. Now host name is changed. PAVM 999 something. So now let's go on to the operation tab. You can go on to the operation tab. And now let's take a snapshot again. So new firewall backup. You can click on OK. So my point is, whenever you change anything, Mustafa, you can take a snapshot. It's called incremental update. Clear my point?
Yes.
Veer, Mustafa, Jatinder.
Yes.
So now,
Yes, yes.
right now, guys, these snapshots are available in Palo Alto Firewall local database. It's available in Palo Alto. But I want to store these snapshot on external server, for example. So you can export all the snapshot. You can click on export. So I want to export firewall 1 backup snapshot. Let's export another snapshot. So I have one more. It's called new firewall backup. So you can verify. You can go into the download folder. You can go into the download folder, and what you have, firewall 1 backup, new firewall backup. Now, so I have snapshot. Now let's change something again. I'm trying to change host name, for example. So PAVM 111, you can click on OK. Let's commit our configuration. So now host name is changed. So I have a backup. I have 2 snapshot and I want to restore. Now host name is changed. Now I have a new configuration, but I want to restore my old snapshot today. So see, if you guys verify here, PAVM 11111. So now let's go on to the operation tab. And first you need to import all the snapshot. So you can click on import. See, you can click on operation. You can click on import. You can select your file name. So I want to import, for example, this firewall 1 backup. So you can import your snapshot. So like this, you can import multiple snapshot into Palo Alto Firewall box. Let's import. I have another one. So let's import our second snapshot. You can click on OK. So once you upload your snapshot, after that, you need to load. Right now, it's not live. So you can click on load. And if you import multiple snapshot, so you can decide which snapshot you want to upload or load. So I want to load firewall one. You can click on OK. You can click on close and you can commit your configuration. So I'm trying to upload or restore firewall 1 snapshot. So remember guys, with firewall 1 snapshot, we have a host name PAVM 666 something, right? Jatinder, Mustafa,
Yes.
So we can verify now if it is load, so we can verify host name information. Clear?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, so this is what our backup and restore. Okay, guys, you can do Google. Okay, if you have any question regarding this, you can ask in next class, no problem. So this is what backup and restore.
Hello.
Yes, please.
My question is how to open if I want to open backup file in
No,
it
it is in XML format, so you cannot open it. But let me show you. See, but let me show you. Let's go on to the format is different, so I can try.
File extension.
You want to verify this backup, right?
Yes,
Let's try to open in Notepad. Okay, wait.
Open with Notepad.
Open in Notepad.
Where is it?
Yes, I can see some information.
Okay.
But wait.
But this is not exactly in the readable form, right?
Sorry?
I mean, this is not exactly in the readable form. Actually.
But no, it's a readable form. That's why I'm trying to search PAVM 666.
I mean, the proper format kind of thing.
Yes, it's not a, see, you will face, you can face problem to read this information because it's a little complicated. But the point is, you can verify your information. See, read PAVM 6 is available in your text file.
Okay.
So it is in a text format.
Yes, it's
not
text
encrypted.
format.
But in case if you want to encrypt, you can. Whenever you take a snapshot, you can decide if you want to encrypt your snapshot, you can.
I think this option is Fortinet also available.
Yes, in Fortinet it's available. Yes.
Fortinet, then we are taking backup, and the two options. If I want simple text and encrypted.
Yes, simple backup and encrypted backup. Yeah, it's available.
In that Fortinet, I mean, we can see over there now in the Fortinet. So,
see, in all firewall box, this option is available. Okay, either you can go with the clear text backup, snapshot.
One thing,
you can go with the encrypted.
One question now more. If a notepad backup file, if change something to if after that save backup file to change it or
see the point is what I'm not sure about it. I think your question is you want to change something.
Yes.
Notepad and you want to import, right?
Save. Yes.
But I'm not sure about it. But yes, if you know the syntax, how to change, so you can try. But I'm not sure about it. Just wait. Okay, I'm not sure about it. Just. But see, options are available. But it's very difficult to configure.
Yeah, difficult. Yes, difficult.
I have done the same thing in the Fortinet actually. So I changed some configuration in the file.
In Fortinet, it's a proper format. Okay, it's a proper format.
Yes.
Clear now, Mustafa? Any question?
Yes, clear.
Yes, clear.
No, sir. All okay. Okay. Now, this is our slide one. Slide one. Okay. So now let's go on to the lab part 2. Wait. We can go on to the lab part 2. So in lab part 2, we can discuss our interface configuration. We can focus on interface configuration. How to configure our LAN interface, WAN interface, and DHL interface. Or remember, guys, I told you in Palo Alto, we have Palo Alto interface type, right? We have a concept. So let's start our discussion on interface. Wait. So into this slide, we can focus on how to create object. How to create an object, because Palo Alto is an object-oriented firewall. How to create L3 zone, because it's a zone-based firewall box. How to create virtual routers, so we can divide our single global routing table into multiple virtual routing table, or you can say you can divide. It's just like a VRF. If you guys are familiar with the VRF concept, VRF, virtual routing and forwarding, any idea about VRF?
Yes.
We can divide our single global routing table into multiple virtual routing table. So you can discuss virtual router concept. Then we can create management profile. Management profile is for services. So you can combine multiple services and can create management profile. So we can focus on to this interface configuration. Guys, can we start this topic in next class? Mustafa, Veer, Jatinder.
Okay, no sure.
We start this topic on next class, this new topic.
Okay.
And see, guys, in next session, I'm not available on 18. See, I'm not sure. Okay, I will update you guys on 17. Okay. Class is not cancelled. Okay. If I'm not sure, but maybe I can take a session on 18.
Okay,
everyone. So I will update on 17, everyone. If I'm available, so I can take. Otherwise, we will continue our topic on 19 now.
Okay.
Okay. Bye everyone. Take care, guys.
But
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
I think Jatinder question pending rollback configuration. I think.
Yes, Jatinder.